QnQ Pharmacy, quality healthcare at affordable price.
Holidays nale, adu namma GT Holidays da. South India's #1 travel brand.
Archie Badam Drink.
Archie Badam Drink. Onna vaangana onna free.
As the damage on the right front that we saw earlier on,
not a lot
on track when it was flapping around, that'll have been disturbing the front end grip. And if you start losing front end grip and the front end starts to understeer, you're going to really grain the tyres. You're going to start scrubbing the tyres off, especially in this heat. It's not what you want really. It's going to be it would have been a very slow racing car with induced understeer. So now that Ryan DL has now got a front end that he's more familiar with. Of course, he didn't have to drive the car through that horrible phase of having less downforce on the front. That was the work of Dwight Merriman. And yeah, we saw by Dwight getting out the car, Ben, you mentioned there, that just shows. I mean, Dwight's the AM driver, remember, a very experienced AM driver, but it shows just how brutal the weather conditions are here in the south of France.
It is, Joe, and he's too hot at the moment to chat to me, so I've obviously left them to do what they need to do, but it seems to just ramped up the heat. I know we talked about it enough, but it certainly is getting hotter. It's not getting cooler at all.
Let's have a look at the driver stints that have been done there. So Las Carotas has done 1:19 followed by 1:22, so he's done 2 hours and 40 minutes. And then Dwight Merriman has done, that was Dwight's second stint as well, and Dwight has done a 1:20 and a 50. So that is 1, 2, 3 and a bit. Is that correct? No, 2 and a bit. So they still got to do another stint with either Andreas or Dwight. Is that right? Let me get.
Yeah, I think
you just keep talking amongst yourselves.
I think so.
Driver. Oh, there we go. Driver total. So 2 hours and 5, 2 hours and 40 for Las Carotas, and 2 hours and 16 for Dwight Merriman.
Yeah,
so
they need
that's 4 hours and 58 minutes.
So they need 6 hours.
Hour.
Yeah, they need another hour out of one of them.
Yeah. Other than that, then Jake and Ryan then can take the car to the flag. Ryan is can only do half the race, but well, that's easily achievable because Jake is a free agent effectively with his drive time. So
well, Andreas Las Carotas did a best time of a 2:05, and if you, I know Dwight is the AM driver in that team, and I know Dwight is quite happy to be used strategically within that team. So that hour of AM driver that is needed, I'm pretty sure we'll see Las Carotas at the wheel of the car for that hour, for that one stint.
Yeah.
And with, let's see what Ryan DL can, what sort of lap times. The best lap time was Jake Hill's. That was a 2 minutes 4.732. That's Ryan's target, isn't it? Ryan being the mentor of Jake Hill.
I think your target is Joseph Kral's fastest lap, isn't it? He's in a Ferrari.
Well, yeah, but you're always Ryan will be wanting to be the best in the car, but the 2 minutes 3.1 is obviously the ultimate target. Yes, and there's no reason why they can't match that. They've got the exact same model of car, so there's no reason why that can't be doable for a driver of the capability of Ryan DL.
Let's see then, but we should see Era Motorsport start climbing up through the field. They are in 13th position in GT3, 16th overall, 6th in the Pro-Am category, but it is a Pro-Am that leads at the moment with Nico Bastien, the TFT Racing for Mercedes, owes us a pit stop, which should be coming in pretty soon. Bastien would have done an hour and a half in that car. Philippe Chatelet's done nearly 2 hours in the Sandclock Junior Team Audi, and also will soon owe us a pit stop.
So Rick Broikers at the wheel of the Red Camel car, the 909, leading the 992 class, but I'm pretty sure they're a little bit out of sequence with the other runners in 992. So we'll see him lead for a little bit, and then we'll, when he pits, we'll have Julian Hanses back in the Mulliner car now, and that Mulliner Motorsport Porsche will take over the lead of 992.
But we have that question mark from Red Camel's Jordan as to why, after just 16 laps, Evo had to come in under green flag and what seemed to be just simply change driver and tyre rather than fuel. Because it never went into the fuel station. Rick Broikers has been in the car ever since. It's been 18-lap stint right now. That car can do up to 30-odd laps without fuel. So if we look at it like that, then I would say it's not long before Rick Broikers needs to come in, even if the stint is only half a stint. There's a full stint's worth of fuel gone.
Yeah, how many laps has he done now, did you say, Rick?
18. Oh, round goes the Viper Nisa Mercedes. So yeah, that's a 34 lap stint on since the last fuel for Red Camels into Beausset.
It's 4:30 in the afternoon, Ben, and it's that time of the day when the track becomes slick.
Yeah.
And maybe this is why we're seeing a few cars spin. The 65, I was about to say harmlessly spinning. It is for itself. I'm not sure the Audi R8 driver, that might have been the Simpson Motorsport car or the Haas car, but that driver might think, no, Bradley, that was quite tricky for me. How to take avoiding action.
Have you got another stint in the pits? Can't remember.
Say again?
I can't remember if you got another stint in the pits or not.
Yes, I have.
Oh, you have? I'm going... Tell the story of the New Zealanders as we check in once again with Mika Panu. He seems to always be in that car. And maybe he needs to be always in that car. Is that another Pro-Am entry? Yes, it is. So the AMs need to do half of the running. And what is the lineup in that car look like? Between Mika and Mana Malmazak, they need to do half of this race, and then Nick Foster and John Lester can do the other half. So they are very similar to Era and approaching it actually in a very similar way by getting the AM driver time sorted as early as possible. And in fact, the two of them are on track here together, although that is Ryan Diel 1 lap behind the Lamborghini.
Now, what was Ryan's time there? We did say we were going to pick up on that. 2 minutes 5.7. That was his first flying lap. He's on his second flying lap out of the pits after the pit stop, heading down the Mistral towards Saint. Is that how you say it, Saint? Sings? Signa. All these years I've been saying it wrong. He's been not so much held up, but he's got traffic. And that looks like it's the Lamborghini, isn't it? The Prime Speed Sport car. That's not too far away from him. He'll be getting a lap back on that car if he can overtake it, and that's probably what. And yeah, flashing lights there indicate that Ryan Diel is very determined to get by the Lamborghini and get a lap back from it. It's one of the cars ahead of him in this race, so he needs to get the overtake done as quickly as possible and continue his progress, using a little bit more of the track there, just keeping that momentum down the start-finish straight now. Another lap clicked by. He is 2 minutes 6.7. He's been hampered in getting that fast lap, or those fast laps completed. Through turn 1 and into turn 2. It's a left-right chicane, go over a brow, and then through the sweeps towards this end of the track. It's very, very difficult to overtake here.
Indicator on there from the Lamborghini.
Right, so the Lamborghini could see the flashing lights of the Ferrari, the Era Motorsport Ferrari 81 now through, just getting towards the two right-handers, and then the sweeping left onto the Mistral corner leading. This is the iconic shot, the iconic tails away shot from Paul Ricard. And as they head onto the Mistral now, Ryan Diel, maximum speed into the braking area for the Nord chicane.
So that's going to be the last stint for the amateurs in the Lamborghini, I would say. Mika Panu and Mana Malmazak have both coming up to completing 6 hours. They need to do 6 hours. Maybe they need to do another stint, actually. And then we'll probably see Nick Foster and John Lester come to the end of the race and finish the race. But very similar approaches by both of these teams to get the way they get to the finish with that many hours still remaining. That didn't make any sense. That was the weirdest. That was the weirdest
We've
sentence.
got air conditioning in here. There's no excuse for heat stroke.
Do you know
in
what?
here.
Air conditioning sort of only just works because
it's perfect.
As soon as you open the door,
Ben, honestly, you need to go outside.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
And it's your break soon. Yeah, you're going outside any moment now.
Come on.
You go outside, feel the heat, then come back in and tell me this air conditioning is not working. It is perfect. Right,
I'm not saying it's not working, it's just not as efficient as it perhaps could be.
It's fine, mate, honestly. DL's getting towards the final stages of the lap, and we want to see what sort of time he's putting in. And there it is, at 2 minutes 5. That's the first quick lap we've seen from him. Getting up to speed now, making his way through the traffic. Next on the list is, what's that gap there? It's fifth one. Oh, he's got 2 minutes to make up. He's in amongst the 992 class cars now, so he's going to take chunks of time, 4 or 5 seconds a lap of time out of the Mana Motorsport Porsche and the Red Camel car. They're the two cars ahead. Then he'll get onto the tail end of the GT3 classes and then continue his journey forward.
Change of the lead because Nico Bastian's in the pit. Early doors, and then they'll do the AM stuff later, so they're opposite to ERA and opposite to Lamborghini.
And if our calculations are correct, all 10 cars will go across the start-finish straight at the checkered flag, all side by side. If our calculations are correct. Correct, that is, which would be ridiculous. So, out of the pits has come Simon.
Well, so just had a stop. They had to put a new nose cone on that car. The run plan that they had for Dwight anyway, so perhaps wasn't as bad as it could have been had it been early on. But yes, of course it affects it. And you know, to be fair, when a lot of the cars run a real-time onboard, so you go down into the box and you can see the onboard. And, you know, obviously we see onboards, but intermittently. But the team have
the teams are following the. There's no hiding from a for a driver these days.
No,
there's no. They're actually watching in car from the onboard the whole race.
Yeah, when you look at the real-time telemetry, there's a screen which shows you, so you've got obviously the onboard as we would see, where you can see what the driver's doing. There's then also, we see sometimes this in Formula One, for example, you see a graphic which shows you throttle position, brake position, what gear you're in, speed, revs, that kind of stuff. So that's on there as well. But it even has tyre pressures, it has tyre temperatures, it has brake pressure, all real time. Now, most motorsport folks will know that there's a lot of telemetry on a race car anyway, so but it's rarely real time. It's usually, you know, you download it when the car comes in, and then you can access it. Then the drivers and engineers can sit down and go, okay, this is what the car's doing, this is what the driver's doing, and so
and they look at that retrospectively, don't they?
That's not ideal, is it?
Well, we've got a bollard that's rolling into the track now. Whether that rolls off away from any kind of racing line, and it is, it's doing its job really well. In fact, it's rolling into the arms of the marshals. So we had a bollard knocked out of trackside, one of the bollard, the big yellow things that are on the inside. That was completely ripped out of its mountings, and then thankfully it just rolled off, didn't it? Very nicely. Didn't cause any consternation, didn't cause the need for any kind of code 60 cautions or anything. So we continue on.
We do indeed. So yeah, just finishing off the point about the telemetry, etc. Then they can obviously see what's going on. The other thing, this car that we see on track now, the 98 car, the erstwhile leader, our pole position car, the Into Africa car run by Dragon Motorsport. Sounds like just overhearing conversations between various people that understand what happened.
Very content, especially we as a team felt gutted after Misano, after losing out the P1. So we came in here with absolutely no expectations. And we were happy. We also test drove the Mercedes AMG car, and so got a lot of track time because of that. And of course, looking forward to the Treventec Porsche Cup car, which is very important to us. And yeah, very pleased. And yesterday we did have we were at a crossroad in terms of setting up the car. You know, I think we drivers wanted a different setup and Red Ant, but we managed to find amicable, mutual understanding. And
what is the process then, Ajith? You've got 3 drivers that all want a different car. How is there a compromise?
No, I think the good thing about Fabio and Diffuse, they drive. We set up the car to my driving skills, and they drive around the car. In the practice, we try to make sure the car is set up as per their driving skills, and for me to understand how twitchy and how nervous the car can behave when it pushes. So it's a good learning curve. Yes. But very happy with my first stint, but I messed up the pit stop. I messed up. That takes a lot of understanding, I guess. Well,
I mean, you know what? In fairness to you, you're in a development year. You're new to this form of racing. So, it's very difficult. If it was easy, the likes of myself would be doing it. You guys, it's a hard job in all aspects.
Being too hard on yourself. I think anybody who loves motorsports or cars, I'm sure a couple of hours, a couple of practice sessions, everybody will be there. You know, because I think that's how passionate we are all about motorsports. So I don't think you'll find it that difficult.
Well, you're being very humble and very kind. We've created a massive fan base in your home country in India. I mean, how are the fans reacting to endurance racing over there?
Like I would say, I feel blessed to have such a fan following. I come from a very modest background, a lovely family, parents, siblings, my wife, my children. I couldn't do all this without their support, you know. And then the fans who watch my films have started following motorsports, and vice versa. The motorsport fraternity is starting to take an interest in Indian films now, so yes. I'm happy if it's a win-win situation for everybody concerned. But at the end of the day, I just want motorsports to be as popular as cricket back in India.
Yeah, that's a big ask. Now then, Brad Pitt has just done an F1 movie. Brad Pitt has just done the F1 movie. Are we going to see Ajith Kumar do a 24H series movie for India, maybe?
I guess maybe Fast and Furious, F1, because I normally perform my own stunts in the film. So, right. Yeah, if there's a calling, why not?
Yeah, absolutely.
For Fast and Furious sequel or the sequel on F1, yeah, why not?
We could call it Red Ant Racing or something.
Red Ant Ajith Racing, you know?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so a lovely collaboration between us. And a special thanks to Red Ant, the crew, Mr. Bert, Mark Goosen. They're such wonderful people. So I guess if I'm performing to a decent level, the credit goes to the boys and the team. I mean, they're so wonderful. I love them and I love you all. Thank you for supporting motorsports. Extremely grateful. Thank you so much.
When are you back in the car? When do you go back out?
I'll probably know after Fabian is back, because the weather, we want to see how it suits us.
Go and cool off and recover. Thank you. Great to talk to you as ever.
You could see Ajith Kumar's brain starting to melt at the end of that interview. He definitely needed to be released to go and get some water in him. He mentioned the pit stop, 6 minutes 32 in total, unfortunately for the...
So he's getting very close. We've got a smoking number 28, which is the Mercedes.
TFT car, isn't it?
Yeah, the TFT. Now, that looked like it could be wheel arch. If you look, where's that smoke coming from?
That's coming from high up. It's either fuel or something to do with... It looked like it was coming from just behind the driver's door, which is potentially where the fuel filler is.
Right, and it's only when it's going through right-handers, so the fuel's pouring. Now, has that car just been into the pits? There it is, there. 8 laps, yes, it has.
Yeah,
no, it doesn't. No, let me just find that.
What's this? Let's have a look at some lap times and see what we're doing. Yeah, it looks slow. That middle sector is like 3 seconds off of... 3 seconds off of what it would normally do.
That's interesting.
Now, I don't know if that's the driver, because I don't, Charlet, I'm not sure of his experience, or whether that is an issue, technical issue.
He's done 2 laps, so that's full of fuel.
That's leaking, isn't it? That looks like a fuel valve that's stuck open. That will be, if he doesn't come in on his own, that'll be a black and orange flag, 100%. Also, if I'm the team, that thing could go boom at any moment, couldn't it? If that is fuel.
Well, yeah, that especially it's kind of fine at the moment because the airflow is going to probably blow out any conflagration. It's through the right-handers, isn't it? When the fuel's sloshing towards the filler.
He's coming in.
But yes, I would imagine so. Now, this is the tricky bit. It's when the car goes slowly. If that fuel gets onto a hot exhaust, there's going to be fuel residue down there. Fuel is a liquid, petrol is a liquid, isn't the problem, it's the gas. Just on the surface of the petrol liquid.
He's going into the pits, not to the fuel station, which would suggest...
He's only done 2 laps, so let's go down to Dai. I would stay clear of the Mercedes as it gets towards you.
Yeah, I know. We're stepping back, just moving the cameraman out of the way there, as the car just lands onto the pit apron now. The TFT Racing Mercedes AMG GT3. As you were saying, I can't speak to anyone at the team at the moment because okay, well they've made an adjustment there, so possibly
close the filler cap, I think.
Yeah, I think so. I saw them. It was on the opposite side to me, but I could see what they were doing, and the car's gone back out. So they've given it a little clean cloth, secured it on. So hopefully that has solved that issue.
It's an actual filler clip, isn't it? It's not a push. It's not a push on. They're using regular service station fuel pumps like you would use on your road car. So that's a clip. That's a clip stop. So it's basically been left undone for 2 laps since it came out the pits.
It could be, without looking at it closely, there are some of them which have are basically like on a spring load where you push in and you load the thing. And as you say, because we're using what they basically do at the fuel stops is, well, yes, but that goes into a fuel churn, and then the churn goes into the thing.
No, not here. No, it's the filler from the service pump.
Okay, got it. Yeah,
like you do with your own car. So the fuel fillers on these cars for this series you've got to move away from them push fit churn kind of fillers to basically just a clip cap that pops open, and they just haven't pushed the cap shut, and it's popped open.
Well, very fortunate for them that it didn't cause a more dramatic situation there. And doesn't look like it's cost them too much time. But looking at Charlet, just to see what sort of lap times he's doing and where he's going to end up relative to his colleagues in the other car, or in the car rather, that have been in it previously. Obviously, we've seen it being very quick in the hands of the other guys a little bit early on. So
well, it's going to cost them time, isn't it? They were 8th. They were actually running in the Pro-Am class in 3rd, so that's a potential podium position. They had 2 minutes 10, so they had almost a lap on the Sonderlock car. The Sonderlock team, the junior team Audi, is going to come back towards them. And that's, considering the pit lane, Simon, I think we worked it out, was it you who said 1.1 kilometre?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a long pit lane.
Yeah.
However, he didn't come in the full 1.1 kilometres because he missed the fueling station.
Well, exactly. So
it still cost him a chunk of time, in fact.
But just looking at some of the times that people are doing at the moment, we've got, most of the really quick cars like Backler, for example, 2:04.443. Now, I think the tracks got slower, just generally. I think if you look at what happened as the day unfolded, we tended to find, that the conditions mode potentially affect the level of grip that you've got. As we're now, obviously, we're nearly at 7 hours now. So that could be a factor. But so in which case, a 2:04.443, which is just over a second slower than the quickest lap that we've seen of the race, which is a 2:03.1, I believe, unless it's changed since I popped away, which was Crowell. I think he improved on his own fastest lap So let's have a look. Yeah, 2:03.170.
If you consider, Simon, that this is the time of day that we ran qualifying last night, and everybody was complaining that the track was slick, the cars were sliding around. The pole time was a 2 minutes 3.292. We've got the fastest lap of the race was
2:03.170. So that's quicker than pole, which is Crowell.
So it's about right, but we haven't. Yesterday at this time, we hadn't ran since 9 AM.
Yeah.
So the track was kind of ebbing and flowing. But I think it's the heat in the tarmac at this time of day. That's what's causing the track to be slippy.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, just looking at what everyone else is doing, you know, 2:06 is the first two cars, 7, a 5.1 for Backler, 6.0, 6.1. Yeah, most of the quick cars and drivers are doing sort of 5s and 6s, 2:05s and 6s, which is just looking down the order. Yeah, Ryan DL, 2:06.7.
I think that's traffic. He was being...
Yeah, but then, you know, 2:06.1 for Campos, 2:06.0 for Heyer. In the red ant car, he's one of the quicker drivers in that car. Backler, as you'd expect, to be ridiculously fast. He's just such a quick driver, isn't he? Yeah. So yeah, looking at the Nova back on circuit, just caught the drone just above it there. Look, can you see it?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
DL's best is a 2 minute 5.1. He's averaging 2 minute 6.
Yeah.
0.3. So it's a good, strong pace.
Yeah.
Let's head back down to the pits. Diana, who have you got for us?
Hi, Joe.
Diana, are you still there?
I can hear you very faintly, but I have Mana Malmazak from Prime Speed Sport, the Lamborghini Huracan, the number 42. Mana, earlier on I came to talk to you, but you just jumped out of the car. You've had time to cool down now. Yeah. How would you describe your stint out there on track?
It was better than the first one, for sure. My first one, I didn't have time to connect my cool suit, so I was cooking inside. It was probably around 50 degrees. And the heartbeat was really high. When you have the cool suit, it's another thing. It's another day. So the second stint was way better. It was better than the first one, for sure. My first one, I didn't. The second stint was way better. I could breathe. I had time to actually enjoy the track. It's a really beautiful track, I must say. It's our first time here, and we come from New Zealand. I'm French, but I've been living in New Zealand for now 17 years, so I consider myself as a Kiwi, the French Kiwi. And I'm happy to be here. It's quite an experience. It's our first time, it's not the last. We will be back here. By the way, I'd like to thank Creventic for the organization. It's great. Everything works as planned. It's a beautiful day, it's a beautiful place, so we're loving it, all of us. So not only we race, but we're having fun, even with pain sometimes, but you know, no pain, no gain, that's what we say, and it is true. So we have to accept the pain to get the reward. And yeah, so far so good, we're quite happy. We still have 4 hours to go, a little bit more. Our best drivers will actually now work the last stint, and hopefully we'll be on the podium. That's what we came here for.
So, Mana, let me just ask you, let me take you back to the decision to come and be involved in the 24H series with Creventic. What was it about it that made you decide to come and take part?
Well, we actually did the Misano race last year and we loved it, but we were not ready to actually enjoy the full championship. Last time we did the Asian Le Mans series. That was quite a series, hard, and we didn't have time to get ready and do the whole Creventic series. So we're here to enjoy the place. We're here to you know, get to know the car better, and we will definitely do the Middle East. And we'll see what's happening next year. But we're having a lot of fun. It's great. It's really nice. Yeah.
So what have you learned so far about the car then during the time that you've had behind the wheel?
Well, you know, actually we learn every day, and every race are very different. The heat, this track is very technical. We've been on different tracks, but this is very technical. High speed corners, double apex. So we learn a lot of things, and I'm still a rookie. I'm still an amateur, but there's a lot to do. and it's the journey that really matters. You know, if you're on the right journey, it doesn't matter if you get to the end, but you know you're on the right one. Yeah. And it's like Paulo Coelho, the alchemist, says you have to accomplish your personal legend, and this is what we are doing now with all our team. We've all been together for 5 years now. Some of our team members have never fly out of New Zealand, so we're quite happy. I'd like to thank my wife as well, because she's, you know, she had to bear the cost of all of this, and I'd like to thank also the sponsors that are following us. But I think we're lucky to be here, so may as well just go hard and go as long as we can. It's a good experience.
It's been an absolute pleasure to chat to you, and welcome on behalf of everyone at Creventic. Great to have you here.
Thank you. Thanks to all. Thanks to the organisation, and I'll see you at the end. Hopefully, we'll have something to enjoy and to celebrate. And if not, it will be the next time.
Perfect.
Thank you.
So his full name is Mana Malmazak. So Mana is obviously an abbreviation.
Yeah.
And
thankfully for us,
property development company in New Zealand. French Polynesian turned Kiwi. Also been involved in ocean sailing as well as racing cars. And as he said, did some of the Creventic stuff at the start of the year in the Dubai and Abu Dhabi, and previously raced in New Zealand amongst other things. So yeah, interesting addition, isn't it, having those guys here? It's lovely to have that. John O'Lester, very well known. Nick Foster, very well known. Mana, less so, but obviously very charming guy. Lovely to hear from him, and I think he thanked everyone except us, Joe.
Yeah, he didn't really have to.
He didn't really have to, no.
And and quite an apt livery as well from a New Zealand team.
Well, here's a conundrum for the man. You know, he's obviously originally French. He's now in New Zealand. What happens when the rugby's on?
Rugby World Cup's going to be a dilemma.
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't it?
It's easy, really.
And I'm pretty sure
cheer for the Kiwis.
French Polynesia has a rugby team as well.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, that's a bit of a dilemma.
So this is an interesting little scrap, isn't it? Klaus Bachler is up behind Danish Vasek. So Bachler, this is position.
Yeah, it is.
This is position, isn't it? This is the battle for second place. So
this Simon is soon to be a battle for the lead, because the Continental Racing Simpson Audi is very much due a pit stop very, very soon, or relatively soon, 28 laps in, as Alexander Prince, who was second in the Hofer car, he's now come into the pits. So that battle there is very much, you could say, almost for the lead.
Yeah, and Bachler is so much quicker than Vasek at this stage. You know, Bachler is full pro, you know, world endurance champion, one of the best drivers in a Porsche anywhere in the world, in a very good, very well sorted car. And Vasek is a very good, but he's a semi-pro. He's certainly not at the level of Bachler. And you know, my money's only really on one guy in this outcome. But Vasek's a good little racer. He gets stuck in sharp elbows and all that, and he's certainly not going to give that up easily. As you said, these guys are also really, there is a championship element to this as well. You got first and fourth in the championship here at this point, so you know that's a factor too.
Pushing on, isn't he? Almost running out of track there through Saint.
This is an interesting move. Look at Bachler trying round the outside, and he's put, what a great move by Bachler. Put himself, put the slower Mercedes between them and just outfoxed Vasek. Beautiful bit of driving by Klaus Bachler.
And when you consider, Simon, he'll have been right on the outside of that very long sweeping curve on all of the marbles and the dirt, and he kept his toe in around the outside of both of those cars. The Ferrari completely bulked by the back marker, and that, as they cross the line, will be a change on the leaderboard. Into second place has gone Klaus Bachler. The Proton Huber competition Porsche now will want to eke out a bit of a gap and give themselves a bit of a cushion. But let's have a look at this again, Simon. What do you make of this?
Yeah, so look, he's looking at the traffic ahead. He sees the Merc sort of in the middle of the road, and understandably Vasek looking for the obvious route down the inside, and Bachler taking the less obvious route. I think he just about stayed within track limits and just read that beautifully. That's how you do it. That is years and years of racing at the highest level in World Endurance and other similar championships, where you have to make the most of the tiniest tiniest little gaps, as you know, Joe, when you follow Le Mans, you follow the other high-level championships. That sort of thing happens quite a bit with those guys.
And I think that was Douglas Koo in the Viper Nisa Mercedes. Remember, that's a rental from Red Ant for these guys, to keep these guys in the race. And Douglas Koo became aware of Backler on his outside. He kept out of it, didn't he? He did a little bit of compromise from the Merc, but in so doing, he was bulking the Ferrari even more.
Yes, exactly. The problem is with that situation, as a back marker, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. He's trying not to get in the way, and by trying not to get in the way, he's positioned the car quite reasonably in the middle of the lane, depending on when he saw those guys coming. It could be, as we see the 702 running very slowly, it could be that the team had got on the radio and said, just be aware the leaders are coming, or the front runners are coming up to lap you.
That's Solen Amarouche in the third place GTX Vortex. It's the 702. Solen was the driver behind the wheel of this car when it rolled to a halt. She said it had overheated and the car just stopped. Now, it's not so much stopped or overheated, but it's certainly, now it has stopped. Yes, now that is on the outside of the run to, I think, Sank corner.
Got it going again.
She's got it going again. Control-Alt-Delete. And running very slowly, staying off the track there as the rest of the field.
Very sensible that she's put the car well away from the racing line. With you think of that terrible shunt at Spa a couple of weeks ago, where the McLaren was running slowly, not on the racing line, but certainly not off the racing line, if you see what I mean. And obviously, Laurent Heinrich had absolutely no chance of seeing that car. So we know the consequences of having a slow-moving car in the line of fire, as it were. But it's sensible, intelligent, and considerate driving.
Well, as well as that, it's the nature of Paul Ricard, isn't it? With these huge tarmac runoff areas, allowing Solen to bring the car back. She's almost at the end of the lap now, coming through the final stages, and will make her way, keeping out of the way. The car seems to be running all right at a slow pace. Now she enters the pit lane proper and will be entering the pit lane. Dinah Binks is down there. Now the Vortex pit is right underneath us, and that's if you're at pit in, you are quite a way away. So Binksy might have a bit of a walk in the heat. The heat is not subsiding at all yet. Sun. Yeah, I thought you wouldn't be.
90, the E2P Racing Aston Martin Vantage.
Yeah, I thought Sod's Law would dictate that you were at the opposite end, and it's quite a way. But we'll keep our eye on. I mean, it's been a tale of woe for the Vortex team, hasn't it?
Looked like he went to fuel.
Did it?
Looked like he went behind to the fuel station, so it could have been just maybe running low on fuel, or fuel pressure issues. As we look at Chris Jones in the Venture AMG Mercedes GT4. Still leading that class. What's happening to the BMW? Is it? Just check I haven't tripped myself up. Yes, no, it is still leading. They're actually running 28th and 29th, the two GT4 cars.
Just going to see how long Chris has been at the wheel. He's done 27 laps at the wheel of... nope, that's not the Venture car. Hang on, talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah, so back at the front now, we've got, as you quite rightly surmised, the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport. Audi has pitted, is in fuel. Andre Solokosev.
33 laps for Chris Jones.
And Andre Solokosev is in. Whether there'll be a driver change, not sure. Stint, well, it's just obviously gone to pit time now, so we're looking at 2:36, 2:38, etc. Campos is also in, that we heard Dye is waiting for in the E2P Racing Aston.
He's done 35 laps in that Audi.
Yeah, so that's basically a full stint. It's ready potentially for a change. Don't know about the drive time, that's the only thing. So what else have we got going on? We've got Campos in, as we said. Nicholas Hellings is in the Haas RT car. Guessing that will be for fuel and tyres as well. So that's going to start to move some of the guys up in the top 12th at the moment. Julian Hanses in the Mana Motorsport 092. So we've got Hanses Muller Motorsport leading Holmgaard in the Holmgaard Motorsport 992, and then Fabian Dance in the Red Camels is third. So
Racing, the Aston Martin Vantage, the number 90, has just come onto the pit apron. There is a driver change, and they are changing tyres as well on this car. So it is Antonio Sonero who's jumping in behind the wheel now to take over driving duties of the Aston Martin just while they finish up. Bit of a slightly delayed pit stop here. They seem to have a problem getting the front left off, but that seems to be all now. And it's fired up and it's on its way.
Thank you, Di. That's the Aston Martin of E2P Racing, currently 8th. Still in contention though, Simon. All of these cars in the top 10 are in contention with the way that the AM drivers and the pro drivers are being used in the cars. And I jokingly said to Ben before he went off for his break that if our balance of performance calculations are right, then all 10 cars will cross the line side by side at the checkered flag.
Wouldn't that be a sight? Like a great big Formula Ford race. It'd be wonderful,
Yes.
wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Backler pushing on lap times wise, 2:06.1 last time round, so that gives you an indication of just how the track condition is at the moment, because the quickest lap set by Backler in that car earlier on was a 2:03.6, so you're looking at 2.5 seconds slower than the ultimate pace, and most of the other cars are lapping around about that pace. Looking down the list, Kenneth Hayer in the red Ant Mercedes, 2:06.8, Ryan DL, 2:06.8, yeah, so 2:06.9 for Mika Panu, 2:06.3, sorry, for Mika Panu in the Prime Speed Sport Lambo. So they're all, that sort of lap time seems to be good as we look at the dive down the inside by the 72 car. Tom Jackson in the GT Racing car. Cool livery this year, this race rather, just ahead of the Hoffel car, the number 11 of Michael Kroll. So that's running in 7th, the Hoffel car, and the car of GT Racing, get the words out in a minute, sorry about that, it's 22nd at the moment with Tom Jackson. Tom, obviously a British driver, raced in the UK in all sorts of things, and single seaters and sports cars as well. Do you remember Tom from back in the day when he was doing I think it was Formula Renault, I seem to remember, or something like that, or Formula 4. Yeah, good little driver.
Yeah, I remember.
And from not a million miles away from where Jake's based, actually, in Kent, in Maidstone way. So, there you go. Fascinating fact.
Right.
He's from the same town.
Ryan DL, who was in the era Ferrari, has done 19 laps. He's got an average of 2:06.
Yeah.
His best time was at 2:05. I mention him because this is the part of the race where we suspected we would see the era Ferrari moving up the order. They've cycled through their AM drivers. We've calculated that they perhaps need another hour out of one of their AMs.
Yes,
and
correct.
then we will get and then we will see Ryan and Jake Hill being cycled through their driver rotation, and that will take them to the flag with an optimized run to the flag, effectively, isn't it?
Exactly. So my understanding is I think Andreas has got another hour to do.
Right.
And so I think Ryan will potentially double stint, and then Andreas do a bit, and then Jake double stint, possibly to the end, or possibly Ryan might get back in again. So I think when you look at the pace between Ryan and Jake, either or are very similar on lap pace. So whichever of those drivers is in the car, they're going to have the maximum amount of what the car can offer. And just as I think we are talking about said car, no, yes it is. Is that the back there? No, that's, I'm sorry, get confused. I thought that's the Lambo, isn't it?
That's the All Blacks.
The All Blacks, yeah.
Blacks, isn't it?
Do you reckon they did a hacker before the race? That'd be quite cool.
That would be the thing to do, and we could open our show on the grid. We might want to have a mention with that.
We did
at Barcelona.
The A1 GP series went to New Zealand. I was lucky enough to go down there.
Really?
And
did they run a Taupo?
They did run a Taupo, yeah. And they did one of the evening events. They had some Maori warriors do the haka properly. Do it. It's one of the most sensational things. We've all seen it before an All Blacks match, but it was absolutely superb.
Go on,
yes,
Di.
Yes, Di.
Talking about Taupo New Zealand A1 GP, I did one there as well, and actually got so dehydrated they had to take me to the emergency doctor on site at the circuit. I've never been so ill before in my life. I couldn't actually even bend over. I was in so much pain.
Is that because you did the hacker die? Is that what you said?
No, but I have to say I did perk up when I saw the doctor.
No.
Because he was lovely. Just thought I'd tell you.
Well, one of the most embarrassing things that happened to me, I was doing some pit reporting there with Lee McKenzie, who you all know. Obviously, she's currently doing Wimbledon and Formula One, amongst other things. And I was kind of thrown in the deep end last minute to interview somebody, and I didn't know who it was until the last minute. It said it's the New Zealand Prime Minister, and
wow.
And just to get a quick reaction.
Yeah.
And I genuinely didn't know who the New Zealand Prime Minister was, and I said to my producer, where is he? And he went, she is standing next to you. Yeah. I was like, oops. So I do apologise to any Kiwis watching for my complete and utter lack of knowledge.
That was a long time ago.
That was, I think, about 2007.
Yeah,
2008.
I was going to say, that's almost 20 years ago, would you believe?
Yeah, exactly. It's sorry about that, folks. What a wonderful place, though. One of the most beautiful countries I was ever.
Love their motorsport as well. I mean, when you consider how many Kiwi, those small couple of islands have produced some very, 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 very big names in the world of motorsport.
Exactly. Fabulous article in Motorsport magazine a couple of months ago, and it was literally saying, this is the roster, and it went through the current roster: Scott Dixon, Marcus Armstrong, Shane Van Gisbergen, Scott McLaughlin, Liam Lawson,
Bruce McLaren.
But current.
Current, yes. Yeah.
So obviously Bruce McLaren, Chris Amon, Denny Hill.
Howden Ganley. One of the best motorsport books I've ever read.
Brilliant, isn't it? The
Road to Monaco.
Road to Monaco, yeah. I got that signed by him. It was
Did you really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's what
he was signing it at the BRDC at one of the touring car events.
It's one of the most the easier to read books on motorsport. It's so anecdotal.
Yeah.
And I urge everybody to read The Road to Monaco by Howden Ganley. It's probably hard to find now.
Yeah,
probably going to pay a lot of money for one, but try and get a copy out of a library if libraries in the UK even exist anymore.
Well, I'm fortunate enough to spend quite a bit of time with another Kiwi motorsport legend, Dick Bennett, who owns West Surrey Racing.
Yeah. You forget that Dick Bennett is a Kiwi.
Yeah, I think he forgets sometimes.
Yeah, I'm sure he does.
But whenever he says bottle, tin, that's how you get it. And he's one of the other directors at West Surrey Racing, Mike Ewan, another Kiwi. So you get that very distinctive Kiwi accent. And obviously, Dick, what a legend. I mean, apart from the success in British touring cars, go back to Formula 3, winning the British Formula 3 Championship with Jonathan Palmer in 1981, a certain guy called Ayrton Senna in 83, Mauricio Gugelmin in 85, Rubens Barrichello 91, Mika Hakkinen 90, all with West Surrey Racing.
I know, easy legend. They say the theory is why so many motorsport greats have come out of New Zealand, and so when I say motorsport greats, the likes of what on earth is going on there? The likes of I pressed something, the video call clicked in. When it comes to motorsport engineering, and why is such a small area of the globe produce such amazing abilities and characters, and it's that island mentality of supply chain. Yeah. And they didn't have a massive amount of spares for anything. So it was a case of making it yourself and fabricating it yourself. So when I say fabricate, I mean chassis, suspension components. You fix it. You don't just replace it. And that attitude, that mental attitude of let's fix it and let's push on, comes with the culture of the New Zealand motorsport culture.
Especially
so you can understand that theory.
Exactly. When you look back at there's a wonderful documentary, McLaren, about Bruce McLaren, and an equally fascinating book that talks about his early days. Exactly that. Building cars, developing and making their own cars to compete in, because there was you're just so far away from anywhere in those days. Getting stuff moved around the world wasn't like it is the work of a moment like it is now. But yeah, it's interesting, a little stat about three countries that are physically quite small in terms of population, but have made a massive contribution to motorsport. The first one, New Zealand, obviously. The other one is Bonnie, Scotland. Diana's from.
Isn't it? Yeah.
You look at 5 World Drivers' Championships, 4 4 Indy 500 wins. I think about 7 Le Mans wins over the years in the various different generations, plus the teams like Kyrgios, World Rally Champion in McRae, you know, all these magnificent drivers from Scotland. Pit reporters aren't so good, but the drivers are fantastic. But no, joking aside.
Can't understand what she says, really.
The other one is Finland. You know?
Finland as well, yes.
You know, 4 World Drivers Championships, 57 Grand Prix wins. Rosberg, 2 for Hakkinen, 1 for Kimi.
Right.
Countless, I think about 11 or 12 World Rally Championships, and goodness knows what else. So yeah, it's interesting, and our little country's done okay over the years as well, hasn't it? You know, the most amount of Grand Prix wins, World Championships,
still world leaders in motorsport engineering.
Yeah, exactly. So as much as we love those other countries, they're all wonderful. We're very, very proud of what the Great Britain and specifically England have achieved over the years. So
certainly.
Let's see. Anyway, let's talk about some racing cars on track at the moment. Klaus Bachler leading by just over a minute now from Kenneth Heyer.
Is this the first time we've seen Kenneth Heyer in the Red Ant car? I think it is.
I think it might be. We'll have a little look back on our graphics in a moment and work it out.
So we're going to finish the majority of this for just under 5 hours with Kenneth doing a lot of the driving, I would think. Now.
Exactly,
We've cycled through the drivers we need to.
So it's going to be interesting now, isn't it, to see, you know, Bachler, if he's got, obviously as a pro, he's got a maximum 4 hours drive time. And I think if we have a look back, he will have done certainly 2, maybe 3 hours of that, I think, by the end of this stint. So it won't be far off of completing his drive time. And then obviously Manuel Lauk started and did a fair bit early on. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they, strategy-wise, use their drivers for the remainder of this race. You know, as we said, we're just under 5 hours now remaining, and a few drivers starting to move up, as you surmised. You know, we're going to see, I think, the Pro-Am battle could get quite interesting. Of course, the lead car overall is also the leader in Pro-Am, which is that Proton Huber Porsche that we've just been looking at. We are now on board with Klaus Bachler as he comes up on the TFT Mercedes. And I think that's going to be a fairly straightforward move. Patrick Charlet is about 5 seconds a lap slower than Bachler. And but look, that Merc's not slow in a straight line, is it?
Kenneth actually did the second stint.
And then they get the GT4.
Stint, so he hasn't been in the car since lap 64. He jumped in second to Kobe de Bruyker. So we've then cycled through de Bruyker. He's done a chunk of time, and now with Kenneth at the wheel, he's doing his second stint of the race. So we expect to see that car going well. All semi-pros in the Red Ant car, by the way.
Yep. So that obviously gives them an advantage across the 4 drivers, because they're all a similar kind of level of performance. As we've already discussed at length, you know, most of the cars have got, you know, one extreme to another. You've got a top pro as the 11 Hoford car going slowly. You know, if that was a minor incident or whether that's an issue with the car. Now, that currently sits 7th overall. And yes, Di, what do you got for us?
That pit apron, so I'm just going to keep my eyes on it now to see what's going on. But the team are checking the rear of the car. They're checking the tyres. They're putting the jacks underneath there. I think they're going to take that in to the garage. It's Tracy Crone that was behind the wheel, and he's just jumped out of that car. I think the heat might be he got a bit too much for Tracy. I think he needs a bit of help.
Interesting. Sorry, Di. Yeah, hopefully he's going to be okay. Get some rest and some water and a bit of cool air, and should be okay. But interestingly, he was saying yesterday, it's no different to at home here. But not ideal for anyone. As we've already discussed at length, that some of the GT3 cars run an aircon system. The Carrera Cup cars, the 992s don't. So it's going to be.
Yeah, they've taken the car into the garage, guys, and obviously Tracy's just been helped into a seat there, so he's obviously struggling a fair bit in the heat, but he's okay. He's with
there's
his
no
wife,
air conditioning in that car,
down, getting some water. Yeah, so the car is in the garage. They're obviously doing some work inside the garage now. They're taking all the tyres off. They've plugged in, so they're obviously checking the information, and I think it's Philip that's behind the wheel now. So yeah, these guys are set about doing some work here. I'll find out what's going on and just come back to you. I want to make sure that Tracy's okay.
Yeah, we'll give Tracy Krohn a little time to cool down and decompress, as Philip Amprecht will now take the wheel of the 907. Hopefully there's not too much wrong with that car. Are we looking, Simon, do you think, do you have any inside info regarding any brake changes that we might see?
I think it's unlikely, certainly from experience of the 24-hour races. It's normally only in the 24 hours that they do a mid-race change.
And it's about 13 hours, isn't it? So.
Yeah, and for those of you folks that may have not seen what a GT3 team do when it comes to a brake change, it's one of the most impressive things you've ever seen. They will change the whole, effectively change the whole hub. It's a quick-release system that allows them to take the discs and pads and caliper off in one unit.
In one piece, yeah.
It's a dry brake system, so obviously you don't have to bleed the brakes like you would with changing the brakes normally. And then it just bolts back in again. And I think, off the top of my head, I think they can do it in about 15 to 20 seconds if everything works smoothly. Yeah. Which
and remember, when the mechanics are working in that environment, it is a very, very hot unit that you're lifting off.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking
at the skin, it'll burn through to the bore.
Oh, for sure. I mean, they have to use special clamps, etc. So, yep. Looking at the 907 car, be interesting to see if they've got a drama.
Always a bad sign, Simon, on a Porsche 911. This is a 992 Porsche, of course. When the engine at the back of the car, when the engine hood comes up, and there's an engineer with a laptop and nothing else happening.
Yeah.
Engineer's plugged in the laptop. He's downloading the data. He's finding out from the ECU what is going on with the engine. And that is always a bad sign.
Yeah, that is.
When that's all that's going on.
We were talking, Ben and I were talking about this earlier when we saw the issue with the Into Africa car, and it is literally like, where do you start? You know, modern road cars, let alone race cars, it's all based off of, you know, diagnostics equipment now. We see this every form of motorsport. I see it at a touring car meeting. The guys from the engineering team will just plug everything in and they go, okay, this is what's happening and this is what we need to do.
Gone are the days of taking your distributor cap off and turning it over to see if you had a spark, isn't it?
Yeah, or
well removed.
Giving it, blowing into it to get the water out of your Mini's distributor cap.
Yeah.
Put a bit of silver foil in front of it to stop the water getting on it.
I look back at those days, not with rose-tinted glasses, but with contempt.
Yeah. Well, the problem is that unreliability was just kind of part of the game,
wasn't it? Yeah.
Car won't start. The excuse, I'm sorry I'm late for work, my car wouldn't start, doesn't really wash in 2025, very rarely. And, you know, obviously.
We were talking about this the other day. When you went on any kind of long journey, which meant a long journey of more than 2 hours, you went with a full toolkit and spares pack.
Yeah.
Plug leads, plugs, distributor cap, set of contact breakers, and as much as you could get in the boot. Let's head down to Di. Is there a spark there, Di?
No, I'm still with RPM Racing, the number 907. They think the drive shaft is broken, so they're doing. Philip's now jumping out of that car. They've got it inside the garage, as you know, and it's now on the jacks at the back, and they're working at the back. So that doesn't look like it's going to be going anywhere anytime soon, but they are working on the rear of the car. They're thinking, as I said, that it's a broken drive shaft.
Great shame for that team.
Yeah, it is a great shame, because this team was in contention for at least an AM podium, a 992 AM podium. And if anything, if you look at we had the championship up, this team looking very strong for a 992 AM championship. I mean, it's all right. It's not the result they want, but they will fix the car. I'm pretty sure they will fix the car. Still got 4.5 hours of racing left, so you know what can happen. What has happened to them can happen to other cars.
Absolutely. You know, we've still got a lot of time, as you quite rightly said, and it's interesting because obviously as we were saying, the engineers, the Porsche guys were plugging everything in and having a look. A drive shaft's a mechanical thing, obviously, so you would have thought that would have been a different way of diagnosing or fixing, but you know, maybe there were some other elements in that had caused that. It could have been something a little bit less than obvious. It's Ben's favourite livery, as he tells us.
It's quite
911.
It's quite retro, that, isn't it? It's quite basic, dark green with a red stripe, and it's got the retro Porsche logo across the bottom of the doors in kind of 70s style.
nothing could beat the simplicity of the original like Carrera. You know, the 2.7 Carrera, either white with the blue stripe or white with the red stripe down the side there. Just beautiful.
Which is what that's trying to sort of achieve with the Porsche stripe across the bottom of the door.
It's interesting. It's a bit like, and we're going to go into old man mode now. It's a bit like crash helmet designs. You look at some of the ones that we all know so well from back in the day, were nice, simple,
they were
straightforward, distinctive.
You know, I mean, these days, F1 drivers especially, they're changing their logos and their driver designs all the time, and yet right, okay, Simon, here we go. Ronnie Peterson,
blue with yellow edging around it.
Emerson Fittipaldi,
dark blue with a red sort of stripe across the top and around the sides.
Nicky Lauda,
orange with white. Well, then that was his first one when he originally was racing,
right. and
then later it was the orange with the Lauda L down the side, and white with a red Lauda L down the side.
Alan Jones,
white with just red pinstripes.
Yeah.
We could go all day on this, couldn't we?
Absolutely.
We'll even let Ben have a go at it. Pick his favourite.
He's a bit younger than us.
In fact, where we would lose, though, is if we got Ben's dad in here, and he would just actually blow us in the next week in terms of the legend that is Bob Constantinos, of course, forgotten more about motorsport than we'll ever know.
We will know.
Absolute superstar.
Well, that's the Porsche striping on the bottom of the door of the Nino Delft numbered car and Nino Delft team.
Ben's ears must have been burned. Well, actually, everyone's ears are burning in this heat, but literally, because we were just saying that's his favourite livery, and he wanders into the room to come and join us, and with a smile on his face as we look at the Audi just coming down the inside, the Chantelope car, which is currently sitting in 6th position, and that is Ernst Inderbitzien in the car at the moment, lapping in a 210s. Backer still lapping in a 205s. Hay are actually slightly quicker at the moment. DL quicker still. So Ryan DL, the quickest car on the circuit at the moment in terms of lap times. He's made his way up now into the top 10 with a little bit of progress still to go. I think looking at the way things are going for that car, if Ryan double stints, which is quite probable, I would suggest, based on the amount of drive time that he's got left, because this is his first drive in the car all day, actually. So this is, other than qualifying yesterday, he's done a very limited amount of time as Ryan. Of course, such a superstar driver, a winner at overall at Daytona, a class winner as well separately, and a class winner at Le Mans 24 Hours in the LMP2 class. Countless races. He's made his home in the States now, and one of the most successful and high-level drivers in sports car racing for the last 10 or 15 years is Ryan DL. Obviously still a proud Scotsman, but kind of shares a dual nationality with the USA. And it's great to see him involved with his good friend Kyle Tilley, who runs the team. Kyle, of course, as we mentioned earlier, off racing at Classic Le Mans in a Chevron and a Lotus Elite with his brother. But the ERA team have done a tremendous job in really getting themselves in the mix, and had a couple of podiums already in the European Series, and sitting 4th coming into this weekend. Interesting to see how that unfolds. But for Chantelope, well, what a successful team they've been. Everything in all kinds of sports car racing and various other forms of motorsport. And as we heard from their drivers earlier, they really have done a superb job to get the car competitive in this outing for this weekend. So still it is Klaus Bachler leading by just over 1 minute 13 from Kenneth Hayer in the second place Red Ant Mercedes, and then David Pagosian in the Continental Racing by Simpson Audi. So there are our top 3 in Pro-Am. We have Bachler leading from Patrick Charlet in the TFT Racing, who sits 2nd in PA Pro-Am, that is, and 4th overall. 3rd in Pro-Am is the Scuderia Praha car, currently being driven by Miroslav Fibo. And then as they go down the list, 4th in PA is the Chantelope car that we were just looking at. 5th would be the ERA Motorsport car, currently being driven by Ryan DL. And we welcome back the gentleman that we were just chatting about there, Ben Constantinos. I nearly said Bob then. That would have been fun. No disrespect to you, Ben, but
that's an ultimate compliment, isn't it?
Exactly.
What have I missed?
What have you missed? Well, we've had a few bit of a drama for the RPM team. for Tracy Crone came in.
Championship leaders.
Yeah, struggling a little bit with a technical issue, which we think from Dye's report is a drive shaft problem. And Tracy also, you could see, really literally felt the heat in that.
Oh, well, he said he was going to be fine.
He did. I did mention that actually when we heard that, but yeah, that's before you did a long stint on board with.
And HRT. Do we know why they're in the pits?
Yeah, I'm waiting for an update on that one.
Yeah, 25 minutes in the pits for HRT. I noticed that the Vortex, 2 of them got back out again.
Yes.
I went literally as I went down out of the commentary box, they were back on track, so that's good. But yeah, bad to lose HRT from the 992 category. They've been in the pits 25 minutes. Tracy Crone 15 minutes. And hopefully everyone else stood out. Oh no!
For racing now.
In the wall.
In the wall, though. So that's the car that was sitting in 7th overall, and
Michael Kroll at the wheel.
Second in the AM class, yeah.
Is that the exact same accident that we saw Viper Nisa have yesterday? It's at turn 11, so it could well be. Come out through senior, bounce around on the exit of senior, and then the car hooks back up and fires you into the inside wall. Code 60, of course. The opportunity to take to reset the order, and he's got going again. It might have just been a kiss. There's only the slightest mark on the concrete barrier there. It's a tyre mark.
Can't see the other side of the car though, can we? So let's just watch to see.
And it's code 60's been called, even if he is moving.
Can they cancel it? Can they cancel the code 60 now? He's going very slowly now. Is that precautionary or is that?
Well, no, hang on. Look at the steering. Look at the steering lock on the left side. He's steering right, but it's not. It is not steering right. I think the
broken steering,
steering arm on the right-hand side is damaged.
Yeah, and look, there's damage at the back of the car as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so it looks like he's topped and tailed that. Hopefully, we'll get a chance to see what exactly happened to the 11 car Michael Kroll. Here we go. Let's have a look. And code 60, as you quite rightly said, Ben. So coming through scene.
He's already through shot, and there he goes.
Cloud of smoke, spins it, backs it into the wall, and then blump into the side with the.
So similar to what Viper Nisa did yesterday, and it's just that running wide in a slight four-wheel drift through senior, and then at one point the car grips back up again and just fires you back on the inside. It's a crash that I've only seen this weekend here. I've seen many a crash around Paul Ricard. I've never seen somebody fired onto the inside wall like Viper Nisa and like Hofer, and he's stopped the car in the middle of the circuit. He's not going to try and limp that back, and that is even more of a disaster. Diana, down the pits, what have you got for us?
Something a bit different, the 9 and 11 Racing, the Porsche 911 GT3 992 class car. The number 10 has come into the pit lane. They've already changed the front brake pads twice, and now they're changing the rear brake pads for the first time. So they're at a bit of a loss as to why they're needing to do that, but they are doing it. So that's happening on this pit apron now as the one, I think it was the 81. Oh,
yep,
no,
that is the 81. That's the Era car coming in.
There's a lot of cars in the pits.
Yes,
they're
all coming in. Sorry,
yeah.
Yes, they're all coming in, but obviously they're down further down the pit lane. But I just thought I'd let you know about the 9 and 11
brake pads already, twice on the front and now on the rear.
Twice on the front and the first time on
and we're
the back.
only what 6 hours in.
Yeah.
Well, no, 8 hours in. But that's a bit of a worry that they're not getting the airflow that they need. Lots of cars coming into the pits under this code 60. It's lucky they didn't cancel it because Hofer have now stopped on circuit. They'll be able to be towed back, and but it just takes a lot longer to get towed back than if you can recover the car yourself. Looked as though it was okay.
Yeah, I mean, what we didn't see, because obviously it hit the back first and then it hit the front. It sort of slapped the front round as a result of the back going in. Whether it maybe damaged the drive shaft or something like that.
Yeah, and that's always the worry. And we saw Viper Nisa having to pull their chassis after a very similar incident. So that's real shame for the Hofer team that were right in the mix of things. So many are still in the mix of things in GT3.
Ryan Diel, when he came in, just looking at his pit stop time, was just over 2.5 minutes, which suggests that he did the 25% fueling.
Yeah, has
and
to.
They went back on.
Absolutely.
So I think a couple of people have done that. So I think Dial was scheduled to stay in for a double stint anyway, because this is his first drive. And he'd been running very quickly a couple of laps ago. He was the quickest car on track, certainly lapping at the same pace as Bachler and Heyer at the front of the pack.
Interestingly, Bachler not pitting yet, whether he's not on the right part of the circuit to take advantage of it. But the Red Ant car from second in the pits and almost completed their 25% fuel stop. Continental Simpson also in the pits. The Scuderia Praha comes past, but they've only done 7 laps, so you wouldn't want to pit after only 7 laps at Matthias 5.0, although if you talk to Paul Trustwell, he says always pit under code 60, just to top up the car if you need to, because it's a relatively free pit stop. But quite a few not subscribing to that one, and Praha staying out, maybe Santalok as well, although we haven't seen them come past yet. TFT staying out, but they're relatively new to the championship, so might not understand the nuances. E2P have made a pit stop, 2 minutes 30 for the Aston Martin. Antonio Saniero back out onto circuit. Was he in the car beforehand? Yes, he was.
He was, yeah.
And they were about halfway through that, well, third way through that stint. So again, we shuffle the pack, we roll the dice, we change everything.
Heyer coming back out now, so let's see where he pops out as a result of that. Black Bachler in for fuel now, so our race leader in, and as you can see, then you've got the Santalok car and the Red Ant car and the many laps down into Africa car all running together on track.
I reckon that could well be for position once it all shakes out. The 93 coming out just ahead of the 6th placed Audi. Maybe there's too much of a gap between them.
Well, remember the Scuderia Praha car hasn't come in, and I don't think the TFT car has either.
Bachler comes into the fuel bay now, and code 60 will be ending within 1 minute. So Bachler, if he stays in that fuel bay, will possibly be able to do a full fill, depending on how long it takes. I don't know if he's going to be quite there.
No, because the code 60, I don't think is going to end early enough for him. By the time they've done that, they'll have had to release, because he's only allowed to do the 25%, which is, as we've seen, looking at it, he's in 2 minutes. Yeah, he's done the fueling that he's allowed to do. Not stopping, I don't think. Is he stopping for? Yes, he is.
He did need, and he stops for tyres just as we go back to green flag racing.
And a driver change.
He needed a fuel stop. He needed, they've done 32 laps on that last stint, so he really did need a fuel stop. And to a degree, he gets a relatively free fuel stop, but he's going to lose time pitting under green flag and getting those tyres and driver change done. And that's going to be to the detriment of, you know, Red Ant, who were in a very similar situation, but they pitted 1 lap earlier. They've got their 25%, they've got their new fresh tyres on, but under code 60. So they are going to lose time here, Proton Huber, to Red Ant Racing. Out of the pits comes the Lion Speed. Oh no, so Ajith Kumar.
Ajith Kumar car, so let's see who is on board that at the moment. Oh, we've lost him on our screen. Ajith is on board once again.
RD Sainz Lamborghini's been there and thereabouts, third in AM at the moment, also in the pits having its service.
TFT have now come in, interestingly under green.
Yeah, okay.
I'm pretty sure they came in under green. I don't think they'd got in before the code 60 ended. So that's going to be interesting to see where they pop out.
Yeah, and they've had a weird little sort of pattern of, because they're Nico Bastian in the car for a full stint of 36 laps. Then they did a full service under green. Patrick Charlier did, what's that, 3 laps? 2 laps? Even maybe, yeah, 3 laps. Then came back into the pits again. And they did one, they didn't change the driver, presumably they changed the tyres, and then went back out for the rest of his stint, and it was a short stint for him as well. So something not quite up at TFT in terms of strategy, and now they're in the pits, and actually did come in just before the code 60 ended, but it doesn't matter. They can get in and refuel all the way to the top and fill it to the brim, but maybe not optimizing the strategy there at TFT. They're a new team to this championship, based out in Nagaro, racing in Ultimate Cup and the French GT Championship, and Oh, indeed.
What's going on with the
stops
Lambo?
and pit exits.
Now that, I wondered if he was just waiting for a moment just to let cars through, but that doesn't look like that. It looks like an issue of some sort, doesn't it?
This is Vaidis Mishuda, who has taken over the car. Bit of a, normally you'll see an alt-delete reset with the lights flash on and off. What the team don't want to see is themselves looking at themselves. They want to see what what we were showing them before in the car. Nothing quite as frustrating as a team to be watching and looking at the car going, what can we see, what do we know? And then the camera showing them.
Yes.
That means the pits needs to be shut, or they need to do something about the pit exit, because if you exit now, you're going to have to cut over the white line, which will be against race control regulations. So do we have to go back to code 60 again?
I think we will do if they don't, if that car can't move. And obviously the marshals are going to be reluctant to move it backwards, even though that would be a logical thing to do, because obviously, as we know, going backwards up the pit lane is never really an acceptable thing to do, even though it is technically still on the circuit. I'm not really sure actually what the you've got the pit exit line where the yellow flag is.
Yeah.
So from that point of view, my understanding is you are then on the circuit.
You're still in pit lane,
but officially you're on the track though.
Yeah.
Because that's also one of the things that happens is when you cross that line, that's when the driver recognition system kicks in.
Yeah.
When you've changed driver, and or even if you haven't changed driver, it tells you which driver's in the car, doesn't it? As you go out of the pit lane.
Okay, we're going code 60.
Yeah, that's got to be for that, hasn't it? I can't see what else it could be.
The lights did go off. He did try a full reset, and it didn't do anything. And TFT now comes in, so they're going to get a bit of a service under code 60 if it flies soon. They kind of have done most of it under green, but now it's code 60, so a little bit of a benefit. Possibly, how much longer will they be in the pits for? About half a minute of benefit of doing this rest of this service under code 60 conditions. And this is the kind of thing that makes or breaks your race, and it's all about luck. But they are in the pits, and just to explain, they are doing a service whilst everyone else is doing 60 kilometers an hour out on circuit, as opposed to doing an average speed of what, 140 or something.
Yeah.
So it's like doing a half stop.
Arrived on the pit apron. The team were there for quite some time waiting on that car to come in. They did do a driver change as well, as you quite rightly noted.
Yeah, TFT came in under code 60, but then it went back to green, so they were expecting initially to do a 25% fuel, and then it came back to green so they can take all the fuel, and it's gone back to code 60 again. Now, what's he do here? He's got to cut over the white line, and hopefully race control will appreciate that.
It's force majeure. If the pit lane's open, it's not the driver's fault. It's no different to a car that's stopped on the circuit. You don't drive into it or stop. You go around it. You find the safest thing to do in that situation. You could argue, I mean, if he'd gone over the white line as he did there and driven into the path of a car and caused an accident, that's different. But that, again, that's no different to doing that in a normal racing situation. You have to respect your competitors and drive accordingly. Just my humble opinion, that I don't think there was really much he could have done differently there. If the pit lane had been shut, that's a different story. Then obviously he wouldn't have gone out in the first place. You could argue that the etiquette should have been pit lanes closed and hold the cars at the end of the pit lane. But at the end of the day, the race director's decision was that wasn't required. It's not dangerous enough to do that. So I can see both sides of the argument, if you like. Stationary car pit exit shown on the timer screen. Well, we kind of knew that. The 910 Seb Lejeune car, where's that going to be sitting? It's currently was sitting, I think, 5th in class. Our leader is the Mana Motorsport car, but that's currently in fuel. Ryan Diel has come back in again. So we saw Ryan take a short fill under code 60, so that's going to give him another 25%, which will give him effectively a 50% fuel fill with the two lots of 25s. We saw the Continental car do that earlier, and that actually moved them up the order quite a bit. They're now currently sitting 3rd. So, and obviously in DL, they've got, along with him and Jake, they've got the two fastest drivers that are racing that car, so that will help them.
Yet more floppies being deployed on the outside of Senior. Actually, Ryan DL came in under yellow. He didn't come in under code 60.
Interesting. So he might have been able to go for a full.
Well, no, he wouldn't have been able to go for a full. He would, because it went code 60 whilst he was in fueling. Yeah. He would have only been allowed to take as much as he had in the tank at the time. It was so tight that he would have just done a 25%er. Here's the leader in 992, Mana Motorsport, up to 8th position overall now, and driving all the way through the pits. They didn't take advantage of the first code 60. And therefore that last stint was 36 laps, but they have taken advantage of this one, and it's Julian Hanses aboard the car. Having done a full stint, he is going again.
Oh, there's that painful looking front end of that car. my good friend Ben Constanduros, his OCD has been thoroughly set off by all that black tape over the front of that beautiful purple car.
Well, it's also one of the things I discovered in my little break there was it's not actually a air forcing in on the nose of that Porsche. It's a low pressure zone, so the air passes over the top of that gap and it pulls air out of the front of the car. So it's almost a reverse cooling system, and so possibly won't have so much of an effect by blocking it. That 888 car has also got a penalty at the moment, and they've got a gun problem down at Era by the looks of things. Taking a little bit more time to fit the rear right tyre, but they are generally taking their time, which is fine. We're under code 60, not losing too much. A big slam of the door to make sure it's shut. Just checking a little bit of play in the wheel bearing, and this maybe is a full driver change, isn't it? Because Ryan DL out and maybe Jake Hill back in?
No, Andreas, I think back in this time. This is to finish off the AM drive time that we needed. So drop the car away, they go, and off he goes for his final stint.
And that should play quite nicely because code 60 is about to clear, so he'll be back on circuit by the time we go back to green.
Marco with his very distinctive beard is #1 mechanic. The world's most...
somebody lost a hat?
Oh, could be, isn't it? Yeah, that's.
Did they drop their cap? Don't run over the cap.
Oh no, it's not a cap.
What's that?
I don't know what it is. It looked like almost like a bandana or something like that.
Possibly a bandana.
Who knows? Who knows? So yeah.
There are not many 992s left with splitters.
No.
I have noticed there's a lot of splitters missing.
It's like when you watch the Porsche Carrera Cup GB race at Knockhill, and they all bounce over the curbs there, and there's the marshals at the end of a session standing there with a collection of these rubber splitters from the front of a 992.
And it does make a difference. The Red Camel's car seems to still have theirs, but by knocking that off, the airflow around the front of the car is certainly disturbed.
Yeah, definitely. So I would suggest now that we're starting to get into a point where most of the driver rotations are starting to make a little bit more sense. We can see who's still to go, who's not got time. So Jörg Dressler is now in the Proton Huber car. Yannick Bredant has brought the Red Ant car in. Bogassian still in the Continental Racing, one of the quicker drivers there. But Miroslav Vibo in a Praha car. Now he's, you know, the least competitive of the three drivers that they're running this weekend. So much like Era putting Lascarestos in the car, they're needing to finish the AM drive time. They have to get that done, otherwise obviously then they get a penalty. Or so let's hear from Di about Era Motorsport.
Era Motorsport, Ryan DL's just jumped out, just getting catching his breath really. It looks like it's hard work today, Ryan.
Yeah, definitely warm. Wasn't too bad actually. We've had, I think, every car on tracks hit us at some point, so I'm sure the car's not where we started the race. So our pace is not perfect, but we're hanging in there. Dealing with a little bit of a hand injury myself, so I was not the most comfortable hour in the car, but grit your teeth and get on with it.
That's what we have to do, unfortunately. But what was the traffic management like out there, and how much is this track now evolving? We're sort of, you know, we've got sort of, well, 4 hours or so to go, I think it is.
Honestly, it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. It seemed pretty spread out. It's the beauty of not having safety cars in Creventic, so even when a code 60 comes out, it doesn't really change the flow too much for where you're at, but yeah, it seems like we moved up a little bit, so no over to it, so we'll keep pushing away.
Yeah, there's still a number of hours to go, still lots of things to happen, and still development to be had. Are you getting back in the car?
Yeah, I think out for 2 and then back in for 1 or however it ends up at the end.
Okay, well, I'll let you go. And have you got a paddling pull outside or anything like that?
We got air conditioning in these garages, so I've got up to the AC for a little bit and ice my hand and then go again.
Okay. Thanks very much, Ryan.
A bit in the wars at era, aren't they, with Ryan DL having a hand injury. You're saying Jake's not feeling 100% from the last few days of an ear infection. Yeah. And they're the 2 pros.
They're falling apart, aren't they?
What's flapping on the back of the...
That is...
Oh, it's the bonnet of the 81.
It's the Ricard, the bonnet's loose.
No, newly fitted onto a new front end that was put on about 2 stints ago.
Yeah, just before Ryan took over. In fact, when Ryan took over, that came now. The interesting thing with that is that it clearly is flapping in the breeze, no doubt about that, but it's... is it arguably sufficient for them to need to make a stop?
It's not blocking the driver's view, is it?
Well, it's not blocking the driver's view, but when you define what you know, loose bodywork is, that looks like it's almost when it's on the straight. So they're ready. They're obviously ready to replace that.
Here to do that, just caught Ryan again very quickly. He said, you know, there's been a few scrapes and bumps along the way, so you know these things will happen. You just never know quite the extent until you get to that point. And obviously, putting tape on stuff's the way to do it, but it doesn't always solve the issue. So they've got a new bonnet ready and waiting here on the pit apron to receive the car, but they jumped into action pretty quickly when we saw it on the screen.
That second Ferrari, which is not labelled up as 81 in the garage, is becoming more and more naked. They're taking a lot of bits off it.
Yeah, it's a reference that only the British comedy fans would remember. It's like Trigger's broom. It's had new bits here, new bits there, but it's still the same thing. So
beautifully liveried, though. The great thing is with a professional team like Era, when the new bit goes on, it's already got the livery on it, rather than being a carbon fibre one. And then, so what's going on there? They putting the same one back on.
I think the clip had just come loose by the look of it. I'm just waiting to see what a bit of tape. Oh no, for you, Ben. I mean.
Oh no, that's not gone well.
They're just as a precaution. Oh, gloves and tape are not a good combination, are they? They're really not. They've got a bit down the side now. I mean,
that's beautifully applied, especially with gloves on.
Yeah. So they.
I don't know if that's going to be enough, boys.
Well. Let's go, Marco, the chief mechanic. Marco, ex-AF Corsa, Italian. The 2 brothers actually work on that team. Mark and Oriol, 2 Spanish guys. Oriol was at working in the States. There's also Dylan, who's one of the US guys who usually works for ERA in their IMSA program, has done in the past. A couple of the other IMSA guys over there, Jonathan and Tim, Daniel as well. They all work on the ERA team over there. And they've got 2 bases ERA, one in the States at Indianapolis, one in the UK, in just outside Swindon, Winterburn Moncton, to give it a precise.
What a name!
Just a beautiful name. But they also have an association with Idexport out here actually, so they can run the cars out of here when they need to. So frustrating, but obviously at the end of the day, safety first. Needed to get that reattached safely. Hopefully that will be the end of that particular drama. And as Ryan said, hoping no one else will drive into him this time.
So this needs to be about a 55-minute stint from Andreas, and then that will get them to the full drive time of 6 hours. It's part of the regulations. Both AM drivers need to do combined half of the race, and so Andreas and Dwight, as the 2 AMs in that car, have to get to the 6 hours, and then Jake and Ryan can do the rest in that car, and they are just over 5 hours with their drive time at the moment, so they've just got just under an hour left for Andreas to do. So you know that then plays into the strategy. So if there's another code 60, you don't necessarily obey it, because you're focusing more on that driver time than you are on other things. Yes, you could prolong his stint, you could do more, but ultimately they will know that Ryan and Jake have more performance and more potential. But actually, look at the best times of all those drivers. Andreas a 2:05.7, Ryan a 2:05 dead. He's only 0.7 of a second off and only 1 second off Jake. So actually, for an AM driver, Andreas doing a really good job on, you said this first time in 3 years.
Yeah, the thing though, the difference with that though is look at where the lap times are like relative to the other cars at that point in time. So when Andreas did that time much earlier in the day, when the track conditions were much quicker, and also it was 1 or 2 laps, whereas Ryan's doing those times every lap.
There's a racing driver who's been in that situation before. No, he's not that close to me. No. Here are the many reasons why.
Racing Driver's Book of Excuses, page 116, chapter 4. Yeah, exactly.
Jörg Dreishoff is our leader right now in the Proton Huber competition Porsche. Leader on track right now, took both code 60s, and obviously we saw them benefiting a little bit under the first one by getting the service done in the losing out a little bit because they did the service under green flag conditions. They did come back in and top off the fuel, so they've got 50% in that car, which means Jörg can go to lap 17 or so before needing to come back in to the pits. In comparison to Continental Racing, who are in second position, they did take advantage of code 60 number 1 of that last little batch. They didn't of code 60 number 2, and before that they had done 12 laps, so they got a full fill under green flag conditions. Then they did 12 laps, which would have been about a third, and then they got 25%. So they're pretty much up to full capacity. That's why they didn't do code 60 number 2. And so David Pogissan can run all the way through a full stint if it's offered to him. And so the gaps between the two, 2 minutes and 10 seconds. So hang on, that must be almost a lap. They must be on the same part of the circuit. It doesn't matter if they go a lap down or anything, because the safety car never comes out to bunch the pack up, so they don't have to worry too much about that.
Well, what I'm looking at there is the second and third place cars. Pogassian lapping in 2:10s and Redant 2:07s.
Yeah.
And there's 11 seconds between them, so he's lapping 4 seconds a lap quicker. So it will only take 3 laps and he'll be on there and challenging, or probably moving into second place. And also Redant have made 1 more stop than the Continental Racing car, so that could work very much in their favour.
So what Redant did in that last round of pit stops, they were within 5 laps of needing a stop when they pitted under code 61. They got a full service done, they got the 25% fuel, then they did that again under code 62, but it was quite a long stop actually at the code 60 number 2, and it went back to green flag racing before they came out of the pit, so they did lose out a little bit under the second code 60 pit stop, but at least they should have a decent amount of fuel in the car. I would say they probably have a similar amount to Proton Huber.
That's a great shame, the Hofor car being brought back on the recovery vehicle. They're currently going into this weekend, they were third in the championship, just 2 points behind Juta Racing. So that's really, from a championship point of view, that's playing into the hands of their main rivals. So at the moment you've got to look at Proton Huber, who were joint 4th with Era Motorsport coming into this event. If they obviously can execute where they are and potentially finish on the podium or even maybe win the race, that will be a huge advantage for their championship position. Scuderia Praha, they sit in 4th position, currently leading the championship, as we were saying, as yet again we have some dramas.
No, we were just seeing, sorry, you looked up just as this camera shot changed, David Pogissan on the tail of Matis Weibo and trying to get a lap back from him. They are both ahead of the Porsche Proton Huber competition. They're all on pretty much the same part of the circuit, but it's quite close, even if they're not in the same on the same laps.
Yeah. So yeah, going to be interesting to see how that unfolds, because Dreishoff is lapping in 2:09s, Pogassian 2:08s, Redant 2:04. That's a super quick lap at this time of day. I mean, most of the times a 2:05 has been very strong, so a 4:08 is ballistically quick at this stage. So Redant have obviously got that car working well, and Yannick is driving the car beautifully, leading the GT3 class. So you've got actually the top 3 places are 3 different categories of GT3. Got a Jörg Dreiso in the Proton Hubert leading overall and leading the Pro-Am class. Then Pogasian second and leading the Am class, with Redant third in the GT3 class. So, yeah, interesting mixture of categories.
I think the other impressive thing is Julian Hanses, number 1, he's done a lot of driving. Number 2, they're up now into 7th position overall in their 992, and they are a decent chunk clear of the Holmgard Motorsport Porsche, which is leading in Am and 2nd overall. And they just have played the strategy beautifully, because they did a full 36-lap stint last time around, and it fell perfectly for the 2nd Code 60, ignoring the 1st. They then managed to service the car under Code 60. Okay, they will have a short stint now and back out and have a big advantage. Actually, even Holmgard ignored both of those Code 60s, so that puts them on a very similar strategy, I would have thought, and maybe Holmgard need to come into the pits before Julian Hanses. Red Camels Jordan, same thing as Paul Trustwell always says, never ignore a Code 60, and they did 2 pit stops under the 2 Code 60s. Here is David Poggisan coming around the outside of Jürgen Dreiso to get into or back onto the lead lap. So he's been chasing them down. He's been really quite aggressive. It's Redant, isn't it? Yep. Not Poggisan.
Redant.
Yeah, Yannick Redon.
Redon, yeah.
For Red Ant Racing, and he gets back into stays in 3rd position and chasing down David Poggisan, who must be up the road somewhere. We haven't seen him yet.
3 seconds a lap difference.
There,
so
just there.
There, just in, as you quite rightly, just gone out of our shot. 2:07.874 last time round for Pogasian, and 2:04.701, even with you know, being in a little bit of traffic there. So 3 seconds a lap, 5 seconds the gap. So within a couple of laps, that's going to be resolved fairly quickly, I would suggest. Redant has been comfortably the quickest car on circuit. Looking down the order, the only other car even close lap times wise is currently the car in 8th position, the last lap for Elliot Earhart in the Santalok Audi, 2:05.491, and yeah, waiting to see how that unfolds. The top 10 starting to look like we're starting to get a little bit more of a vibe of who's used which drivers and such like. So interesting, Ben, if you have a look at our little chart, which gives us drive time, to see what drive times left for Klaus Bachler or for Manuel Lauck, to see how we've got to what we've got left on that. So Bachler has done 2 hours and 19, so potentially he's got another hour and 40 he could drive, hour and 41. Lauck again 2.5. So I think, yeah, they're going to need to put their AMs in for a little bit longer, aren't they?
So they're a Pro-Am car, and they are 3 drivers.
4 drivers.
4 drivers?
Yeah.
Who's the 4th driver then?
Dreiso, who's in the
Oh, yes, okay, sorry, yeah. 4 drivers. Why can't I see them on my list? There they are. So they have got a pro in their lineup, so that means they're on a certain type of regulation. So a GT Pro-Am car with a pro means the AM and the AM combined must do half of the race. So that is Jörg Dreiso and Mark Wallenven have to do half the race.
So looking at that then, Ben, they have done 3 hours and 38 minutes between them. So there's another, what's that? 2 and a bit hours, isn't there? 2 hours and 22 minutes they've got to do between no, I tell a lie, sorry, I was looking at Lauck's time there. So Dreiso's done 1 hour and 33 and Wallenwein an hour and 12, so they've both got to do quite a lot more driving as we look at
and this is the fascinating thing about endurance racing. We've got a leader who is well up the field and well up the road, because Lauck and Klaus Bachler, the 2 pros in that car, effectively have done all the hard work up to now, and it's a completely opposite strategy to we see from Era Motorsport, for instance. And now Dreiso and Wallenven have to share the rest of the racing between them, and there then is the change for 2nd position. Yannick Redon getting up ahead of David Poggisan. and that should change on that left-hand graphic in just a few moments' time.
But also the Red Ant car, I would suggest, is probably in the best position now, because Yannick, as we've just said, is lapping quicker than anyone else on track at the moment. And as a collective, if we have a look at their drive time in a moment, we'll see what they have to do for the rest of the race. I think their other drivers will be lapping at a similar sort of pace.
4 hours, just under 4 hours remaining here at Paul Ricard. The 12 hours straight through of Ricard starting at 10 o'clock in the morning. And here is how we look right now. It is the Proton Uber competition number 73, with the majority of the drive time being done by the pro drivers. It puts the pressure on the AM drivers now, but they have about a 2-minute lead over Red Ant Racing Mercedes, who's just got past the Simpson Motorsport Continental. And then in 4th position in the Ferrari is Scuderia Praha. Miroslav Weibo aboard that car and well into his stint. The Aston Martin of E2P sits 5th, and then TFT in 6th position with that Belgian-French lineup. 7th for Santalot Junior Team. 8th is the first of our 992s, the Mulder Motorsports Porsche, and then Lamborghini from New Zealand in 9th, and Era Motorsport in 10th. Then the second of our 992s in the fueling area right now after a short stint, ahead of Red Camels Jordan in 3rd, who've taken quite a few more pit stops in 992. Then the 2 Jutta Racing in 14th and 15th. Ajith Kumar is up in 4th in class right now in 992. The 2 Seb Lajou Racing cars 17th and 18th. Big issues for the one-time leader into Africa Racing by Dragon Racing in 19th now, but quite a way down as a code 60 flies out on circuit. And we're going to have a flurry of pit stops then to cover that one off. GT4 leader is Venture. GTX leader is the Nova, because we've had quite a few problems for the Vortexes at the tail of the field. The other GT4 car is the Hamofa Racing BMW in 29th position. Now, is this a code 60 for the bollard just there? Can't be. Is there a car facing the wrong way? Sounds like the 72 ground to a halt. That's a Jutta Racing Audi, but it is now moving again. So it's going to be a short code 60. Red Ant Racing have come into the pits to take advantage of this code 60, as has the leader in 992. Julian Hans says, but code 60 is not going to last very long, and so it could catch those out that have done those quick snatch of fuel. Also in the pits, Rick code 60 and caused a hand towel to be left out on pit exit. Thanks for the information. There is said hand towel, which is still in pit exit, and code 60 is still being employed. which means the Red Ant Racing Mercedes has managed to do the full service under code 60. That has allowed them to top off with fuel. Who else has taken advantage of this last code 60? As I say, the top three in 992, which kind of equalises that battle and really hands the advantage to Mana Motorsport.
Yeah, because Mana
now
Motorsport...
green flag, we're back racing again.
Sorry,
and that's
Ben.
perfect, isn't it? I mean, okay, they've only put 25% into that car, but they have purposefully absolutely serviced that car perfectly. And TFT once again get caught out by the circuit going green whilst they're in the pits. They haven't had hasn't fallen all their way, luck-wise.
Jordan Boisson on board the car.
Mr. Drink.
Mr. Drink, yeah. And
Geordie Drink.
Geordie Drink, yeah. Don't say that to our friends from Sunderland that were with us. Wouldn't like that.
Yes, they do.
Yes,
is the answer.
yes, they do. Exactly. But yes, so that car's been strong. You know, certainly in the hands of Nico Bastian was very, very strong earlier on in the race. Again, as we've said all along, this is where the strategy is so fascinating that you've got to obviously the Mercs have been very quick at different points in the race, but obviously, you know, if they've used up the majority of their drive time with their pros and their semi-pros, it starts to affect them later on in the race. Incident involving cars 56 and 72 at T11 noted, so that would be a Scuderia Praha car and the 72 Juta car. Now, I wonder if that's what the spin was all about. Maybe there was some contact that turned the 72 car around. So, looking at what's happening at the head of the field, Jörg Dreishoff still leading David Pagasian. So that's obviously because the Red Ant car has come in for fuel, because he was ahead of Pagasian a little bit earlier on. We saw that happen. What else is further down? Vibo still on board of the Scuderia Praha car. I think that came in for a stop. Ben on that last lap, looking at where he's dropped back to. Saniero in 5th and Boisson in 6th that we were just looking at there, on board with Jörg Dreishoff. Waiting to see what his lap times are like, because obviously the previous lap was under code 60. So the only two cars in the top 8 that took advantage of that code 60 was Red Ant and TFT. All other cars stayed out onto circuit because they'd been in so recently, I imagine. Probably the Lamborghini of Prime Speed Sport could have taken advantage of that. They'd been out for 17 laps. They actually just pitted just before the code 63 code 60s ago. So no point going into the pits under the two code 60s before, but half a stint in, possibly could have come into the pits and got a 25% fuel fill on that 47 car. Now, 42 car. Now, I thought that the 42 car had done all of their AM driver time, and they didn't need to go any more. Let's have a look. 5 hours and 50 something. So actually, they are very close to being able to bring Mika Panu in, and there we go. There's an answer as to why they didn't pit, because they're trying to get Mika to the end of his stint so that the AMs have done the drive time, so that they can then get Jono into that car and him and Nicholas can take it to the finish. Yep. And so that's why they've ignored the code 60s. Yeah, and they're sitting currently in 8th position, and that you would expect that potentially allow them to move up a little bit as they put their quicker drivers back in. The 709 has had a particularly frustrating day, so fast in qualifying, and we heard some wonderful stories about exactly how those cars can run when they're in the Unlimited Cup. Now significant strategy situation in the 992 category. Mulner and Red Campbell came in under code 60. Holmgaard were already in when the code 60 was called, and they fully serviced the car. So they didn't have to do the 25% rule. They were already in the fuel bay and possibly had gone beyond, or certainly had gone beyond 25% fuel. So they did a 5-minute pit stop, which suggests that they did a completely full service on the 902. And that is going to play out nicely when we get to the latter half of the stint. And
821 and 909, so Mulner and Red Camel have to pit earlier because they only got the 25% into the car. The only difference being that both Mulner and Red Camel had taken advantage of the other two Code 60s, so they had got 25% in each of those, and Holmgaard had ignored those two Code 60s. So Holmgaard had done the full stint, they got to the end of their stint, they emptied the fuel, and then they're going back to full and starting again. Whereas Red Camel, Jordan and Mulner, we're not quite as sure where they're at because they've filled a little bit here and a little bit there. It's confusing. We kind of need to redesign the graphics so that you guys at home can see what we see at home, to slightly explain more the fueling situation and the tyre situation. Well, we do our best to describe it.
I think when the amount of graphics that are available, the amount of data that's available, you could literally just have the whole screen of graphics with no actual pictures of the cars going around. There's so much detail in there. But
as you know, it's these days, with the live timing available, we spoke about it a bit earlier, the best way to watch an endurance race is with about 4 different screens.
Yeah.
You know, have your live pictures and your commentators, but have the live timing up and then have the analysis timing up to be able to then break down the stints and really understand what's going on. And it really does colour the commentary so much better when we understand a little bit more about what's going on than simply, oh, they're in the pits.
Yeah, exactly that.
Okay.
It is, but again, as we've said all along, this is one of the things that we love about this type of racing, is that so much goes on in terms of understanding the strategy. You've got to be able to get the performance out of the car. You've also got to be able to do that within the various different elements. Oh, the RPM car is back out again. So I think Di was saying earlier that it was a broken drive shaft. It seemed to be, as if they don't have enough dramas. Now the door's blown open for the 782. So I would suggest that would require a pit stop fairly quickly. Yeah, you kind of need a little rope from it, don't you? That you can grab and pull down. Yeah. Because that is overextending itself, I think, for Frank Lefebvre. And it doesn't, I'll tell you what, you don't want to go much faster than that, because that looks like it would easily snap off. I was reading the wonderful History of the Le Mans 24 Hours by Richard Williams the other day, and talked about the 1983
This was your holiday
race.
book,
It was my
it?
holiday book. The 83 race, which was won by Hurley Hayward, Al Holber and Vern Chupin in a factory Porsche 956. And the door came off midway through the race, and with the design of the 956, it meant that the door was shaped in such a way that it created part of the ducting to the radiators, and effectively, with virtually the end of the race, it was overheating so badly that the engine actually boiled dry and seized the engine. And it managed to stop the car, restart it, and did literally one lap with the engine completely out of water, and it crossed the line and won the race. It's such an advantage. Derek Bell and Jackie Hicks should have basically overtaken them, but they'd lost a load of time earlier with other problems. So yeah, and that's the fascination of endurance racing, isn't it? Things like that can happen. You think it's all done, and then suddenly your door comes off and overheats your engine. I don't know any in the modern day road world. I don't know any door latch that's ever had an issue in my life, but it does seem to happen often in racing cars. Yeah. Well, I guess if you think about it, you know, you've got it where it's been open and shut in a quite an extreme way, so potentially you're going to find that the catches might jam or break. And these are bespoke cars. They're not volume cars. They don't go through loads and loads of testing. I would imagine they've probably got an off-the-shelf catch from probably some sports car that you can just buy them from, rather than maybe not even, maybe just a Fiesta. But it seems to work on a Fiesta. Yeah. No offense to Fiestas of the world. Oh, that's going to be gone forever, isn't it, the Fiesta? Fiesta, it? Yeah. Ford have deleted the Fiesta and the Focus. Tal Watch. Tal Watch, exactly. Oh, and Bollard Watch. What's he doing? Yeah. Are they linked? Has he come back? He's come back across the circuit. Well, we saw it when Joe was commentating. We saw it roll across to basically Ricard runs very wide trying to overtake that. That's Las Carretos finishing his drive time in the car. How much longer has he got left in that car before he hands over? Oh, it must be 10 minutes now, isn't it? 20 before. A little bit more than that. He's done 30 minutes he's done, so he's got another 25 minutes left. Yes, he had to do 55, you're right. Yeah, what's coming out of the car now?
Something coming out the rear end of that car. Of fluid nature, by the looks of things. Could be just the car's got overhot. Can you see it?
One of the cars, and I think it was its team car, had a gearbox failure with the broken gearbox. It was leaking fluid, and that looks like that's the kind of the gearbox part of the car that could be leaking fluid. So it could be a similar problem.
We're going to go code 60 for Mr. Bollard here.
Mr. Bollard. What a load of bollards. I don't know.
How has it managed to come back across the circuit?
But what I was...
It was going the other direction.
What I was saying is, watch, it's doing it again. It rolled all the way across to the feet of the marshal. So all I can suggest is the marshal either didn't notice or didn't pick it up and left it there, or maybe they just hadn't realised, or it's a different one. Yeah, so...
blimey, don't run across the track like that, Marshall. Ugh.
Look at that. It's like watching Zinedine Zidane in action, wasn't it?
You know that game where you've got marbles and you roll it, you move the table left and right, and the marble rolls left and right. There's that fluid coming out of the vortex. It was like somebody had the circuit and just was moving it left and right.
The dramas.
What is that, Simon?
That does look like it could be coming from the gearbox area. That certainly did. The RPM car. Now this is going slowly because we're under code 60 as opposed to a problem. Hamprecht, one of the quicker drivers in the car now, as we see the floppies and the bars being replaced.
Damn the floppy. Get rid of the floppies and the bollards, because we have more code 60s for them than we have for cars facing the wrong direction. Here is a technical analysis of how they get fixed into the road. Well,
that didn't really look very fixed to me. That looked like it just kind of got placed back. Oh, no.
It's fallen over, isn't it? Oh, we went away from that. I bet that had fallen over. There's actually more of a wind today than there was yesterday, which is really nice. The Mistral is blowing slightly fresher. It's just taking the edge off that really intense heat. But maybe that's why the bollards are not happy to stay in position.
So this is going to be interesting. I'll tell you where this plays into the hands of some of the drivers, where we were talking earlier about the requirement to put the AM drivers in to get their drive time completed. And obviously you lose less time under code 60 with the slower driver in the car. So in a perfect world, if you could write the script of a race where you have code 60s and you end up with your AM driver who's the least quick driver, they're all quick drivers, but everything's relative, the least quick driver in the car during code 60, you're going to not gain or lose track position per se, other than for things like fuel stops. And when you then got your star drivers in, or the quickest drivers in, under green, you can make up more time. So there's your sort of... I could do Paul Trustwell's job here at this rate. No, I definitely couldn't. Not many people could. But that would be an ideal scenario. So there, Redan coming back in again. Now, I wonder, let's have a look at his stop time there. 2:28, which is a 25% fill, I think, isn't it?
No, it has to be.
Our calculations, that would have been.
Quite a lot of these guys had come in pre-code 60, so they must have pre-emptied it, I imagine.
A leader in dry cell now.
Yeah, so he's come in and he's done they've done about a 2:30 pit stop.
Now, I think from when we looked up on the remaining drive time, as we see the Praha car coming in now, is this going to be a change? Because Vibo is their least quick driver. Is he going straight back out again? I think he's got to go back out, from my understanding. I think there's still some drive time to be done.
Screw Praha. That was a 25-lap stint, so he's going to do another, potentially another full stint on that car.
Yeah. So again, it falls into the hands of the cars that have still got their quick drivers to do the remaining time. So, you know, I know we've spoken a little about ERA. They're in for fuel at the moment with Las Carretos. He's now got, how long left? He's lost him there. But his drive time is obviously not showing because they're in pits at the moment. But let's say he's got about 20-25 minutes left. I think that looks like the ERA car coming down the pit lane now. Yes, it is.
And green flag.
And
which is not ideal.
Yeah, but it's not too bad either. It's only just going to be, they're going to be heading straight back out, I think.
But what it does mean is those that are pitting in the fuel area, so Ajith Kumar is in the fuel area right now, as is the GT4 Racing 71, they are now able to carry on fueling and get as much as they want. They don't need to only do 25%. So suddenly it sort of becomes an advantage to be in fueling during the green flag phase because they've done some of it under code 60 and they can now full capacity. So that's going to play in the hands of Ajith Kumar nicely. He won't want to pit though. He won't want to come and change tyres. He's going to want to just go straight back out as soon as possible.
Exactly. So what's going to be interesting now is Drysdale's just come in and done a top up. 2:35 was his pit stop, 2:34 for Pagassian on his last stop. So we've got to just watch with interest to see how those top three drivers start to work themselves out. But as I said, I think where Red Ant have got a really good position is that they have obviously all of their drivers are all a very similar sort of pace, and they're sitting there in third position, just off the lead lap. But I would suggest that probably both the cars ahead of them aren't going to be as quick for the remaining just over 3.5 hours of this race.
Bit of a nightmare for the Prime Speed Porsche, Prime Speed Sport Lamborghini. They have ignored the last 3 code 60s, and then they've just missed this 4th code 60 and now come into the pits. Yeah. So they've got presumably they've got the drive time that they were trying to get for Mika Panu so that they can now focus on their pro drivers, but it really hasn't worked out with those code 60s because they're now doing a full service under green flag conditions, and that, as we know, drops you 2.5 laps. Whereas, should point out, if you do a full service under code 60, it does only lose you a full lap, or even less than a full lap.
Yeah.
And you'll never get it all the way back, because we don't have code safety cars, but a little bit frustrating. The 71 also was in the pits just a few moments ago. No change of driver, but a pit stop. Did everybody do a pit stop? Yeah, I think a lot of people pitted under that last one.
Lots of 2-minute somethings, 2-minute 30s, which are all about that kind of indication of a 25% stop, aren't they? It's only when you go down to Ilya Earhart in 7th is the first driver, or first car rather, in the top 10 that has what looks like a full fuel stop last time out.
Yasmin Altani in the 928 Kubler sponsored HRT Porsche, jumping out of that car. They've had issues. Not sure we ever got to why, but they have had issues, and they are at the very tail of the 992 category.
Still that Mulner car, look at that, still sitting there 8th overall.
Yeah.
On 212, so he is, a lap and a bit ahead of the 2nd place car, the Steen Rasmussen car. Santalok Audi on track now, or on screen rather now. Currently sitting there with a good chance of a top finish here, sitting there, as we said, with Ilya Earhart, one of the quicker drivers on board. Lap times wise, hasn't really registered because he's obviously, we're still looking at the end of the code 60 times at the moment. Who's lapping quickest? It's Saniero is looking pretty strong, 2:05.6 last time round. He's a couple of laps off the lead, as we see the line speed, the 957 car coming in. Garcia getting out.
One thing I want to have a quick look at is the all-AM category car of Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport, because they, in terms of their regulations, because they're an all-AM car, they are completely free to do what they want. Although they have an AM Plus driver, haven't they? They do have an AM Plus. The AM Plus is free, but the other AMs need to do a 12th of the race. They need to do one hour each. So actually they're completely really free to do whatever they like, and it doesn't really matter who the faster or the slower drivers are there. They can play around with it. David Pogissan aboard that car. I have a feeling that I saw Alex Acker in the paddock working alongside that car. I wonder whether we see him in the car. Very, very successful driver for us, for Audi over many, many years. The way that they've divvied that up is pretty much equal. Vasily Vladikin, Andrea Sukovtsev and David Pogissan have all done over 2.5 hours. And they are all have a very similar best lap time as well. So they can just do what they like, and it's working well for them. 53 seconds off the Proton Uber Porsche. But because they're all able to do 5s, that is much better than the AM category drivers in Proton and also in the Scuderia Praha car. And so it puts them in a very strong position. I have to say, this is the best showing we've seen from Continental Racing Simpson Motorsport in a long, long time. My memory goes back to Mugello, where they fitted the front tyres onto the rear axle and the rear onto the fronts for the start of the race, and did a full stint on a car that didn't feel very good. And yes, it's because the front tyres were on the rear. But this is really working for them now. Hello, Joe Bradley.
Hello, Ben.
Oh, no.
Simon's away for some food.
Joe, you've brought a yellow flag to us.
Yeah, so I see. Well, I walked in and it was a code 60 as I was walking up here. I was actually out the back watching at the chicane, actually watching some race cars.
Never.
Real ones in real life. Yeah.
Never.
Yeah. And the 60 came out. I've got to say, Ben, this is possibly one of the most competitive 24H series races we've had for a long, long time. When you consider that there's no car that has shown a kind of a dominant pace, a dominant showing in the race. We are looking at cars that are just, a couple of laps apart, the top 5, 6 cars, a couple of laps apart, which are ebbing and flowing with the pit stop phases. With a good pit stop is just around 5 minutes, maybe just over 5 minutes, and that's a couple of laps. So at the moment, yes, Proton Huber lead from the Continental Racing Audi. However, that's going to change very soon when we flip-flop through the pit stops and the red-hand car goes back to the top.
What regulations? They're under no regulations either, because they're a pro car, effectively. They can do what they like as well.
Yeah, all of the drivers at Red Ant are in the semi-pro driver category, but at least they are. You can treat them like pros. You can use them whenever, and that's why we've seen all of those drivers putting in equally ready stints. Yannick, Ayrton Redon, Corby de Bruyker, and Kenneth Hyatt. Great to see Kenneth Hyatt back in the series. He was out for a couple of seasons. But it's great to see him back.
Little battle going along here for, what is it, 5th position, I think? No, 6th position. So it's Jordan Boisson being chased down by the number 18 machine of, well, I'm not sure, because one of my timing screens says it's Ella Earhart and the other says it's somebody else. What does my graphic says? Yeah, it's Ella Earhart. So
I would probably take notice the official timing and scoring. It's got Inda Bitson in the car on the TV graphic, and I'm not sure because the TV graphic just grabs it off the official timing. So I'm not sure how that has even happened.
It's having a bit of a mare today is our timing graphic.
I think it's like everything being affected by the heat. It's the first time we've kind of had that.
Why is that?
Yeah, it needs to be. It needs to be by the pool.
Why is our
the timing and scoring needs to be by the pool?
Where are you going? You can't just invent a new racetrack, guys.
That's not a new racetrack. That's an old racetrack. He's reinvented the old racetrack.
Where's he gone?
And went straight down the Mistral.
Massive advantage there for TFT. He's instead of being attacked, he's now on the attack for the car ahead. Have a look at this again. So he's defending from Earhart. Earhart with the flashing disco lights down the inside of the RPM, completely outbrakes himself and goes, "Nah, I won't go around the track." So he's fighting with the pink, that's not pink, it's green.
Yeah.
Fighting with the green car, and look what happens when they come out of the corner. He's miles up the road.
I think you could see he gained an advantage. He didn't gain a disadvantage, which is what the usual ruling is. If you don't gain an advantage, then you're fine. However, you missed the racetrack, so surely you should be getting a disadvantage. You didn't get any disadvantage by missing the racetrack. They're back to the way they were. With him being under pressure from the number 18.
Yeah, I think he's going to argue there that he faded out the throttle and allowed Ella back on the tail of him, but Ella's pretty fast, isn't he? So Mr. Boisson, Mr. Drink. Wasn't there not a driver called Drinkwater that we had?
Yeah, David Drinkwater.
David Drinkwater. So that would be David Boisson. And this is...
He was at the Nürburgring.
Jordan Boisson.
Used to be a competitor in this series.
No, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Oh, was he at the Nürburgring?
He was at the Nürburgring recently. You saw his name at the David Drinkwater.
There you go.
And Derek Drinkwater has done some historic racing, and he recreated El Monstro, the Cadillac from the 50s, and brought it to Daytona Classic. So there's a few Drinkwaters out there.
And that's possibly
totally
what you
unrelated.
said. You said to me at 9 o'clock this morning that
That's
name,
the El Monstro. I'm sure that was Derek Drinkwater.
And it's been buried in the back of my head.
Yes.
And there we go.
So what is it in French?
Boisson.
Boisson.
Yeah.
It'd be David Boisson from here on in, whenever it is. David Boisson.
We can continue. I've just imagined.
Here he goes.
There he goes. This time, can he make it stick?
Oh, and he's using the same bit of track, or is he? No, he comes back. He claws it back. Mr. Boisson, Jordan Boisson, in the TFT car. You know what? He's shown some good paces, Jordan Boisson. We've seen him keep with some faster cars, and we've seen him being very, very difficult to overtake. And I don't mean because he's being awkward. I mean because he's got good pace. And Eliar didn't just drive up to the back of that Mercedes and make his way by. He had to really work for it.
In that car is Nico Bastien, Benjamin Pack, Jordan Boisson and Patrick Charlier. We've only seen Patrick for 3 stints, and he's been the slowest of the 4 drivers. Benjamin Pack almost equal to Nico Bastian's time in that Mercedes. That's very, very impressive. But Jordan Boisson is, they must be a Pro-Am. So yes, much like like all of our Pro-Ams actually, they have to get their AM drivers to do half of the race, and their AM drivers are Jordan Boisson and Patrick Charlier. So that's why they're leaning heavily on Jordan Boisson, because between Charlier and Boisson, they have to do 6 hours, and Charlier's done 2 hours, but his best time's been a 2:09. Boisson can do 2:05s. He's just done 2 hours. Boisson needs to do another 2 hours in that car.
Really?
Definitely.
What, out of 3 hours 24?
Yeah. Yeah, so they're on the other way round. They are doing the other strategy whereby they've done the pro driver time, and now they're trying to complete their AM driver time. So it's a different, that's what the Porsche Proton Uber competition car needs to do, and it's very different to what ERA have to do. They've started with their AMs, they've got the AM driver time done. Interestingly, I've just noticed that ERA have still got Andreas in that car. They pretty much, oh no, he still needs to do another 10 minutes. They've still got to get some of the AM time out of the way before they can really put the fast guns in. Incident involving 56 and 702, no further action. So Miroslav Vibo has been interacting with a vortex, and the race control says it's fine, no worries. I feel as though there's going to be quite a lot of clips from this event on that Racing Fails YouTube channel, where they either clip up silly things that have happened on circuit, bollard, or silly things said in commentary.
Oh.
And there's been quite a lot. Is that a battle for position? 23rd and 21st.
23rd and 21st.
No, I don't think it is.
No, I don't think it is.
But
no.
it is Niederhauser in the Lion Speed Porsche, getting some more track time in. Probably the fastest driver that we have in our entry list. And he's got a lot of work to do to get back into 992 podium contention, but they are 3rd on the pro podium. but they're behind 4 AMs.
I would have thought that they were looking for an overall 992 class.
So will you have an overall podium, which will be that, or will it be a pro? No, because
so that would be 3 podiums, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So the overall podium, which includes
overall
1 arm at the
pro
moment.
and AM.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I mean, there'll definitely be trophies for those classes, the 992 class overall, and then there's the AM subclass, of which there are more runners. There's only 3 992 pros. We don't call them pros, but that's kind of how they run.
Well, they're pros in the regulations.
Well, yeah, the difference. Well, they get a different fuel flow from the fuel pumps. The AMs get 20% less flow, so only 80% fuel flow, whereas the 992 AMs get 100%, so they fuel quicker. So your 100 litres is going to take a little bit longer if you're in the 992 Pro class.
That is, I don't know what matters more, the BOP that's applied to the cars, the fueling kind of penalties depending on what category you are in, or just the simple how many hours each driver has to do.
I'm not sure we call them penalties in this series. It is a form of balance of performance. It is purely balance of performance. You're losing time with that 20% less 20% less fuel flow is going to cost you time because you're static waiting for your tank to fuel. And that is a way of balancing out the performance levels of these cars and drivers. So it's quite clever. I tell you what is clever, Ben. The fact that the fuel pump, when you have like a tag, you have like a contactless tag that you zap on the fuel filler on the fuel station, and that recognises the car. It also recognises whether you're under code 60, and it will give you the regulation amount of fuel at the regulation fuel rate.
I think there's quite a lot there's quite a lot of very clever technology within the Creventic series, which I think perhaps goes slightly underappreciated at times, because there's that whole system built for refueling a car that knows so much about so many things that I don't think any other series I can think of has that kind of level of cleverness.
Tech to do that. I mean, working out balance of performance is a very, very complex and complicated process. But when it all comes together, Ben, and we see that, and what we're looking at right now, what we've been looking at all day, is the timing screen and how that balance process is operated and how it works, all comes together on that screen there. I'm pointing for all you listening on radio, and there is no camera in here, so I'm going to describe what I'm doing. I'm pointing at the timing screen. It's all there. That is the balance of how we balance the performance of these, not just the cars on a technical level, because we heard from the leading GTX class runner, for instance, the RAFA Racing Nova, how when they brought the car to the series, and the series organisers said, well, yeah, we don't want you to be, potentially that car could very well be the fastest car on this track. Now, the GT3 class is the fastest class of race car in this series. So we need to just pay you back a bit. We're going to pay you back on your aero. We're going to pay you back on your power. So your performance over a lap is going to be stifled somewhat. And we're going to put you in a GTX category because you don't run to, technically the GT3 specification of a production-based race car. So it fits nicely into GTX. You could actually, the way that GTX looks at the moment, you could probably call that the prototype class, because the Vortex V8s are, they're a coupe prototype race car. And when you think about those cars, have got V8 engines pushing out more than 400, some of them 500 to 600 brake horsepower. They are like driving a firework, those Vortex.
I'm just quiet because I'm working out the regulations applied to Holmgar Motorsport, who are second in 992. They are a decent chunk away from our leaders. Mulder Motorsport are absolutely up the road, a good few laps ahead. But they run under AM regulations, but they don't have a pro, but they do have a semi-pro in the car. that semi-pro is in the car right now. It's Patrick Steen Rasmussen, and he can only do a maximum of a third of the race. Third of 12 being 4 hours. So he has done 2 hours, but has the possibility of doing more. But interestingly, he is not the fastest driver in the lineup today, because Magnus Holmgaard is faster from a best lap performance anyway, and Magnus is the one of 2 AM pluses, and the AM pluses, or the AMs, are the AM drivers have to do 1 hour each, so that's easily ticked because that's been done already. So in which case, they are now in a position where they can basically just use the fastest drivers that they have. But the weird thing is that it isn't the semi-pro who's the fastest driver they have. So they don't necessarily need to be maximising Patrick Steen Rasmussen's drive time. They will potentially go to Jonas or Magnus Holmgaard to complete their stints, and they're not going to lose any pace from where they sit right now in second, a minute ahead of Rick and Ivo Brukers, who are significantly faster. They're doing a much faster that time, and they don't have any regulations to kind of control them either.
You are comparing the last lap produced by the Holmgaard car. That was a 2:11. Yeah. That was a traffic lap. Let's just wait and see. The best lap is a 2:08.5, which is slower than the fastest lap from the Red Camel car, but let's just wait and see. So the gap, they've got a lap, I think, on the Red Camel car, but we're just going to wait and see where the track position will give us the exact gap between the 902 and the 909, second and third in the 992 class, and we'll see what sort of lap time that the number 902 that you've been talking about produces.
Because the other thing to consider is no driver can do more than 2 hours at any given time. So you can't just plug in a driver and carry on. Oh,
John O'Lester in the prime speed Lamborghini pulls off the racing line
and this
with
is
a problem.
Now
this is fortuitous for the number 42 Lamborghini. It's the New Zealand car that has come into the pits. Now the car began to slow towards the latter stages of the lap, and luckily for him, that is where the pit lane entry is. He's making his way onto pit road now.
Yeah, and he's only done 8 laps, so since a full tank of fuel, so he shouldn't need he doesn't need fuel. He shouldn't need tyres. This is definitely an issue. I don't know whether we've got Diana.
No, we haven't. Not for another 15 minutes.
Not for another 15 minutes. So the mystery, they disappear.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that car pulling in from 11th place overall, 6th in the Pro-Am class.
But they were saving all their pro time to the end.
They were going to optimise the last 3 hours or so, the last 4 hours, which they were in the process of doing. So we'll be interested to find out just what the problem is there.
And their last lap was 2:44.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be including the pits, because the finish line is really close to the last corner, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed.
Oh, the vortex getting horribly in the way of Yannick Redant here. It's a couple of corners to get past, because Redant is on a mega stint. He unlapped himself at the start of this stint, and he's now only 30 seconds away from the lead.
Yeah, and he will make his way back into the lead, but be through the pit stop phase process. And we saw that happening, didn't we, when we had other cars that were in the at the front of the field. The race at the moment being led by the Continental Racing by Simpson Audi. That's Julian Simpson's team there leading this race, and as you said earlier, Ben, they having a really competitive run this weekend. David Pagosian at the wheel. Pagosian?
I don't know.
He's got. Is he English or?
I've been saying Pogosian. Pogosian.
That's because you speak fluent French and live in France.
He's not French.
No, I didn't think he was. I know you're going to find out exactly what nationality he is.
Oh no, it's Cypriot. No, sorry. He hasn't got a flag to his name. Even better.
Ah, right, okay. I'll see if he is on the paper entry while you talk amongst yourselves.
Okay, yeah. Obviously, Vladikin Cypriot for the sake of our entry list.
He hasn't got a flag on the paper entry list as well.
Jeez, he's not got a nationality.
Right.
For the sake of motorsport.
So you've been saying Pogosian?
No, Pogosian.
Pogosian.
Arden. Yeah.
All right, Pogosian.
Because he's definitely not French. If he was French, he would be Pogosian for sure, but he's not. So.
Well, he's leading.
He's leading.
He is leading. That's the point.
Look at the chunks taken out of him on that last lap alone. 8 seconds. Boom. Yannick Redan. Is it going to? Are we going to run out of laps for a wheel-to-wheel battle? Wheel-to-wheel.
22 seconds the gap, by the way. 30 seconds.
No, it was 30
now it's
before.
22.
Yes.
In one lap.
That's 8.
Just look at the aggressive stance of that car as well.
It's been like that for the whole.
It's been like that the whole race, hasn't it? They've been absolutely mullering it through that chicane.
Kobe De Bruyke was exactly the same. And Yannick's had a really horrible, bitty stint because he got in on in a code 60, had 3 laps and then another code 60, had 8 laps and another code 60, had 5 laps and another code 60, and now he's at least got 12 laps under his belt and he chases down the Mercedes of the Venture GT4 car. Still going round and round and round and round and round, and 6 laps ahead of the Hannover BMW of the Verhoeven family. I don't know whether this is going to last much longer. Last lap from Klaus Bachler in the 73 Proton Uber competition. He is on a charge as well. A 2 minutes 03.263. Fastest lap that he's been able to do, and I'll tell you what, he's not far off the fastest lap of the race, just a 1/10 of a second off. And what we would expect.
That's incredible at this stage, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
To be, you know, what are we? 9 hours in? Just about to go to the 9-hour mark, 10 minutes away from that, and to be that close to the optimum.
By the way, there is still only 2 cars in pit definitely retired. Actually, we don't even know if the RAFA Racing is definitely retired. It's been in the pits for an hour, so whether they decided to try and fix it or not. The only really one we definitely know about is the 703 Vortex.
Yeah, that destroyed gearbox in a crack. I suspect, I didn't say it for myself, but when oil is leaking from a gearbox, it's usually a crack case or a broken seal around the drive shaft.
The 702 was leaking fluid, what, 15 minutes ago?
Yeah.
And it hasn't come into the pits. It's still going on, and the 701's had all kinds of issues and they've still got out, and it's going to be another one of those sort of mammoth amount of issues but still finish the race kind of battles we see.
It kind of brings into mind our Spirit of the Race award, and you know, Vortex have always got the attitude of if they've got the spare parts they will fix it and continue, because the challenge of the Vortex team has always been to finish the race in true endurance racing style. Remember, the French invented endurance sports, motorsport.
Mais oui.
Yeah, and that is very much the attitude of let's get the challenge being the challenge of actually getting your car and your drivers to the end of whatever the length of race it is.
Look at Klaus Bachler here. He is just hassled his way past the TFT Racing of Jordan Boisson. Lights flashing consistently. No silly rules about you can only flash 4 times in 2 seconds. That was just lean on the flashy button and get Jordan Boisson out the way, because Bachler wants a chunk of fastest laps before the tyres go away from him. We are seeing, I think maybe, we're having a golden hour. Feels like there's a golden hour.
It could be. I mean, it's still hot. It's certainly not as hot as it was at, say, 3 o'clock. But there's still a lot of heat in the sun, so we're not seeing the track cool at all. And if the track might not cool very much at all, because there's so much heat soak.
But we have the wind.
That tarmac.
We have the wind today.
We have got the Mistral. Yes,
and that's going to take away a little bit of that heat. But maybe it is just that we've got great drivers in the cars right now. We've got Philipp Hamprecht in the RPM Porsche, which is doing best sectors. We've got Patrick Niederhauser doing best sectors in the Lion Speed Porsche, and we've also got Klaus Bachler just being Bachler. Ow, Vortex, away. It's not going to be a best lap this time because he's had a bit of traffic, but riding on board here with Klaus Bachler, it's got a big gap to David Pogosyan, who's actually in pits. He's bailed out of being chased down, and he's getting a full service, as is Matthias Feibo in the 56 Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Now, that's another one to work out what they've got driver time left and who's going to be going into the car for the end of the race, because Vibo is the slowest of the drivers and they will need him, presumably they need him to do half the race, do they? It's a Pro-Am car, so runs under those Pro-Am regulations.
Yeah, I mean, that is the reg. The AM drivers have got to they've got to complete 50% of the race distance, haven't they? We've had a change of lead in 992, and that's purely because the Mulder Motorsport Porsche has been in for a pit stop. Valters Vidris is now at the wheel of the 921. He's on his out lap. We have Rick Breukers in the Red Camel car, the 909, still in 12th overall, 3rd in 992, and only 4 seconds off the back of the Mulder car. But again, Red Camel will be owing us a pit stop in that sequence. That has left the car that Ben was talking about short time ago, the home guard Porsche, taking up the lead, and it's got at least a lap. And there into second place has gone Breukers. He's come through 56 seconds behind the home guard car. And the Mulder car still on its out lap. It might, I think it'll stay in 3rd in 992.
So Dennis Vasek is a second AM driver in that Scuderia Praha Ferrari, even if he's significantly faster than Vibo. And they still need to do at least an hour and a half. So I think we're going to see Vasek do a double or do 2 singles with Kral in the middle of it to get us to the end of the race. And that will then complete their drive time. And that's not a complete disaster, because Vasek is very, very quick for an AM-rated driver. Pogasan still in pits. It's been a while. It's been a long pit stop, actually. It's 5 minutes and 10 seconds and counting for the number 69. Why is it still not out? It's taking a long time on pit lane. We haven't quite got our RF camera back up and running again to be able to show us.
We are talking about the Ferrari, aren't we?
No, we're talking about Pogasan. We're talking about...
right, yes.
The Audi, now
the Audi.
5.5 minutes.
That's why you're looking out the window, because it's underneath us, isn't it?
No, it isn't. It's because the Simpson is further up there. The Jutta ratings are underneath
that's
us,
right,
yeah.
yes.
But,
Audi.
yes, now comes past our window, so it's not a brake pad change or disc change or anything like that, but it is a slow pit stop for Continental Racing. Vladikin back aboard that car, but I would say they've given away about a minute there. And I don't know whether Diana is yet on comms, but that's certainly a team to go and chat to anyway, because it's been a really good showing for them. And it would be a shame to lose out if just because their pit stop is particularly slow.
Well, we'll see what the pit stop time is when they are...
Well, they're out. It's 5 minutes 54.
Right, 5 minutes 50. No, that's about right. I mean, it's what? About maybe 30 seconds over?
Yeah.
Which we've seen before, remember? We were speculating as to why certain teams were 30 seconds over the average time. And there was not really any discernible answer that was coming forth. So I think maybe that is just a general run of the thing. So Vasily Vladikin is now at the wheel of the 69, and that car leaves the pit garage. Vibo has brought the Scuderia Praha Ferrari in, the Era Motorsport Ferrari in, as Andreas Lascaratos brings the car in for Era. So the 2 Ferraris that were, well, certainly the Scuderia Praha car was certainly led the race at times, and we suspect that the Era car is continuing to make its way up the order. They've cycled through their AM drivers. Andreas Lascaratos is the last of their AM drivers. He's a very quick AM driver, I've got to say. And now it's down to, for the last 3 hours, it's down to Jake Hill and Ryan DL. Now, Ryan DL is the number 1 driver, I would say, in that team. Jake Hill, the number 2.
Yeah, but the performance so far is not that way round, because Ryan's got a sore wrist. And so
of course, yeah,
we did a little bit slow.
That's what Simon was saying about the fall. Was it you said they're falling to bits?
Yes. Yeah, because Jake's got an ear infection, or had an ear infection. I don't know what Ryan's done to his wrist. He wasn't pressed about what he had done to his wrist.
Right, probably a good thing.
So Now, Red Ant lead E2P Racing. What on earth have E2P got up to? How are they there? We haven't spoken about them, Aston Martin, for a while. Yeah, okay. So they ignored the last 2 Code 60s and therefore will owe us a pit stop pretty soon. And watch out for Klaus Bachler, therefore. Taking chunks and chunks and chunks of time out of the field. This is when you've got yourself a pro driver available, then they do make such a big difference to the timing screens. Especially when their competitors are going through their AM drivers. The pro driver can take 4 seconds, 5 seconds a lap out of even a good AM driver. And that's what I think, that's what we're seeing certainly with E2P, with Antonio Sierro now back at the wheel of the Aston. He's been in there for, what sort of stint time are we looking at for that car? The stint time is 1 hour and 47. For who? For Sierro. So yeah, so 32 laps. Well, he's coming up to his maximum driver time as well, isn't he? So this last stint is 32 laps, but he has been in the car longer than that because he stayed in the car through some of the Code 60s. So he was, yeah, look at that. He's done 12 laps, then 2 Code 60 pit stops with 3 laps in between, and then another 31. So that's going to be a big old stint for Antonio. Yeah, and he's brought that car back into contention, hasn't he? What are they in? They're in AM, so they have a different set of regulations, but they're not an all, or are they an all-AM lineup in that car? Because in AM you can have a semi-pro, and I think Olivier Campos will be a semi-pro. Standby caller. Yes, he is. So then the semi-pro regulations it means that each of the AM drivers have to do 1 hour, and the semi-pro can only do 3 hours. And so how much of the race has Oliver done? He has done, he's done 3.5. So we're not going to see Oliver Campos anymore. And therefore they have to finish the race between Antonio and Paolo. And Antonio's out of drive time, which means they have to put Paolo Nogueira back into the car. How long does the rest have to be between stints? I think it has to be 50% of the driver's stint. Okay, so what they can do is Nogueira for 1 stint and then back to Saniero for 2. Yeah, because they can't. Well, we're inside of 3 hours. Yeah, they can't put Campos back in. Campos is already maxed out on his drive time. But interesting, Saniero, best lap time is better than Campos. When you start dissecting the AM plus semi-pro, sort of what all these drivers are being given, an AM and an AM don't always sort of line up. No, an AM, there are various grades of AMs, aren't they? And there are some very good AMs. You know, AM drivers that are classified as, with the FIA rankings, there would be bronze drivers, wouldn't they? We call them AMs in this series, but bronze drivers making their way through to become silver and pro drivers, semi-pro being the silver, pro being a gold. And so you've got the gentleman driver who is going to bring the car home. He's going to do it, and that is the stint mission for our gentleman drivers, our AM drivers, to lap consistently to a pace, to their pace, and bring the car home. Oh, some bodywork damage on the Lion Speed Porsche. This is, and some rubbing and some smoke, and it's. Surely Patrick Niederhauser in that car. Yes, it is. And he has made contact with another car, or a bollard, and he's ripped the left front corner of just the bumper at the moment. You know what's just behind there, though, don't you, on a 911? Yeah, right. The radiator of the cooling system. And if that damage is extended beyond the bumper and inside of the bumper, then that could be more problematic than just a bit of bodywork rubbing. That's not what you want from a pro driver, is it really? Well, I'm sure he didn't do it deliberately. No. I wonder whether we can find out how that's happened. It's almost just peeled away more than a big bit of contact. There's been lots of that today. There's been lots of little tiny nicks and rubbing, and nothing particularly large, But that's very inconvenient because Lion Speed were hoping from Patrick Niederhauser to get back up into the mix of things in 992 as the Lamborghini heads back out onto circuit. How long have they been in the pits? 17 minutes. So there's a story there for Diana as well to decipher.
I think Diana's underneath us at Simpson, perhaps. Let's head down. Diana, is that you? I did hear her voice.
No, she just said hello, I think.
It is, yeah. I was just going to tell you that the Prime Speed Sport Lamborghini was on the pit apron about to leave.
Do we know why it was in the pits for 17 minutes?
That's what I was in the middle of doing. So I'll be back to you in a few seconds.
Joe was a little excited and premature.
I heard her voice. I thought she was downstairs, just underneath us.
No, but you got confused with that earlier, dear.
Did I?
Yes. Because it's Jutta racing downstairs, not Simpson racing downstairs.
That's right, I did get, yes.
We literally did that 20 minutes ago.
It's late. We've had very little sleep this weekend.
Absolutely.
And a lot of seat time in the car.
And a lot of seat time in the
seat time
in the comms box as well. I'm thinking that front bumper is just going to get ripped off because it's only rubbing against the front left corner.
Well, you want to hope that it'll just blow off and break. I doubt it will. Now then, I'm going to go back down to the pits because Diana is definitely there this time.
Cue Diana.
I definitely am. I'm here. Thank you. Prime Speed Sport, we were just talking about the Lamborghini. Sam, you're an engineer and I was just having a very brief chat with you about what happened. The car was in the garage for about 18 minutes or so. What were the issues?
Yeah, so unfortunately in the last stint, one of our drivers is making some good ground. We've been off strategy a little bit. This was the part where it was all going to pay off, but he was overtaking one of the vortexes. Looked like the door had been left open. It came in, hit the left rear wheel, and that's manifested itself into a wheel bearing failure, which has affected the drive shaft. The boys were really hot in there. They got it all sorted out. Car's gone back out, and we'll just go. There's still 3 hours to go. Anything can happen. That's the beauty of Creventic. So smile on our face, chin up, and give it a go.
Well, you were all doing a fantastic job. We saw that, working very precisely, and the aim was always to, keep going in the race as long as possible.
Yeah, for sure. We have a fantastic crew. It's a bunch of Kiwi guys who've flown 30 hours from New Zealand to be here. We did Mazzano last year, had a blast. A few plugins from Europe, but majority of them are Kiwis. All great guys, super smiles on the face, good communication, good can-do attitude, and hopefully that gets us over the line tonight, and we'll have a few beers later.
Absolutely. No. Are you enjoying the sort of location here and the sort of venue that we have in Paul Ricard?
You can't complain about the south of France. They are saying it's a heat wave at the moment. Back in New Zealand, it's about 6 degrees Celsius. It's winter. The days are short, so been wearing a little bit of sun cream. We're starting to build a bit of a tan. Spirits are high, and we'll be back again.
Well done. Thank you so much for chatting to us. We'll see you at the end.
Thank you.
And that's why I want to live in New Zealand.
Why? Because it's 6 degrees?
No, the guy's just such a positive vibe, and that's not. Yeah, he's obviously a lovely bloke, but that is New Zealand through and through.
Are you striving for a positive vibe, Ben? You seem to be. You were talking to me the other day about it's a positive vibe, Bradley. You've got a positive vibe. It's like there's only you who hasn't, Ben.
Yeah, possibly.
Maybe that's the key.
Exactly.
Maybe that's the key.
So I'm just going to soak myself in
6 degrees and dark at 4 o'clock down there.
Because it's winter.
Well, I know that.
And it's summer here, and then it flips reverse, because
So go to New Zealand in December.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
That's when you need to be.
But
a typical sort of Antipodean attitude to life of just like crack on, let's get it done. And we talked about New Zealand being really. Oh, it was Simon and I talked about New Zealand and what New Zealand's actually produced in motorsport. Bruce McLaren, and then you look currently as all the top drivers from New Zealand: Scott Dixon, Liam Lawson, to name but two. Amazing.
And it's an amazing country and the amazing spirit and that can-do attitude of and this is on the converse, just why Creventic come to a place like this. They go, right, we're Paul Ricard in July, and the New Zealanders go, yeah, that sounds like a great holiday. We can go do a bit of racing
too. Let's fly 30 hours.
Absolutely.
Shall we head down the pits, Diana?
The GT3 class E2P Racing, the number 90 Aston Martin is on the pit apron. They're doing a full service here and driver change. I think it's Pablo Bergara getting into this. You would be correct. He's behind the wheel, and they're just fine-tuning. They're talking to the driver at the moment who's doing some, maybe I think his belts might be not as tight as they wanted, so they just opened the door and they're adjusting his straps, and he's fired it up and off they go.
It has to be Paulo Baguera, because Antonio Sanero is getting out having done a maximum 2 hours. He can't carry on. And Oliver Campos has done a maximum amount for a semi-pro in that category of car. So they don't have any other option but to put Paulo Baguera in from the Lion King. And I imagine he'll do a single stint, and then Antonio will get back in as long as they can make sure that Paulo does a full hour's stint.
He's got to do 52 plus minutes.
He's got to do more. Well, yes, but he's got to do a full hour because Antonio needs the full hour rest.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, we believe that. Yeah.
So that would then give Antonio a double to the end of the race to maximise the performance of the car.
That's quite. That actually is a very, very good back time from the end. That is perfect. And they've gone about their race, and all right, they've dropped down to 6th, possibly about to drop down to 7th. But if that strategy works towards the end, they're going to plug a driver in with nigh on an hour and 50 or so to go.
The other mission, oh, Diana's on it.
Yeah, go on, Diana.
I'm still here at ETP Racing, and Antonio very kindly spotted that we were waiting here and has come over straight away to have a chat with us. So thanks for doing that, Antonio. You've had a bit of a job on your hands, but doing a superb job putting in the times and keeping that car where it needs to be.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, I had the opportunity to keep up the top. I don't know if P4, P5, I don't know. I'm not sure. But yeah, I struggled a bit with it was very hot. But yeah, I think I managed to do it really well. So yeah, keep pushing.
How challenging is it on track now at this point where, you know, conditions are changing yet again, so the balance of a lot of cars are changing. People are managing their tyres.
Yeah, it's quite difficult because the weather is changing, the feeling of the road is changing as well. So yeah, it'll be difficult, but we are used to it. This is endurance, and we are used to it. Yeah.
Are you getting back in the car?
I don't know. I think I won't because I complete my time. So I have no more opportunities.
So time now to just go and relax and rehydrate.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, if he's not getting in the car and Oliver Campos isn't getting in the car, then nobody's getting in the car.
Well, I'm sorry to break this to you.
Yes, exactly.
But don't get changed too early.
You're going to go back to the back of the garage and go, oh, okay.
Yes, Baguera cannot go to the finish. He's still got 2 hours and 40. Well, it will be 2 hours and 52. You can't do that. So yeah, don't get changed too readily. We may need you again, young Mr. Sanero. Let's have a look at our class leaders then. The overall leader and class leader in GT3, Yannick Redant, in the Redant Mercedes, being driven with such vigour the whole race through. Quite a great run. Still heavily in contention, still owing us a pit stop very soon. 992, currently being led by the Holmgaard Motorsport Porsche, with Patrick Steen Rasmussen at the wheel. They are owing us a pit stop. Mulner Motorsport have led that class for such a long time now. However, I'm not sure if it's beginning to come back towards Holmgaard and Red Camel, or perhaps Holmgaard and Red Camel are coming back towards Mulner as we head towards the later stages of this race. GTX, Nova, had a little bit of a stint off the lead of GTX with a problem with a power steering belt very early in the race. That put them down 13 laps. But then attrition hit the GTX class. And right now we've got all of the... Oh, no, not quite. I was about to say we've got all of the Vortex V8s in the pits. However, 702, Franck Lefebvre has brought out the 702 and he's on an outlap. So currently in the pits, Lionel Amarouche in the number 701 has pit stop. I think that's just a general scheduled stop. Now GT4, that's the property of Neville Jones at the moment at the wheel of the number 421 Venture Mercedes. They've been at the front of the GT4 field. Hannover Motorsport brought a BMW. Rob Verhoeven at the wheel of the 419. Now they have been going at their own pace. and I think they would agree that it wasn't exactly a competitive pace in comparison to the Venture Mercedes. So Venture Mercedes, they're on 214 laps. The Hermosa Motorsport BMW have completed 206. So it hasn't really been a race in GT4. But we've got one more GT4 car than we had in Misano. So I would like to think that we can start building the interest in GT4, and I suspect, Ben, that very much at Barcelona for the final round, we'll see more than 2 GT4s out, because it's a popular race, the Barcelona 24.
I had forgotten that there was also International GT Open this weekend, as well as the ELMS.
Yeah.
So we've just got a massively heavy weekend where we're utilising...
And coming off some very heavy GT weekends.
Yeah, you know, and all these teams are just super, super busy. And so it's just a tricky time to have a race meeting. And we do find that when we sit on quiet weekends where there's not much else going on, the grid grows. And it's a logical thing. It's just this weekend is particularly heavy, and maybe it's worth looking at a different... the hole's been made now on the nostril of the Sepp-Lejeune Racing. Yeah,
they broke through the tank tip, haven't they? I wonder what spurred their interest in opening up that gap. Maybe
it's a sucker rather than a blower, that one. So as the air goes over the hole, it's a low pressure.
It draws it out.
Draws the heat out.
Right. I see what you mean. Yeah.
Rather than a duct.
Well, we weren't drawing anything out, though, were we? We covered. So it wasn't working either way.
The middle bit, that's the nose, and that's air in, but the two others on the other sides are air out. That was the only piece of information I had found out on my gap and on my little break, and now a full pad and disc change. Have we seen this in GT3? I'm not sure we have we?
We haven't. We haven't yet, and I was speculating with Simon Hill whether or not we would see any, and we came to the conclusion that potentially not. If it's going to happen, I mean, when you consider just how many heavy braking areas have we got at Paul Ricard? We've got turn 1.
Yeah.
We've got the back straight into the North chicane. Everywhere else, maybe not. You're kind of bleeding off speed, aren't you, through the twists and the turns of the circuit here. And so there's only 2 really major big stops from very high speed, which is I suppose where you'd really take the most out of the brakes. That's a recovery drive now for the Krone Aviation coloured car, number 907.
Handprecked in that car, so that's why he's giving the hurry up to the 902. Fastest lap in 992 overall in the race, because just gone the way of Patrick Niederhauser in the 957. So you know how he had that little incident and had to do an extra pit stop. Well, he's clearly annoyed by it, because he's just done a 206.871. There's
Stéphane Perrin. He's getting concerned that the car is taking a lot of time in the pits. Now, that splitter that we saw the team putting back on the 888 numbered car, I don't know whether that's a new one gone on and it's been running without the splitter. Without the splitter, the 992 car is an absolute beast of a car to drive, because it has no frontal downforce and it creates a massive amount of understeer, which, understeer is perhaps more manageable than oversteer. However, it's a very slow way of driving around a racetrack, and you're burning off those front tyres. And with the 911, without that engine all the way out, unsprung weight beyond the back axle, you get that car to rotate, and it's very hard to do when you haven't got a front end. So it just destroys the balance of the car. That's why we go to such efforts to replace those splitters on the front of Cup cars.
Niederhauser goes faster again in the 957. He sits in 7th position in 992, and I'm afraid is 2.5 laps back from the 2 Sepp-Lejeune Racing Porsches, although we're watching the 888 car in the pits. The Vortex is in the fast lane.
Yeah, I think the Vortex has pulled off its pit apron.
Can't do
and
that.
It's got a loose right front wheel. Just saw the mechanic walk up to that car, and he went to kick the wheel of the car. I think that's still a 701, Lionel Amarouche showing in the car, but I think we've had a driver change there. So Tale of Woe for Vortex continuing, and we'll see if they can get the car back on the apron, get it jacked up, and maybe have another go at fasting that right front wheel.
This 888 Seblejou Porsche has been given a 16-second time penalty for minimum sector time. This is not
sorry,
good.
Ben, I'm not sure that. So what we've got is the Vortex that's pulled off the pit apron. It's now in the pit lane proper, and they've come along with a jack. It's stopped because it's got a loose front wheel. They've jacked the car up in the pit lane. Now it's off the jacks, having re-secured the right front wheel. And I'm not sure you're going to not. I'm pretty sure that. Keep an eye on the penalty box.
Yeah.
Because that car, I'm pretty sure, will get a penalty.
Yeah.
Working on the car outside of the pit area, probably.
In the fast lane as well.
In the fast lane of the pits. I thought they might have an attempt to drag it back to the pit apron, where they would have been able to do that without incurring any penalty.
I mean, imagine being the partners of the drivers at the Vortex. How was your racing, dear? And then you're breaking open the bottle of red, and the rest of the evening
is taken with the tale of daring do, and getting the cars to the finish, and overheating problems for Sonel, wasn't it? In Solen. Isn't your wife called Solen?
Yes, that's why
it's the same name. Solen.
It's actually the same name, just slightly differently spelt. But yes, it's the same name.
Isn't your wife called Solen?
No, Solen.
Solen.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do I keep saying?
Sonel.
Sonel, do I?
Getting literally the half of it round the wrong way. Philippe Bonnell
is a teammate in that team.
Yeah, that is correct.
Yes.
That stuff coming out the bottom of it again?
Not sure
Can't
if it's got something.
Like
yeah, there's something bridging the gap underneath the car to the ground, isn't there? I'm not quite sure what that could be. Oh, please don't let it be an air jack. Because the car has got air jacks, and it was lifted with the air jacks. Please let that air jack return.
Can't quite see from that angle, but it does feel as though there's something quite low to the ground under the car. Car's quite low to the ground anyway.
I think there might just be a bit of bodywork sagging, bit of floor tray. Hard to see, these cars run so low to the ground, of course.
We've got a 28-second penalty for our leader. And I don't know how much the gap's 2 minutes and 31.
What's it for?
It is for. It's not what I was just announced. The 28 has been announced as a penalty. Nico Bastien has been given 5 seconds. So lots of penalties coming through. But
now that's for now the 28 not respecting minimum sector time during code 60. So that's a code 60 speeding violation.
Yeah.
The 701. There's what we thought. Not respecting pit stop regulations. 10-second time penalty issued. Let's head down to the pits.
Speeding in the pit lane is for the 93.
Pit lane speed limit for the leader.
Yeah.
How many seconds?
28.
28 seconds for the leader. Diana.
Bit of an update down here. I think we've got 2.5 hours or so to go. Obviously, a few teams have come in to sort of have driver changes and stuff. But what I'm finding is the drivers are absolutely exhausted still, and they are sort of going straight out the back and having either a shower or cold water because they're really sort of not ready to give interviews just yet. So as soon as I can get anyone that gets out of the car quickly enough, then I will get them for you. But we can obviously appreciate, it's a very physical job that they're doing this afternoon here in Paul Ricard.
Yeah, massive challenge for everyone in the heat of the south of France. Not the first time we've suffered with heat at a 24H series race here at Paul Ricard. I remember one 24-hour race that it was, I think it was even hotter. I think it was 38 degrees, and we saw those paddling pools at the back of the pit garages being utilised very readily. The July 24H series race is renowned for being a challenge with regards to managing heat. I remember our visits to Portimao.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not a strange phenomenon for it to be this hot in the European summer, in the south of France or on the Algarve. And I'm pretty sure when we look at planning the calendar, that is a factor that we'll take on. GTX leader, that is the Nova. Very interesting car. If we take off the restrictions, it would be if we take off the the balance of performance restrictions that we've put on that car would be out and out the fastest car on the grid. But however, GT3 is our primary class, so we've had to stifle it a bit.
I love the fact that with that car, the number, the flashy number board, which you see in the windscreen of every other car, doesn't fit in the windscreen facing forwards of the Nova, so it has to go on the side, and so a little bit of an odd one, that. But obviously it's called a Luminex or something like that. It displays the name of the driver that's in the car and the position in class with different colours, and pretty universal across all the different championships now. But it doesn't fit in the windscreen facing forwards. Niederhauser's done another fastest lap in the 957. He's down to 2 minutes and 6.610.
GT4 leader, Venture, the Mercedes there, 421, still leading GT4. Down in 25th overall, Neville Jones is the man behind the entry, the man behind Venture, the Venture team. Dan Bishop.
Such a well turned out car, isn't it? And the garage is really well turned out. It
is
highly professional.
They've got their chief engineer on that car is a lad called Dan Bishop, who was a young lad who metaphorically knocked on my garage door and said, "Gives a job," down at Snet, and I think he was at uni doing something, and he's been involved in British touring cars, and get to see him often, doing a good job. Remember, these were the recipients of our Spirit of the Race Award at Mazzano.
We've got to start thinking about that soon.
Yeah, we have. There's a few contenders I've got in mind.
Okay. I think Simon Hill is probably worth a mention.
Who?
Simon.
Yeah, it was on that level actually.
Okay.
So I'm thinking Prime Speed Sport, for the fact that they flew 30 hours to be here in Europe to race in the European summer. Yeah. That's worth it. And then you mentioned the attitude there, the Kiwi attitude of just, positivity, which you seem to be lacking.
No, don't say that. That's not fair.
Lacking in Ben's life. It's craving. Yeah, lacking in Ben's life. He loves that positivity.
No, not lacking, craving.
You need to just soak up the positivity around you.
That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm appreciating it.
Yeah.
I'm seeing you.
I'm oozing it.
Say you're really positive. That's lovely. Thanks. I'll take some of it.
Yeah, take some. And so that's an idea for Spirit of the Race.
Okay.
I mean, Vortex is always going to be there, because whatever hits them, they just address it and press on.
But it can't always be.
It can't be adversity.
Have problems and fix them. It can't always be that.
No, and that's why I suggest the Kiwis.
And that's the temptation always, is to go, oh, you've had a really bad race, but you've finished. Well done. And that's quite the easy default. But we've had some different ones this year, including, of course, Jerry winning it in Spa. After 20 years of service at Creventic, into his retirement. Probably watching. Would he be watching? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, Neville having a good stint in this Venture Mercedes, a good steady stint. He's the AM driver in this entry, and racing again here, racing with his son Chris and Matt George, the pro in that car. Matt George being the driver coach for the two AMS, father and son team.
Yeah, do feel free to suggest on the chat, hello chat, I've been following you, for any of your ideas for Spirit of the Race Award, because I know you'll have lots of different ideas. Lumirank is what I was looking for. That's the flashy box square thing in the windscreen. Thank you to H, who we come across to very often in the chats of various motorsports. H is suggesting, I think he's suggesting the Nova for Spirit of Race Award.
Yeah, for bringing it.
For bringing it.
Yeah, love it.
Thanks for entering.
Love it. The GTX class is our prototype class this weekend, with those Vortex V8s and the Nova. And I'm pretty sure, I know Sebastian Page is on the right page when it comes to generating some interest from those owners. Leader in.
God, no, they've been in for ages. They've been
in fueling,
because they've done Yes, and a 30-second penalty, or is that at the end of pit lane?
Yeah, let's ask Diana.
That is at the end of the pit lane, but the car is on the pit apron now. The Red Ant Racing Mercedes AMG Urson Red Ant is just driven up and jumped in behind the wheel of that number 93 car now. He's just making his way out of the pit lane. Unfortunately, I'm at the wrong end, so I can't see if he's going to take a penalty. But let me just ask Bert very quickly. Bert, are you having to take a penalty on the way out here?
Yeah, it's obligated.
Yes, exactly.
We have to.
How long?
Unfortunately, yeah.
How long's the penalty?
Excuse me?
How long are you sitting at the penalty box for?
28 seconds.
Well, that was a super slick stop by the guys then. That was a super slick stop by the guys.
Yeah, perfect.
And
got a bit disjointed there because there was a number of cars coming in just behind. But yeah, they will take the penalty at the other end of the pit lane.
They are going to be, Joe, faster than the Simpson Motorsport last pit stop, even with that 30-second penalty at the end of the box. That's why.
Actually, time that, Ben, and just see if you're absolutely spot on. I'm not disputing that. They've gone.
He has not served his penalty. But the last pit.
No, I think they may leave the pit lane and then go into the penalty box.
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure. I'll have to confirm
there he is.
that.
Oh, and he's had contact with somebody. He's had contact coming out of the pits with maybe the Ajith Kumar car ahead, but damage to the front left corner of the Red Ant Racing Mercedes. I wonder if we're going to have a replay.
Well, he didn't serve 28 seconds, that's for sure.
No, he didn't do the penalty.
He went straight out of the pits, didn't serve the 28-second penalty. He's hit something. I'm not sure what he may have hit. We'll find out. He's going to... Diana Binks down there in the pits at Red Ant needs to stay exactly where you are, Di, because he's going to be coming straight back in.
Is he?
He's got to. The team can see that on their TV screens like we can.
But can't they leave it like that?
No, not at all.
Okay.
No, that looks like it could manifest into much worse damage. Plus, you're not going to be... I mean, the tyre's scrubbing for a start.
Yeah.
That's going to be a puncture very soon if it continues to rub. And you don't know what damage it's caused. And you're also... Your aero is going to just be rubbish. And the car's going to understeer. And it's going to be out of balance. It's going to be horrible. And there, look out. He can't even get by a 992 car.
Oh, this is a disaster. They were really very much on course for victory today, doing everything right in the only pro car, as Klaus Bachler just does the fastest lap of the race. Just to add insult to injury, Bachler does a 202.835, and his nearest competitor surely is going to have to head back to pit lane, or he goes around the outside of the Ajith Kumar Porsche, maybe puts himself... No, he's not going to come in pits.
He's stayed out. Yeah, Diana, you might want to ask the team what's the thinking on keeping that damaged car out. They're obviously going to take a risk with the puncture. I mean, the smoke is stopped, so that means the tyre is worn away to the point that there's no rubber in contact with that errant bodywork. But that is a massive risk because you've worn away a bit of rubber. So you've got a damaged tyre there. I wouldn't like to be going down that Mistral with a gouge out of the tyre, which is invariably what's happened. Still driving it with a massive aplomb is the only way I can describe it. He really is still pushing on. So
Ayrton just taking over from his brother Yannick into the car.
There's bits of bracket and stuff flopping around in there. But they're rolling the dice with that damage and keeping the car out. And that's very, very brave. So Diana, if you could ask the team what there may be a reaction to that damage on the 93 Mercedes. It's not really slowing it down though, Ben. I mean, it'll slow it down from its optimum lap time potential, but it's not really looking like the car's becoming a handful of unbalanced Mercedes. It still looks pretty like the driver can really drive it. Through Sink Corner onto Bosson.
Gosh, here's a story that one of our people on the chat has just reported to us. Remember that we had a fuel station, a fuel pump that was unavailable a bit earlier on today. It was pump number 5. But the vortex was on fire at that pump, having overfueled the car. It caught fire, and so everybody else just legged it out and they put it out. So it obviously was a flash fire because the cars then carried on, but certainly not something, obviously our camera's not pointing in that direction, but a bit of a scare in the fuel station a little bit earlier on. Thanks to the chat for informing us on all these things.
Go ahead, Diana, what have you found out down there?
I have Yannick Redant with me from Redant Racing. So, Yannick, just before a number of things that have just gone on in the last few minutes, but obviously when you got out of the car, it's very physical during that race. How are you feeling now?
Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit tired now. It's very physical with the high temperatures, but yeah, it was in the end when the temperature got a little bit lower, it went okay.
It's hard work though. Were you just telling me that your cool suit underneath your race suit was just sort of wasn't really working, so it wasn't doing any help to you today?
No, indeed. When I put it in, it came loose, and after 2 minutes, my cockpit was full of water, so I needed to take it out. So it was no cooling.
Obviously, we saw an incident with the car as it went back out onto the track after what we thought you were taking a penalty, but we're not sure if you did take a penalty. But it looks like there's some damage to the car. What could you see when you were in the office there?
Yeah, it was from a previous accident. We know the bumper was a little bit loose, and yeah, there was a possibility it came down, and now that happened in the last stint.
What feedback are you getting from your brother as to the damage on the car? Is it having much effect?
For the moment, I think he only did 2 laps, and it didn't seem a big problem. I just hope it's keep hanging around.
Do you know if you took the penalty? Because we were expecting you to take a penalty when he went out, but I'm not sure he did. Did he take it?
Yeah, Ayrton took it.
Okay, all right, I'll let you get back outside that sunshine. Thank you.
Yeah, timing screens are now saying that the penalty has been cleared and the penalty was served. We didn't feel like there was enough time for him to do that, having come out onto the circuit, but it was a 28-second penalty that's now no longer on our timing.
Well, he was on the pit lane for he was in the pit lane for 1 minute 45. The
penalty was 28.
Yeah, and
that would be all right. That's why I keep saying the last Simpson pit stop was so slow.
No, hang on a minute. they changed drivers and tyres.
Yeah.
In 1 minute 45.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Well, where's the 28 seconds on top of that?
Because we've seen people doing tyres and drivers in 1 minute 20.
Yeah, okay.
So then you add your 28 seconds and you get to that, which is 5 minutes, and Simpson Racing was 6 minutes in the pits. And it really has, I think, dropped them out. They're only 11 seconds behind Red Ant Racing now, so the battle is back on for second, and we are awaiting Proton Huber to come in and give us a pit stop in maybe 5 or 6 laps. But get this, the average speed of Klaus Bachler in his last stint, what do you reckon? 2:04 dead.
Wow, average.
Yeah. So they really are. I didn't think they could put Bachler in that car actually, from the regulations that I was reading. Because Proton Huber are in the Pro-Am category with a pro driver. The pro driver can only do 1/3 of the race. That's fine. Klaus Bachler will do less than that. But the Am and the Am Plus must do half the race. Let's go down. I mean, I'm sure that they are on top of it more than I am. But between Dresdo and Vallenvine, they need to do 6 hours. Just trying to work this one out quickly before I disappear. And yeah, between Vallenvine and Dresdo, they need to do 6 hours. The semi-pro is free. Klaus Bachler is the pro. How do they get 6 hours from Dresdo and Vallenvine with not very much lap left? Klaus Bachler is going to have to come in and hand the car back over to Valenven and Drozov until the end of the race. There's not a lot. It's really quite tight. Simon Hill's back with this.
I am indeed. I think you're probably right. I think if he comes in fairly soon, they might just about do it on those maths.
Just?
But it's going to be tight, isn't it?
No wonder Klaus Bachler's been in a rush.
Well, he's always in a rush, isn't he? So,
right.
So, here we go again. Let's have a look at everything unfolding. Dramas for the Red Ant machine. Bachler still doing Bachler things and being very fast at the head of the pack. Although interesting, Nico Bastian's last lap, 2:03.214, just a gnats away from being fastest lap of the race. I think about a tenth off of the quickest lap that we saw earlier on from Joseph Kral, 2:03.170. So yeah, half a tenth off, which is pretty impressive. Maybe we're getting into a bit of a golden hour, as we quite often refer to at places like Le Mans and Daytona, where there's a certain point in the day where the temperatures and the track conditions come together.
The track's got to cool though, Simon, surely, and there's so much heat out there in that track. I think it's going to be like sundown before we see the track discernibly cool at all.
Well, having just walked across the paddock a fairly short distance, I can absolutely guarantee, just by the very simple test of just how hot and sticky I feel from a 5-minute walk. But
still hot out there, yeah.
It's blisteringly hot, yeah. So yeah, it's the track temp must be insane. I don't know what it is. I'll see if we can find out later. But certainly the only thing I can think of possibly is that the one thing that will definitely have happened is that the sheer volume of rubber that's down, or the layers, if you want to call it that, of Michelin rubber that's now being put on the track, that maybe is helping. It could also be that Bastien, maybe they've changed something on the setup of the car. And I know certainly from a brief word with the ERA guys, one of the reasons why Andreas went a lot quicker in that car was they made a small setup change and it just suited the track conditions as it evolved. So yeah, going to be interesting to see if Bastien can continue that sort of pace. Not seeing any more green sectors from him at this stage, but quite often you can see drivers do a faster lap with 3 very good sectors that aren't quite their ultimate, but are right up there. We're watching the Santalot car, which has now got, of course, on board Pierre Caffa. Such an experienced and talented driver is Pierre Caffa. Did get a penalty earlier for the contact with the ERA Motorsport car, so that bit of a misjudgment on his behalf in just turning that car around. As we go to Denis Vasek, he's really impressed me this weekend, Vasek. He seems to have really, whether it's a circuit that he's comfortable with, or whether it's just that we're at a stage of the year where he's just kind of gradually got a little bit more into the rhythm, if you like, into the vibe of that car, and he certainly really seems to have stepped it up in terms of his level of performance. We always know Joseph Kral could do that because there's that. Although interestingly, I noticed on the entry list, Joseph is listed as a semi-pro, which surprised me somewhat. I would have thought him as a pro all day long.
Well, I think semi-pro is kind of like a silver.
Yes.
And the pro is a gold.
But still, I would have thought if he was doing an FIA series, I would have thought that with his level of experience, he would have been a gold-rated driver.
Yeah, I know.
Because he's not that old. He's only in his early 30s,
well,
so I think he's 33, something like that.
The team were a big part of this series up until 2020, the COVID year.
Yeah.
And then they've made sort of one-off appearances. They've been here all season, the Scuderia Praha team. While you were away, Simon, did you pick up on the Red Ant issues with the 28-second penalty, and then the damage to the front end, which we didn't notice until it came out of the pits, and then there was a big chunk of front bumper missing and then the tyre was smoking off whatever it was rubbing on it. That stopped smoking, so whatever it is has worn away, and the team just don't seem concerned. And the car is circulating with a big hole in the left rear, in the left front corner, which is acting like a big, massive umbrella in slowing the car down. Massive sort of air brake, if anything.
Yeah.
So we'll keep an eye on. So 2 minutes 7.3. That was the last lap time by Ayrton Redon. We'll keep an eye on that. The leader, Bachler, as you would expect, 2 minutes 4. I think Ben said he's averaged 2 minutes 4. Yes, he has. So an average over 29 laps of 2 minutes 4.1. That's how quick Bachler is, which I think you mentioned before you went off for dinner. he is what he is.
Yeah.
Battler is the real
He's
deal.
a superstar, isn't he?
You know what you're getting when you put him in the car.
Indeed. But interesting, just looking at like Ayrton Redan, his correct me if I'm wrong, it's his brother, isn't it? It's Yannick.
Yes.
I think Yannick appears to be the quicker of the two. But just looking, now the Krone car, but going back out again, or the Krone racing car, the RPM run car. And
that's been out. Simon's been sort of on a bit of a recovery drive. Philip Hamprecht has brought the car in. Did we see a driver change there?
Yes, we did.
Tracy again.
I think it's either Tracy or Nick that's just jumping. I think it might be Tracy. But yeah, so I mean, obviously the 992 class is still looking very, very good for Molnar Holmgaard. But from a championship point of view, the Red Camels team are going to come out of this in good shape if they can maintain that podium position. Whereas for the overall championship, for the GT3 championship, if you will, Scuderia Praha, Proton, Huber, Redan, all three in the top 4 of the championship coming in, and even ERA, not far behind either. That still could unfold in their favour, because the cars immediately in front of them, Santaloc, E2P, and TFT aren't in the championship fight at all. They're one-off races effectively, or not one-offs in the case of E2P, but certainly haven't been there throughout.
Yeah, they are behind them in the championship. The teams that are ahead of ERA currently joined 4th with Proton Huber.
Hofer obviously are not going to score.
Hofer's not going to score
so
very well.
That's going to put them probably, I think the points difference between them. I would suggest by the end of the weekend, if things unfold, it looks like it'll be Praha, Proton and ERA in the top 3. I think
could be.
That's likely.
Well, Redant's going to be coming up the order as well.
Redant will be coming up.
So Redant will be in the mix behind Scuderia Praha as well. They had a 3rd place at Mazzano, didn't score. ERA took a podium at the opening round in Mugello, and 2nd place to Hofer at Spa was a good score for them. 2nd place for Proton Huber at Mazzano in the last round was a good score for them. Scuderia Praha still holding on for that win. The last round at Mazzano was won by the Haas RT Audi. Round 2 at Spa was won by the Zigo Sport Tempesta. They're not here. And Manamari Energy was also the winner of round 1. Yes.
I think we might have just seen a change. I think Vladikin might have just got past Redan. Yes, he has. Moved into 2nd place.
That damage is costing them time, Simon.
I mean, they're 209 last time round. Now, even allowing for traffic, that car is seriously hampered, isn't it?
Yeah.
Vladikin 205.4 last time, so 4 seconds a lap quicker. So, but one of the things that, as Ben was alluding to just before he left the box, was that Bachler must be up on track drive time now. I'm pretty sure that he's could be coming in fairly soon.
Bachler's stint, we've got him at just over the hour.
Yeah.
So he could effectively stay in the car for another 55 minutes.
But the others haven't done it.
But he's done 29 laps.
Yeah. So anyway, we'll watch to see what happens with that. The other thing we would just mention there is the times. If you look at them now, a lot of the cars have set their fastest personal lap recently. So the fastest lap of the race with Bachler 202.835, the Vladikin 203.5, 203.6 for Kaffer, 203.2 for Bastian, 203.8 for DL. A lot of these guys are run 203.9 for John O'Lester, a bit further down. So that's under qualifying time. 202.8 is faster than quali yesterday.
Yeah, I'm not sure who posted those best times.
So that would be Bachler in that.
Yeah, definitely the 202.8.
But the others, Bachler. Again, like certainly Bastian, DL would have done those times. The 203.1 was Josef Kral in that car, and the 204.0 was Yannick Redan. And for the Continental car, I'm not sure. I think Vladikin is usually the quickest guy in that car, so wouldn't be at all surprised. So further down, the 992s, as we were saying, they're all running in sort of sequence, as it were. There's no GT3 cars between them, which is the Molnar, Holmgaard, Red Camel and Ajith Kumar cars. And I haven't any bias in that championship, but on a kind of for the series, I think it would be great if that Ajith car could get on the podium.
India, Collywood would go.
And then obviously there would be no more cricket.
There would be no more cricket.
It would be. It would stop overnight.
Yeah.
And they would be, you know.
Well, interesting that Ajith had a test in the private test sessions earlier.
I thought you say he played a test.
No.
Like, talking about cricket.
Talking about cricket.
He's so versatile. He can act, he can race.
Yeah, I'm sure he can play cricket as well.
He's a fast bowler. He's like, yeah.
He had a test in GT3. The car that the car that has been rented to the Nisa team after their shunt. It's a Red Ant car, and of course Ajith Kumar Racing are collaborating with Red Ant and had a taste of a GT3 car around here. So he's got his eye maybe on progression. He's come on a lot since, I mean, you know, we first saw him in Dubai, and undoubtedly he's been racing in the Middle East, in various things, and also in India. But when you look at his pace, and more importantly, Simon, his consistency in that pace, and his consistency of lap time is what you need from a gentleman driver, from an AM driver.
Well, you go back to Dubai, he had that big shunt in testing there, which was, you know, fair play to the guys. They got another car, got him back out, and did a solid job. I think they had, you know, a few technical issues in the race, which happens in 24-hour races, as we know. But as you said, he's been learning circuits, he's been improving. They've had some change of the technical side of that team, which has been an important thing for them, but also shows you that they're sort of adapting to their environment, as it were. But you can hear from the interview you did with him earlier just how committed he is to this program.
Loves it, doesn't he?
And not just this program, but it's clearly something that runs forward. But so interesting. I was looking at his biog of what he'd done in racing, and he actually was racing Formula BMW single seaters many years ago. That's kind of where he started.
Whereabouts?
Well, there used to be a one-make championship. I always remember in the sort of about 06, 07, there was a Middle Eastern series, and I nearly, unfortunately, had to commentate. I say unfortunately, not because there's anything wrong with the drivers or the cars, but the championship was sponsored by Petronas, who we all know obviously from sponsoring the Mercedes F1 team, and all of the cars were identical. They were like a grid of like race school cars. So other than the number, which you couldn't really read, and the driver's crash helmets, which, as we know, modern drivers' crash helmets quite often look the same. So it was literally like the white cars following the white car, following the white car, following the white car. It was one of those. But so we are looking at the Dennis Vasek car, which has been looking very strong. That's going to be on top of that. Let's have a look how far he is from Red Ant. Is on the lap behind, but he's well, interesting. The Red Ant car seems to have found a bit more speed. He's now in the mid 207s, but he's still 3 or 4 seconds a lap slower than the cars around him.
He's bleeding away that gap. That gap's out to 5 seconds between Vladikin in second now and Red Ant in third. Binksy shouts up, Diana.
Yes, Prime Speed Sport, the Lamborghini Huracan, has got another issue. It's back into the pit lane. It's on the pit apron at the moment. They said they've got a cylinder issue, which they're looking at. And they're throwing things out of the back of the car right this moment. So they're checking out what they can do. But I saw the driver sort of moving the steering wheel, and now the engineers in the inside talking to him. But they've got one cylinder issue at the moment. So they're working hard on that. Change
for position for fourth then, as Pierre Caffa takes the Sonderlock Junior Team Audi ahead of the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Did I say Sonderlock Junior Team Ferrari? I mean Audi. Did I say Audi?
I thought you said Sunderland Junior Team. I know they got back to the Premiership, Joe.
I mentioned that before. Caffa.
Talking of Jordan, is he going back there?
I hope so. What a way to finish his career.
Wouldn't it?
You know, I used to babysit him. My ex-wife played netball with his mum. We used to pick him up from school, and he used to have his tea at hours and stuff. And he used to kick a ball. He was about 6, and he used to smash my fence. And I thought, that kid has got an amazing kick on him. And he's kind of won everything in football. Anyway, why did you and I get on about football when we come together?
So lovely viewers and listeners. Can only apologise again on behalf of my learned colleague and myself. It's my fault. I led him into that. I did. I'm a terrible influence. Although our great leader, Mr. Heindorf, will approve thoroughly of the fact that we'd have got some.
So who's your team, Sam?
I can't possibly say.
Is it Gillingham or something?
No, it's not.
No, it's not Man U, is it?
No, it's definitely not Man U. No, I'm not going to divulge that on air. I'll discuss it with you another time. But anyway,
we've got the Kiwi Lamborghini being looked at, and it's looked at in an area that's never good, is it? When you've got the back end or the engine cover off on a Lamborghini Huracan, and the guys are clambering over and lying across the back end and looking down at that motor. They've got a cylinder off now. The first point of call would be a coil pack, of course. That would take the cylinder out. That would be your diagnostic approach of replacing coil packs. Whether or not they can analyse, and the ECU and the data that they can pick up from the engine management systems can tell them exactly what it might be.
Well, I think the thing that's interesting there is, as we've seen, and we've seen it with a few cars today where they've had some kind of issues. That's an interesting thing, where the mechanics looking
got his hands on the exhaust bank.
What's going on there?
Well, I'll tell you what's going on there. So the exhaust comes out both banks on the V of the engine, and if there's less air coming out of one, it means that bank of cylinders is where you've lost the piston.
Exactly. What I was going to say, though, is that as we discussed, and certainly Ben and I discussed, the modern race car and the modern road car, diagnostics kits and laptops are equally as important as spanners, and there's no laptop being plugged in,
there, is there?
Which would suggest it's something
bigger,
something that a bit less electronic-y, fuely, as a technical term, a bit more mechanically crash bang wallop-y type stuff. Yeah, we know all the terms. We're motorsport experts here, you know.
It used to be in sort of the my old Formula Ford mechanicing days, when we had we'll come to that in a second, because that's amazing. You would lick your fingers and touch the exhaust manifold, and whichever exhaust manifold was cooler than the rest that was your cylinder off. Simon, you pointed at the screen because that's worthy of a chat.
So after being on pole, leading the race, and then having a technical issue which cost him goodness knows how many laps, Ramazan, who has impressed us all weekend in the Interior Africa Racing by Dragon, has just set the fastest lap of the race, 202.801, which is 34 thousandths quicker than Klaus Bachler. So that's a hell of an impressive lap too. We're seeing some greens coming up now, which means we're getting people setting their personal best. Tom Jackson's just set 204.748 for the Duta Racing Audi in 16th place. So it's going to be interesting now, because I think, as my point was earlier, this golden hour thing where the temps maybe have just improved a little bit, the tracks come in, various different factors, because looking at everyone's, not everyone, but a lot of people's lap times, interestingly there, just looking at the screen, Vladikin's just done a very slow lap, 2:13.7. So that's like 10 seconds slower than Bachler.
Interesting as well, because that gap's come down. It was just over 5 seconds. It's now less than a second between second and third place. And we've got the Red Ant car there moving to the right and about to take that second place back. Whatever has happened, there's been some sort of situation with that Continental Racing Audi of Vasily Vladikin, and now the Red Ant car moving onto its rear wing. So has it been tripped up? I think maybe, because it's going again.
That suggests, well, it's going to be interesting. Let's have a look at sector times. So Vladikin's first, actually the sector times look okay. It's not like there's a big delta of the difference between Red Ant in third and Vladikin is hundredths of seconds. If there was a problem, it'd be several seconds, wouldn't it? So
we're going to see a change of lead. That battle that we were just talking about is going to be a battle for the lead in a moment, because the Bachler Porsche, as we suspected it would, after 32 laps, has come into the pits now with an average of 2 minutes 4.097. That is an amazing stint from, as you would expect from Klaus Bachler, but that has really put that car into massive contention. And we are only 4 minutes away from the 2 hour to go bell, which isn't actually a bell, that's just my metaphorical term.
It would be quite good though, wouldn't it?
It would be amazing. Ding, ding, ding,
like
ding,
the sort
2 hours.
When
like
you see
basketball game,
1,500 metres or something, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that one. That's the sort of thing I've got in mind. The 69 is going to be the car that comes across the line and will take over the lead.
So this is going to be interesting. I'm pretty certain, I think we're all certain, that this must be Bachler's drive time up. So I think they're going to have to put their other drivers in the car now. If they put Manuel Lauk in the car, it's not so bad because he's pretty quick. But the other guys were nowhere near that sort of pace. And that could well play into the guys in second and third. There's a red ant car from our drone. I love that shot so much. It's just a brilliant bit of TV, isn't it?
Don't allow it in the UK.
Yeah, interesting. They've started to, in British touring cars, they've started to use them for various bits and pieces.
Right.
So they have relaxed it a little bit for certain tracks in
just
certain
not
situations.
Over the track, I believe.
Yeah, not in the quite in the same way. So there's Ayrton Red Ant.
Just gives that different perspective that you can get from, you know, usually our perspective is from behind the barrier.
Yeah.
But you can actually share the track with the car and just watch the nature of the car. Yeah, the Audi's pulled away again, hasn't it?
It's gone down to turn. So Vladikin, I reckon, must have had some horrific traffic or possibly a big moment of some sort, because he's now lapping back quicker than the Red Ant car. Kaffer now sets his personal best and the car's quickest lap 2:03.453. So we're getting some 2:02s, 2:03s. You know, most of the top cars, if you actually look down, you know, Backlund 2:02.8, 2:03.5, Vladikin 2:04.0, Red Ant 2:03.4, Kaffer 2:03.1.
You mentioned Ramez Azam in the 98, the Indo-Africa Racing Ferrari, with a 2-minute 2.8, which is the quickest lap of the race, fast lap of the race, down in 19th overall. Now remember, that was the car that had the fueling issue and was brought back, recovered back to the pits on the back of a truck. And that's why the car, which was very much in contention for the lead, is now down to 19th. And with 2 hours to go, it's still many, many laps off contention. But they are still pushing on in that Dragon, Indo-Africa Racing by Dragon. And great to see that they haven't given up and they are pushing on. But you're right about the gold now, because green lap times now popping up literally everywhere.
Yeah, 2:03.1 for Bastian, another 2:03.4 for Caff. Oh no, we've done that one. 2:04.6 for Tom Jackson, as we said. So in comes Backler. Yes, driver change. Now, let's see who that is jumping. I think that's Manuel Lauk. That's from my limited understanding of different crash helmet colours, I think. So I'm probably completely wrong. Yes, so
let's head down.
Far away, Ben. Far away, Ben. Far away, Die. Sorry, I'm tired.
Prime Speed Sports, the Lamborghini Huracan for the number 42 car that was in earlier had some issues that you were talking about. It's back in, it's on the pit apron. They're now taking the car into the garage area. They've got it on the trolleys and they're moving that back in. They've got what they said was an exhaust issue, which I think Joe picked up on a little bit earlier. And it could be a spark plug. They're not sure. They've got to take it into the garage to have a good look around it and make an assessment, but they're desperate to fix whatever needs to be fixed and finish this race, as they've been telling us every time we've interviewed them. So the guys are getting to work now, but the driver has stepped out of the car for the moment as they plug in the laptop to have a look at that data.
I've never done any work on a Lamborghini Huracan, Simon. Do you know where the other plugs easily accessed? Because they don't tend to be on these mid-engine sports cars.
I think on the
or even the coil packs.
Yeah, the coil packs, etc., positioned in such a way that you can get to them reasonably easy. I think. Yeah. Going back to an earlier conversation we had about the high pressure fuel pump issue that affected the Into Africa car.
Yeah.
Apparently the fuel pump's inside the tank. So going back to our conversation about how easy and accessible it is, clearly not. So so that's
a long job, isn't it?
Then it was Manuel Lauk who's jumped aboard the Proton car, which is bad news for the competition because he's not quite Klaus Backler, but he is extremely fast. So they've got their second best driver in there, if you see what I mean.
His stint is 1 minute and 17, 18, 19 into the stint. There's 1 hour and 59.35. So Manuel Lauk will not finish that car.
Yeah.
He will have to get out of the car. So maybe they're going to get maybe an hour out of him. And
possibly, yeah.
Bring the car back in and they can use Backler again then, can't they?
I don't think so.
What's the rest time? I'm pretty sure it's...
I don't think it's even the rest. I think it's the fact that the AMs haven't done enough drive time. That's the problem. That's what Ben was looking at, the various different permutations from that car, and I'm pretty sure it was that they need to do 6 hours as a Pro-Am car for the AMs, which they hadn't done because Lauk, I think, is listed as a semi-pro rather. semi-pro. Klaus Bachler as a pro, and then Dreislow and Wallenwein are both AMS. AMS Spirit apparently is your Dreislow. I've read that one before.
Not sure what that is. I think that's an older driver.
Sounds like Matt George. Sunderland, doesn't it? AMS Spirit.
Yeah, plenty of that. Matt George in the 421. That's the GT4 leader, the Venture car. He's just got in that car. Neville Jones put in a sterling stint, did the job, brought the car home in one piece. 2 minutes 12.976. That's the quickest lap we've seen from that car, and that is a class fastest lap, a GT4 class fastest lap of the race. 2 minutes 12.976. So once again, we're seeing that golden hour come into play. The sun is very low in the sky. It's still nice and light, but the sun very low, and the way that the sun goes down here in the south of France, it all of a sudden, it's like you switch the lights off. There's no sort of sunset. Once it dips beyond those mountains, it gets dark very, very quickly. And so we are seeing the Ajith Kumar car, the 901, into the pits in 6th place, 4th in the AM class. Fabien Dufour brought the car in. Let's see who's taken the car out for the last 2 hours.
I think it was I think Dufour's just got in that car. Just looking at that, I think
that might change when he leaves the pits. Let's see if it does.
You might be right. So apologies. I think I'm watching as he goes out now. Where are we?
Matthew Detry.
Matthew Detry, yeah. Dennis Vasek is in the Praha car. Now that's going to be interesting to see who jumps in that car. Now, if it is Josef Kral who gets back in, which I think it might be, then that would be great news for Scuderia Praha. They'll have a man who has been one of the fastest cars all day, or all weekend rather. 2:03.050 for Nico Bastian. So again, these guys are putting in really strong laps. Couple of others to watch for that I think we'll see some pit stops. The slowest of the drivers in the E2P racing, Pablo Baguera, is still in that car, and he, by his standards, has gone a lot quicker as well. As we ride on board with Matt George in the Venture car.
Look how close those last lap times were. The leader, Vladikin, 2 minutes 4.5. Ayrton Redon in the Red Ant Merc, 2 minutes 5.9, 2 minutes 5.1 from Manuel Lauck, who just got in the Proton Uber Porsche, and then Pierre Caffer 2 minutes 4.1, and then Nico Bastian 2 minutes 3.4 last time by. Absolutely neck and neck, and we're not going to see much shuffling around. The gap between the leaders, first and second I should say, 5.9 seconds. So might as well call that 6 seconds, might we? Oh, it's gone out to 7.4. So that's changed to 7.4. So that's extending that lead to for that Audi, the Continental Racing Audi of Vladikin, is going to also pit stop very soon.
That's got to be insane. The other car that's really impressed me, that's done a superb job in circumstances, especially, is the Viper Niza Racing, currently sitting in 9th. They've just come in for fuel, so they might drop down a little bit depending on who jumps back in. But to come from a disaster to having to change the car completely to running in the top 10 at this late-ish stage of the race with less than 2 hours to go is an incredible performance, both on and off track for that team. So as we see Vasek come in, and that looks to me, is that Kral? I think that's Josef Kral about to jump back in. Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, it looks the same.
Pretty tall is Joseph, isn't it? So
yeah. He's not a skinny kid. Diana, are you down there? I can hear your mic open. Not sure if it is. Go ahead, Di.
Yes, I am. I'm down here with the Scuderia Praha. So I think that's Josef Kral that's just jumped into that car, because I can see Dennis has just jumped out and Miroslav is standing in the garage. That was a very quick stop by the guys here. And just as we were talking for those few seconds, he was in that car and off he goes.
Yeah, so that's good news for them. That means they've got their strongest driver in to run for a little bit longer. And let's see what happens with the guys at the front. So at the moment, if you look at it, you've got the car in 4th place, the Santaloc Junior Team Audi, as you see the Scuderia Praha car making its way out onto the circuit. And yep, it is Josef Kral, we thought so. And Pierre Caffer, Nico Bastian, and think Vasily Vladikin maybe are the respective strongest drivers in those cars at the moment. The era car, Ryan Dalziel and Jake Hill have been lapping pretty much at the same pace, whichever one of the guys been in the car. So I know that there's a plan to put Jake in the car again, so I doubt if there will be a huge difference in lap times between those two guys, because they certainly, I think they did an almost identical time in qualifying yesterday, and as they have been.
Identical?
Almost
right down.
Yeah, within a few hundred, so I was slightly quicker. But yeah, so the point I'm making is that some of the teams are going to have an advantage where they put their better driver in. Yeah. Others are going to have a little bit of a disadvantage, whereas in that case with ERA, they've got the two guys that are run to the end are both about the same. It's the point I was making earlier with the Proton Huber car, is that Manuel Lauk, whilst he's not a Klaus Bachler, he's a very, very good driver, and he's not a million miles off. 2:04.9, so he's like just over 2 seconds off of what Bachler was doing. As we look at Kral, it's going to be interesting to see. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see Joseph Kral either take the fastest lap or get very, very close to it. Yeah. New set of tyres, new set of Michelin tyres on there. Clearly we're seeing a little bit of an improvement in the overall conditions for the cars and drivers, and then we'll see what happens from here. So
we're getting very close to seeing Vladikin, who's completed 33 laps now in that leading Audi, 34 laps in fact in the Audi, so he's getting towards pit stop time. Joseph Kral, as we saw, his teammate in the form of Denis Vasek, completed 31 laps. So I'm looking for Ryan Dalziel's time in the car, and where is he? Oh, there he is, man. How did I not see that, Simon?
That's my dear old mum used to say, you can't see for looking.
Look size. 33 laps for Ryan as well. So yeah, I think that Ferrari is looking very, very close to a pit stop as well.
That's due in for fuel soon, and I think then they will put Jake into the end, I understand. Yes, fuel in for Ryan Dalziel now in the pit lane. So at 2:58 laps from 7th position, the ERA car, 4th in class. Fuel, and I would imagine tyres, and send that car to do its thing to the end of the race. So with Ryan having done a 2:03.881, with the lap time seeming to be getting very, very quick at this late stage, a few green sectors and green laps coming up. Another fastest lap for the car that Tom Jackson's driving, the GT Racing Audi. The Audis have been strong here this weekend, haven't they? It seems to be a track that's really worked well for the various different Audis.
To be honest, if you could say the same about the Mercedes. You could say the same about the Porsche. I was saying to Ben earlier, it's been one of the most competitive 24H series races we've seen for a long time.
Well, you look at this,
so many cars and team, and it's. I think what we've got is a good mix of ARM and Pro drivers in all of the cars. We haven't got a particular team that's got, you know, all the pros, and they've gone and just pulled away, as we've seen in previous years. The Lamborghini back in.
Yeah, so whatever that issue is that they're having with the exhaust potentially, or something else.
It's got a pot off, hasn't it? It's got a cylinder off.
Unfortunately, it's one of those ones that's a real tough one to try to do anything much significant with. Now, obviously, you know, you forget we've still got almost 2 hours left. You know, for a lot of international sports car racing, that's the majority of a race, isn't it? So you look at what the cars have been going through and what they're continuing to go through in this very demanding race because of the nature of the conditions, because it's been so blisteringly hot all weekend that, you know, the cars are having to work even harder than normal potentially. So Vladikin is in. You said that we were waiting for a stop for him. He's in now. So it's going to be interesting to see who jumps on board that car with just under an hour and 50 minutes left.
Well, we're going to need one more stop from all of our runners, aren't we, if they're pitting soon?
I've got a feeling, Joe. I'm really just, it's a bit of an educated guess that Solokvetsev is going to jump back in again.
We'll take that. Yeah, Diana is still in the pits. Who are you with?
I'm with Prime Speed Sports, the Lamborghini Huracan that you were just talking about. Unfortunately, they're going to take the car into the garage. They can't find out what the one issue. They think there's several issues now, but they can't quite pinpoint that right away. So the car is going back into the garage, and it may be terminal, they're telling me. So they're going to have another look to see what they can do. But obviously disappointed at this point, but they're going to keep trying. But at the moment, they haven't been able to establish what the actual main issue is.
Yeah, it's if they have lost a cylinder, I mean, I'm not sure it'd be a good idea on an expensive piece of kit like that just to run it on 7 cylinders.
Nick Foster there getting a hug from the team. That sort of pretty much says everything, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It says, sorry, dude, we've done everything we can. You know, you guys have driven your hearts out. They've put a lot of time and effort and investment into this event, and it's just a real shame for these guys to end their race like that.
We're getting towards the point in the race where we have to consider our Spirit of the Race award.
We do indeed.
And my nomination was that team right there, the Prime Speed Sport team. They've travelled 30 hours on an aeroplane, the majority of that team, and because they wanted to come and race with us in the 24H series. And they've showed an attitude, a very, very positive attitude that certainly caught our eyes. Back down to Di.
The ERA Motorsport car has just come in, and Jake Hill was waiting to jump in from Ryan Dial, who's getting out of the car. They're just doing a quick clean-up, pit stop, get the driver's belt sorted, door is slammed shut. Very slick from these guys, as we expect and know that they can do, and off he goes. But if you stay with me, I've got Jono Lester from the Prime Speed Sport team, and I'm just waiting on camera to come back this way, if he would, so that I can speak to Jono, because obviously disappointment, Jono, that your car's in the garage. I'm assuming that potentially, looking at it, you can't find out what the issue is.
No, if we did, we'd be out there. You don't have any limoncello, do you?
Any what?
Limoncello.
I could find some, I'm sure.
There's a lot of nice, I've seen a lot of lovely women with cigarettes around here too. I feel like one right now, but...
oh my God, that's so rock and roll.
Not in pit lane. No, look, it was fun. I mean, I've still got the best job in the world, right? So I'm always going to get out of a car with a smile on my face either way, because I love what I do. But, you know, obviously we're here to get a result. We've come a long way from New Zealand to do this. And our guys, well, you've probably seen, they never give up. This is the sort of Kiwi way. So we had some contact with one of I think the vortexes earlier in the race, which caused a wheel bearing failure, so we had to change an axle, wheel bearing. We think something's got through to some wiring. So about halfway through my stint, we were trucking along well, actually having a lot of fun out there, probably getting in the way of guys we were a few laps down on, but it was just a lot of fun being able to race people, because we haven't been able to do that much from this car yet. I think we're slowly starting to figure it out. But look, we don't want to cause any further damage to the machine, given we have extra races coming up. So it's obviously pragmatic for us to pull it out now and come back better next time, and hopefully see you all again.
We hope to see you again as well, of course. Disappointing as it is, this is the thing with endurance racing. Unfortunately, you're not going to get down to the last hour and a half, I think we're nearly at now. But looking at the team performance, obviously you guys were just giving it all, and every time we come up here to watch the pit stops, the crew that you've got, we're doing a fantastic job. But how would you describe this circuit here at Paul Ricard?
Well, I was going to compliment your series first. I really like the vibe here. Earlier in my career, I was doing Super Taikyu in Japan. Got a similar kind of, you know, of course competitive, but more of a family-friendly vibe. And so, you know, we have dozens of people here, all from New Zealand and some people from France, and people all over the world have come to support us. And this is a beautiful place to race. We thought we had nice tracks at home in terms of the location, but I think this almost trumps Highlands, so sorry, Tony. But this is, yeah, it's been a great week. Wouldn't mind if it was a little bit cooler, but no, we've had an awesome time, and hopefully you'll be seeing us in Spain in a couple of months.
Looking at the Lamborghini Huracan on this circuit, did the characteristics work here as a race car?
Not initially, no. No, we thought we were in trouble yesterday. We've been very slow down the straights, and that's actually been a characteristic we've been suffering with this particular car since we've actually bought it about a year ago. Your scrutineers have been kind to us to give us a BOP brake to sort of close the gap. We are still getting driven away from down the straights, but mechanically, the platform we've got now is pretty pleasant to drive. So we might not have the legs, but it's excellent on braking. The mechanical grip's really good. So I was still able to find our strengths and race people. You'd think being a V10, it'd be one of the rockets down the straight, but of course in BOP racing, you know, there's always some ebb and flow. But definitely that stint I just did, maybe a little bit of red mist after the wheel bearing sort of came alive a bit. Nick was the same. I think the two of us, when we get angry, we go quicker. We need to learn how to tune that at all times, but that's again why it's one of my best mates. It's why we love racing together, love this team, all the people. We're a family, and so like I say, I'm still upbeat. We're out of the race, but I love what I do and love all these guys. Yeah.
Well, listen, it's great to have you here in the 24-hour series. We definitely look forward to seeing you next time out, for sure.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, great interview there, and it's what a great attitude those guys have got. As you were saying,
my nomination.
Yeah, they've come halfway around the world. New Zealand, you know, Jono talked about the circuits there. I've been lucky enough to go to a couple of them down there, and the atmosphere, the vibe is fabulous. The tracks are great, and people love their motorsport. As we were saying earlier, you know, you look at the Kiwis over the years that have been so significant in international motorsport, whether it's F1, Indy cars, sports car racing, whatever it might be. So yeah, good to see Jono and Nick and the rest of the guys over. Fabulous stuff. So a couple of changes, as we heard. We've got now Ayrton Redon into the lead. The Andrei Solokovtsev, I can never pronounce that. Solokovtsev. There we got there in the end. Dropped down to 5th after his stop. Leading the AM class still, 5th overall. Overall lead now, Ayrton Redon in the Redon with Lauk, Kaffer and Bastien all in the PA class, Pro-Am class, 1st, 2nd and 3rd, with Kral 4th in that class now, running 7th overall. Pablo Buguera still sitting in there in the E2P racing car, and I think that he is going to be closed down on by Josef Kraut fairly soon. Now, here's an interesting scenario we've got. We've got the car of Manuel Lauk now, running wide there, the 69 car, the Continental Racing car running very, very wide. Now, that, as I said, that is Solokovtsev, who's the Amish of Am, if that makes sense. He's the one with the least experience, I think. So let's have a little look and see exactly what happened there, whether he was just being helpful. Did he just get on the brakes too late?
Yeah, I think he just missed his apex, didn't he? The brakes just didn't get the car slowed enough. Remember that they're braking from maximum speed there, and you just have to miss your braking point by a metre, Simon, as you know, and you are way, way off from your apex.
Exactly, and I would suggest that potentially that's that. He had a faster car coming up behind him, who just basically distracted him just as he was getting on the brakes. It could have well been that situation. I see Kaffer absolutely flying in that car, up to 3rd at the moment, and
into the pits
now. So
yeah,
is this just fuel, or are we going to see a drive? I've got a feeling that Kaffer can do some more drive time. I don't think he's done that much so far. I know certainly he was out at the beginning, as we see the tatty but still beautifully coloured Sepulchre car. He's been through it, hasn't it, that car today?
Kaffer's done 31 laps, so this would be his 32nd for Pierre Kaffer, and just under an hour and 40 to go. And the Sepulchre car still with the tank tape on the front. It's getting towards that time for consideration for the Spirit of the Race award. My nomination is for the Kiwis, the Prime Speed Sport team. We just saw Diana speaking to Jono, and it's for the attitude, really. I don't know how many of those splitters Sepulchre has gone through. I think they've just taken that off. And is that a new one that's gone on there, Simon?
I think so. It might be. Yeah. I mean, as a collective, as the category, there's just been Porsche spares guys are going to be absolutely loving it. They've made a few quid out of those.
Yeah. Oh, there's a bit of tape to keep this one on.
Well, I know a few years ago, Jake did a couple of Carrera Cup races. Had a bit of an off, a relatively minor off, knocked a mirror off, and that was about 600 quid. So
I'm pretty sure someone told me that they were £2,000.
Yeah.
And the amount of those splitters that we lose in any kind of race. So back to the Spirit of the Race award. I want to nominate the Spirit because they've showed great spirit coming all the way from New Zealand. They love the series. We love them. We hope they'll come back soon. That's my nomination. Any thoughts, Simon?
Yeah, I think that would be an absolutely great shout. I personally, just on my opinion, I've been so impressed by both the attitude and the application of the guys from Viper Nisa Racing after a really unfortunate off in qualifying. They've gone away, have sourced a car, got it rebuilt, got it ready, and run it very, very quickly, considering none of them had even sat in thing before this morning, and have been lapping pretty quickly. So, yeah, I think either of those teams would be worthy winners of that particular award for this weekend. So,
well, Ben's coming due back off his break in about 10 or 15 minutes, and we'll get his nomination. Remind him for his nomination, and then we'll be announcing that award with about an hour or so to go. And doing the presentation actually, so that's coming up. Last round at Mazzano was won by the Venture team, the Matthew George driven car at the moment leading GT4, and the rationale behind that was being the only car in GT4, it just could have tootled around at 6-7 tenths and not really challenged itself. However, the team went about it and optimized everything about their race at Mazzano, to the point where they even got themselves a penalty for going over driver time allowance, which was again just pushing that envelope with regards to using your drivers, just pushing the envelope. Nothing to lose by incurring the penalty, of course, so it wasn't that much of a push, but just exploring the outer edges of the regulations. And I thought that was a great attitude. So we're not necessarily looking at the spirit of a race with regards to dealing with adversity. The Sebelju car, if it was a tank tape award, the award for the most use of gaffer and tank tape, then they would win that hands down. But it's not necessarily about that. It's just showing a great spirit of endurance racing and spirit of going motor racing.
So that's interesting. Gaffer still staying in the car, and new tyres going on, and you would suggest therefore that car is going to be very, very quick once it comes back out with new boots. Obviously initially, as we've seen with a lot of the cars, the first few laps, even though they have the benefit of the newer tyres, they have a full tank of fuel. So unless of course it's been a refueling under the code 60 situation, which hopefully we won't get any more of until the end of this race, or before the end of this race rather. But so looking at some of the lap times that people are doing as the fuel load burns away a little bit, I think there's a sort of a bit of a sweet spot around about halfway through a typical fuel stint, which is about an hour for a GT3 car, where that's where they seem to be at their quickest.
Light enough to perform.
Yeah, exactly.
In a more nimble way, yeah, and it's about the way that the sweeps and turns of Paul Ricard, that will suit a more nimble car, isn't it? It's a bit, if your car's heavy, it's the changes of direction, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where you gain the time.
Yeah.
And now you transition from left into the right, and there's a lot of those transitions here at Paul Ricard.
But some of the onboards we've seen really do give you a much better impression of just how much undulation there is on this circuit, because you quite often look at it from, when I've certainly watched it over the years when they've had F1 here, and it kind of always looks a pretty flat circuit, quite interesting challenge, but a very flat circuit, and you can certainly see there's a lot more rises and falls, certainly cambers and things like that in the middle of the circuit, and you really notice it when they come over the start-finish straight. The crest of the hill as they go under the bridge is quite a significant rise that they have there. So yeah, quite interesting to see how that looks when you look at the onboard stuff. As we look at Matthew Detry in Ajith Kumar, 5th in class, as we just have a little bit of a drama with our pictures. Hopefully they'll come back. We went away from seeing a lot of green lap times and sectors, etc. We've just seen Martin Rump do a 2:07.686, sitting in 3rd position in the 992 class. I'm just looking down the list to see Where are we on that one? I think we might have seen a, yeah, 204. No, sorry, 206. Looking at that. So yeah, let's focus on what's happening at the front. We've still got Red Ant leading ahead of the Manuel Lauk car, and they're lapping up not too dissimilar on pace. Red Ant slightly slower than Lauk in the Proton Huber car. Bastian very quick, 2:03.3 last time lap, and as I thought, Solokotsev slower of the drivers in that car, in the 4th place Continental Racing car.
And just to remind everybody that that leading Red Ant car, the leading Red Ant Mercedes, carrying that damage at the front end, so that's going to be really affecting the aero at the front of the car. And the fact that he's got a 2 minutes 5, all right, to the high 2 minutes 5, 2 minutes 5 point, let's call that a 9, 2 minutes 5.9, he's gotten it into the 2 minutes 5, and I think that's the quickest we've seen that car. So he's getting to grips with maybe a little bit more understeer than he would like, but I think carrying that damage has been to its disadvantage. The 93 is still being driven with aplomb. They've kind of wrung that car's neck, and you see the way that they're just, you know, they're clattering the curbs, they're optimizing every entry and exit, and they're just using the car, and every inch of that car's performance has been absolutely stretched. And you can't tell me, looking at that front right corner, that that's not causing it time, because there's just a big duct that's going to be like an air brake on that left front corner. And he just scythed through the slow traffic there, the 992 cars we've discussed being very quick on the straights, and he's lacking a bit of performance in the corner, and he's going to need the Krohn car, the bright green car of Tracy Krohn. I think yes, it is Tracy Krohn at the wheel of that car, who made way and allowed the leader through, quite rightly.
Yeah, and you're right, Joe, that's definitely going to be costing them some performance with that missing piece of bodywork. How much, hard to say really, but we'll have to see what that does lap times wise. 2:05.9 last time through. Yeah, I mean, when you look at some of the lap times in the cars immediately behind this, guys like Kral in a low 2:03s, a couple of others in a low 2:04s.
Yeah, so pulling 2 seconds.
Nearly 2 seconds, Bastian, yeah. Just seen that one of the other cars in the top 6, Pablo Beguera, the E2P car, has just come in for fuel. So that may allow Kral to move ahead of him. And the rest of the guys at front, they're all slight, you know, looking at their sort of lapping, not massively dissimilar. So only really, if you take the top 9 cars, which are all GT3 cars, the only car that's really a little bit away from the pace is was the Beguela driven car at 2:08, and also Solokotsev 2:07.691. So, you know, they're the two that were lacking a little bit on pace, but all of the other cars running near the front are lapping in a very similar sort of lap time.
992 class being led by the Holmgaard car. That is flip-flopping between Holmgaard and Mullner at the moment for the lead of 992. And that's the pit stop phase that we see taking effect. That's going to become a little bit easier to predict now. We're getting towards the final fuel window for the 992 class cars. Jonas Holmgaard at the wheel of the car now, 10th overall in that car, about 1 minute and 40 ahead of the Red Camel car, the number 909, 11th overall. Luke Broik is at the wheel, and it's Martin Rump back at the wheel of the 921 numbered Mullner car, who is a little bit further back, I think about a lap back off the 2 cars ahead of it, but that's because it's already pitted. So that's the top 3. And then we've got the 2 Unit Racing cars. That's in amongst the 992s. They've had a bit of a character building race. Has Unit Racing, and both of their entries, the 71 and the 72. And then just outside of the top 3 in 992, but sitting in the 992 AM class in second, is Ajith Kumar Racing. Matthew Detry in the 901 now in 15th overall.
So Raidan still struggling on with that damage to the front of the car. 2:06.7 last time round, 2:05.1 for Manuel Lauk. Nico Bastian in the TFT car coming in for fuel from 3rd position. I've got a feeling he may be jumping out of that car. We've also seen Baguera come in, and is that the car? Yeah, there is Baguera.
There it is.
Pit apron.
I think is that Sainero jumping on board, Di? Can you see?
I think it's Oliver Campos.
Okay, cool. So
getting into that one. So that's the ETP Racing, Aston Martin Vantage, GT3. They're just driver changing now, pitted in P7. I thought there was an issue there, but there isn't. They're just putting new tyres on, talking to the driver, strapping the new driver, Oliver in. But they're sort of quite relaxed. They're not rushing, but they've dropped that down pretty quickly. And away he goes. So they were all pretty happy with that pit stop there.
Yeah, decent stop there, and that's going to mean, I think, with Campos in the car, they're going to be strong towards if he's staying into the end.
A big round of applause we could hear in the background from the team. Now, that's not their final stop. No. They are going to need to stop again. We've got just under 90 minutes remaining. Now there's 28 to be precise. So that car will need another pit stop. So we're going to need another solid pit stop from them.
I think what it is, Joe, they've got a great crew here. Every time the car has come in, and they're working really well as a team. So they're just really sort of supporting each other and really enjoying being part of this event for sure.
So we look at the Bastien car that's been in. I wonder who's going to be coming back out, and that's we see the Viper Niza car. Wonderful job by these guys over the course of the race. Got to grips with the car that they'd never even sat in before. This driver, Dominic Hang, has been really impressive in terms of some of the lap times he's been putting in. And so we're starting to see, once again, some quicker laps, a few green sectors coming up. Martin Rump in the 992 class looking very strong in the first sector with a green sector there, which obviously tells it his personal best. With the gap at the front now, Redan and Lack, looking at their lap times, they're not massively dissimilar. 2:05.7 for Redan in the lead, 2:05.0. I think we are going to be needing a fuel stop for that Redan car very soon. He's done just over an hour in the car and a tyre age of 30 laps, which would suggest that both tyres and fuel are quite likely to be something they're going to need. Bastien's in the pits now to see where he's going to come out. Would suggest possibly that Kral may get ahead of him. There is Josef Kral, who's been super strong all weekend. It's probably the most impressive performance from him individually for a while. He's always been a very quick driver, but really seems to be getting that car working so well this weekend. And the other drivers in and around there, so Renan Lauk, Solokotsev, he's still lapping a little bit. He's gone a bit quicker than of late, so he started to consolidate. Kaffa stayed in the car. He's doing 2:04s in 4th position. So overall, we've got the lead, obviously, as the Ayrton Redan car, leading by 48.5 seconds over Manuel Lauk, and Redan is in. Now, is that going to give us, and in fact, it will certainly give us a new leader. Manuel Lauk will be taking over the lead of the race. Benjamin Pack now on board the TFT Racing Mercedes AMG. As we welcome back to the booth, a little bit of a wobble there for Benjamin Pack just as he comes out, as we welcome back to the booth. Ben Constanduras, all getting quite interesting. Well, it's always been interesting, but even more interesting.
It's been a while since you've commentated, Simon. Have you got back into it yet?
I've had a bit of time, haven't I? That's, I had plenty of time to think about it on the way down here, that's for sure.
Yeah, as well.
Not that have I mentioned it, because it took me 13 hours to drive down. Have I mentioned that at all?
Well, yeah, I mean, spirit of the race.
Spirit of the race, there you go.
Spirit of the race.
Driving from Kent to...
Just been trying to make a beer plan for a post-race.
So
or a little bit of a race to get to the bar before it shuts.
Oh, well, you know, anything could happen. So...
you want to do the podiums, do you?
You know, anything to help my mates out.
Oh, yeah.
So let's see where the possible...
33 really is the stint that we can do. So they either need to wish upon a star and get themselves a code 60 to be able to make that 36 laps, or they are going to have to do a splash and dash at the end. Within the next 10 minutes or so, 15 perhaps, I think we can legitimately see last pit stops from. We can already register our last pit stops for our 992 competitors because they have the ability to go longer. But I'm not sure this is fantastic news for Red Ant Racing, whereas it's much better news for Proton Huber competition, who came in, they're about halfway through their stint, and the Scuderia Praha team, they're about halfway through their stint. So they definitely need only one more stop.
Yeah.
I suppose you could also say the Simpson Motorsport and the Santalot cars only need one more stop. But TF Racing, they've dropped down because they've just done a stop. And yeah, this is not great for Red Ant. This is really handing it to Proton Uber.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that's. But the only thing I will say is that again, we had a thorough look at the drive time earlier, and I wonder. Let's have a look at whether they still need to put either Valenvine or Drysdale back in that car before the end.
Well, I kind of totally agree with you, and I think I may be reading the regulations wrong. Red Ant Racing coming into the pits as expected. A closer look at that damage on the front left corner, which is not causing too many issues by the looks of things.
See, there's a bit of bodywork missing from that, but they're saying that they can live with it. Kobe De Bruyker has jumped in behind the wheel as the team change tyres and get that car back underway. So they fired it up and it's just quickly stalled, but off it goes.
Right, so regulations for the 73 car, they have a pro in that car, and they're in the Pro-Am category. So that puts them, meaning that the Am and the Am Plus combined need a minimum of half the race. Now, they have 4 drivers in their car. They're Am and Am Plus, a Jorg Drysoff and Mark Valenvine. Unless the regulations or an entry list has changed to put Manuel Lauk as an Am driver. Manuel Lauk
is a semi-pro, I think.
Is a semi-pro, exactly. Yeah. Manuel Lauk's a semi-pro, so he doesn't get included in that 50% needed by the Am and the Am Plus, right?
No, it doesn't, no.
So I don't know how they're going to do this.
Because the era lineup is almost the same. It has a pro, a semi-pro, and 2 Ams.
Okay, so Jorg Drysoff, Mark Valenvine are Am drivers, and they've only done 3 hours and 15 minutes between them. They cannot now get to that half. I might be reading it wrong, and if there are people out there listening who want to correct me on the chat, then feel free to do so. But I feel as though something's not right there, and it might be me, because it is late in the day. Diana, down in the pits, go for it.
I've got Ayrton Red Ant, who's just jumped out of the Red Ant Racing car. Ayrton, how are you managing the car? There's a bit of damage on the front. Is it causing much? Is it causing you many challenges?
Yeah, it gives me a bit of understeer, but means that the rear is quite good, so I could have some fun with it. But of course, try to manage as good as possible. Don't lose too much time by sliding too much on the front and killing the tires. But we'll see where we end up.
Did you enjoy that stint?
Well, the most difficult one of the weekend. I prefer the other one, not sliding around.
Yeah, it's at that point now, isn't it, where everything's sort of you're watching and feeling everything, I guess. You're looking for all those changes so you know how to react.
Yeah, of course, yeah. We're now that close to the end, so now every second, every pass, everything that you can do matters. So try to do as best as we can, but we'll see where we end up.
What's the traffic like now? Are you having to sort of navigate through the traffic, or are you quite content that you're managing that?
Now it was much better than the first stint I had. It was much worse. I think some cars already retired, and now it was actually quite enjoyable.
Great stuff. Thanks for chatting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Diana. I don't know if you have the ability to do so, but we really don't think in the commentary box here that Proton Uber competition will do their driver stint times correctly, and maybe there's a possibility to go and talk to Proton Uber and find out what their understanding is, because the Am and the Am Plus must do half the race, and the Am and the Am Plus in the Proton Uber competition cars are Jorg Drysoff and Mark Valenvine on both entry lists that we can find. If Manuel Lauk has been also put as an Am Plus, then his time adds to it and everything's fine. If he's a semi-pro, as we see him on the entry list, then he's free to do what he wants, but the first rule still applies, which is the Am and the Am Plus must do 6 hours. It is a bit confusing. There is no doubt about it. But I think it's easy to trip up. And so I don't know really who else to ask. This is where we get Trossers in, and he tells us exactly what it is. But he obviously won't do that because he's working for...
He's busy.
He's busy working for another team. That's how I read the regulations. I've read them twice off air, and I've read them once on air now. And I'm not sure
I agree
these guys are in the right place.
And again, just to use as a point of reference, the Era car has the same mixture of driver levels, if you see what I mean. It has a Pro, a Semi-Pro, an AM Plus and an AM. And they have focused on making sure there was 6 hours out of the 2 AM drivers and then put their other drivers in for the rest of it, which, looking at the times that we're looking at here, from what we can see, Valentine has done 1 hour and 12. Dryso has done 2:03, so what's that? 3 hours and 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Which would mean they need to be changing soon.
No, they can't do it. They wouldn't get to. They wouldn't get to 6.
No, it's true. They
needed to do it on that last pit stop.
The only thing that we can think then is they've changed Manuel Laut's status.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all it could be, because otherwise, or they've made a fairly monumental mistake in terms of calculating things. Now, it's not unheard of. We had this happen with Kessel Racing and Mugello, where not exactly a miscalculation, but they didn't put an AM driver in that they'd nominated, and they got a 4-lap penalty quite late on. And it got, well, it's a fairly good reason for not
he'd left the circuit.
Exactly, he'd gone shopping or something, didn't he? So, but the point I was making is that I think that you know, a team of that level, Pro and Huber, they wouldn't. You'd be amazed if they made that kind of a tactical error, or a strategy error, whatever you want to call it.
I'd expect them to be cleverer than me.
Yes, yes,
absolutely.
Yes, I would agree exactly. So
thank you.
New tyres on for Jake Hill. Just done fuel. Jake staying in till the end of the race.
Significantly cooler out there now. You can't tell by the camera shots because the camera iris adjusts, and they're refilling the hydraulics there a little bit.
No, oil.
Is that oil
top up? Yeah. So that's just basically, as with all high-performance race engines, you need to stay on top of that. Marco and Mark and the rest of the guys down there. There's Jake making his way down there. I know, because I've just had a message that his mum Tina is at home watching.
Well done, Tina.
She's looking after Goldie the dog, and that's always important. Di will appreciate that comment, because Di and I are fellow dog lovers. So yeah, Jake's certainly not thinking about that at the moment. He's focusing on getting the job done, and I think there's still a reasonably good chance, looking at where they are with what they've got left now, just over 1 hour and 15, that there's enough pace in that car with a new set of boots on to be able to potentially make his way a little bit further up the GT3 order. There's going to still be some shake-ups ahead of us, I'm sure there will be. There always is. Every endurance racer you've ever seen, there's always a twist in the last hour, isn't there?
We've got 1 hour and 15 left, the length of a last pit stop for that car. Unfortunately, early on problems mean they're down in 10th position in 992. Philip Hambrecht takes the wheel for the final stint, so at least it will be pedalling. They're fighting over 9th and 10th with HRT, who have also had quite a few issues in this race.
He's been pretty strong, hasn't he, Hambrecht, in that car. When the cars run smoothly, he can run in the 992 cars. So going to be quite interesting to see how that shakes out. There's still the top 3 running, first, second and third in order in 10th, 11th and 12th overall. Holmgaard in the Holmgaard Motorsport car ahead of Luke Breukers in the Red Camel car and Martin Rump in the Mullner car. And yeah, that's starting to shake things up as we get into the twilight of the race.
Yeah, so much cooler. The lights now coming on the circuit, and there is a little haze over the sky this evening, which we didn't have last night. So intense, the heat all the way through, but tonight there's a bit of a haze over the sun, and so it's nice and cool. and it just feels like there's a little bit of humidity in the air, so it's perfect for that sort of golden hour that we spoke about a little bit earlier. And we might not get that really beautiful sun set that we would usually get unless the cloud is a little bit clearer elsewhere. But there is a look as the camera sort of struggles with the light. It's not quite sure its iris, its eye, how to adjust the light. So you end up with a slightly overexposed car in the foreground, and there's nothing much we can do about that until it gets a bit darker. But down the inside, the Jutta Racing 71 of Tim Muller aboard that car, 10th in GT3, 4th in GT3 AM. Bearing in mind that they are racing the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi, which is 3rd overall and also in the AM. It's been a proper effort from those guys. They're not necessarily the surprise of the race for me, but I'm impressed the most by them.
Yeah, they've done a tremendous job, haven't they? And as I was saying earlier, I think the Audis have been very, very strong across the board, all of the various different teams that are running them. It's been it really has been quite an even race in terms of the performance from all of the top brands and marques in this event this weekend. You know, whether it's in qualifying on the races, Ferrari have been strong, they were on pole obviously. The Audis have been up there, the Mercs have looked quick throughout, and of course the Porsche that's leading. So in comes that 71 car from 10th in class, or 10th in GT3 rather, in the AM class, currently sitting in a 4th position, or was before he came in. Now it's showing Tracy Krohn in that car. I'm pretty sure that's wrong, because Tracy got out of that car and Hamprecht got in. Yeah. So I think that's a bit of a swerve there from Hamprecht as he comes up behind the 701. Look how quick that thing is in a straight line. It's still pushes
frustratingly pulling away.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's going to be rubbish through senior now, and that's going to be really annoying for Philip Hamprecht, who has to back off early and be really careful through senior, losing a bit of ground. In fact, the front's not quite there, and I was giving some space to the Audi R8 coming through the inside. Now that Audi makes a bit of space on the Vortex, through he goes, and should make that pass stick as the 98 goes round.
Yeah, so drama relatively late in the race. Let's hope that's Khalid Al-Marzouk on board the Into Africa car. At least he's got it going again, so we're not going to have a code 60 as a result. We would have had a localised yellow for that particular incident. So they've had a real up and down weekend. They pole position, led the race, and then that issue with the fuel system costing them a load of laps and dropping them right down the order. Very frustrating for what's been an incredibly impressive performance by the Dragon Speed car, or the Into Africa by Dragon Racing car. So let's see if they can make up a little bit of time as the race unfolds towards the end. The 992s, as we were saying, it's still Jonas Holmgold in the top 10 at the moment, with Luke Breukers in the Red Camels car, and the quicker drivers in that car sitting in 2nd place, and Martin Rump in 3rd in the Mauler Motorsport. As we now look at Pierre Caffer, just set his personal and the car's fastest lap of the race, 2:03.186 for Caffer, and he is around about 4 seconds a lap quicker than Solokovtsev, who's in 3rd in the Continental Racing car. Remember, that Continental car leads the AM category, so going to be important for them to try to at least maintain that position. So with the laps starting to unfold, we're looking at the lap times now. Interesting, Ben mentioned about the conditions, and from our commentary position, where we've got slightly smoked glass, it looks very cloudy. I don't think it is.
It is actually.
I had this sudden thought of you know, one of these kind of sudden thunderstorms late in the race. How interesting would that make things?
Well, I mean, we've got mountains around us that would kind of very quickly create that kind of storm, but that should have rolled in earlier, I would have thought, if we were going to have it. It is just hazy this evening, and it wasn't like this yesterday.
It was completely blue sky right the way till when it got dark.
Very nice, and windier. The wind has picked up a little bit, so the dust is flowing around quite a lot. Remember, we had the dust situation, I think, during qualifying. So I think that wind's just moving it around, but definitely a little bit cooler down here.
Yeah, good news for everybody involved in the pit lane, because as we were hearing earlier, there's these lovely little offices which are beautifully air conditioned that all the engineers and the management can sit in and observe what's going on. But the actual garages themselves, where the mechanics and the crew there are actually working on the cars, doing the stops, etc. Other than some fans, I wandered down into one of the garages earlier, and there's these two huge fans, and all they were really doing is just moving hot air around. It wasn't actually cooling anyone down at all, which was frustrating to say the least. But yeah, just one of those things, unfortunately, with the nature of it being 30+ degrees all day today, and no doubt that's going to be there's going to be a lot of drivers that will, and crew members that will sleep very well tonight, I think.
And us.
And us indeed, yes.
Reporting from the pits, Diana saying that Proton Huber are happy with their strategy, but apparently didn't want to divulge. So still leaves us a bit confused as to why they are doing what they're doing. As I say, the only way we can possibly make a reasoning is that Manuel Lauk has become an AM and he's being included in the drive time. And that has then allowed Lauk's drive time to be added to Drysdorf's and Wallenwein's, and then they're good.
That literally can be unless they're saying they're happy
nice
with
to be told, isn't it?
Yeah, but you know, you do just wonder, don't you, sometimes what you know, how they can change that. I mean, I wouldn't have thought Lauk, looking at the level that he's at, there's no way that you would have put him as an AM under any circumstances. No. He's far too experienced, far too quick a driver. You know, if you look at the lap times that he's currently doing, 2:04.9, that's not an AM driver's time. You know, I think the quickest AM drivers are sort of 3 seconds realistically off of the semi-pros, let alone the real, you know, full pros, as it were. So yeah, I'm going to be surprised if that changes. That hasn't changed some other way, basically.
So we're into the window now where we can have our last pit stops of the day, and they can get themselves to the end in all classes, and therefore we are owed a pit stop from everybody. Now the pit stops will be different lengths on this last stint, because some cars will come in with more fuel than others. Therefore, we have to really pay attention to the length of the pit stop. Pretty much driver change, tyre change, depending on if they want to, will be the same, and temperature goes down. Maybe you can get away with a double stint if it's a shorter double stint, if you're not doing a full double stint on the tyre. And if you're doing that, then your pit stop will be shorter because you'll be less time in refueling. So this is really going to shake out. And Red Ant Racing, for instance, they need to give us another pit stop, but it's going to be a very short one. It's going to splash and dash. They won't change tyres. They will come straight back out onto circuit and won't change drivers. Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport, almost a full service will be needed for that car. Proton Uber Competition definitely will need a full service to get themselves to the end of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. So, looking at the lap times that have been pumped in, we've just seen another fastest lap for the car, for Pierre Caffa, 2:03.064. There's a couple of cars lapping in the 2:03s near the front. Also, Josef Kral, 2:03.6, Benjamin Pack, 2:03.2. So, yeah, those guys lapping pretty quickly there. And it's going to be probably a close run thing between any of those guys as to who gets into that final place on the podium. Solokotsev is lapping at 2:10s. So yeah, he's currently 8 seconds a lap slower than Pierre Caffa in 4th place. So if Caffa can stay into the end, which I think he possibly can with the drive time they've got, there's a good chance that they could nick a podium fairly late on in the race, and that would be an overall podium and 2nd place in Pro-Am if that was to unfold that way.
Let's have a look at the stints of Solokotsev. Is he capable of faster? This last stint, an average of 2:08 on his stint. All of those drivers, by the way, doing very similar drive times in the 69 car. But he is the slower of the 3 drivers, I think, in that car. Yeah, did a 2:07, I think, in his last average. Yeah, 2:07. So a 2:10 was a particularly slow lap. He's back down to 2:07s now.
Yep.
But if you look, Manuel Lauk, Kobe de Bruyke, Pierre Caffer, Josef Krau, Benjamin Pack, Oliver Campos, all the faster, or maybe even the fastest driver in their lineup. Solok Seb is definitely the odd one out in that group.
Yeah.
And so he is the target, but there's a big gap, to be fair. Pierre Caffer is still 55 seconds off the back of that Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi. And so it's going to be more now on that last pit stop, how it compresses the pack, and then what pace and what drivers we've got in. In the pits, Red Camel Jordan doing their last pit stop then. So quite close to their sort of limit, be a pretty sizable service for Luke Breukers, who's in that car, who is the slower of the brothers, not quite as slow as Dad, but presumably they needed, no, they're free actually, because they are in the 992 Pro category, so they're free to do whatever they need to, but I imagine there's going to be a full service there and a change of driver. Now, just been queued up that Simon and I need to have a quick chat, because Spirit of the Race Award is coming up very shortly. Joe's already proposed the New Zealanders for coming over, and I think I would have agreed with Joe on the New Zealanders had they got to the end of the race, but they're preserving that car for another day, completely understandably, but therefore that sort of plays a little bit against the Spirit of the Race for me in that award. And looking up and down the entry list, I don't know if I've got any other drivers that I can really, or teams that I can really suggest and think they've something particularly special, other than perhaps the likes of Patrick Niederhauser, who's done other 24-hour races over the last weekends and is also here. That would be another one, but there's probably more than just him who've done that, and I bet you there's engineers out there who've done 3 or 4 weekends, and it would be wrong to ignore them.
Yeah, I think there's lots of, I mean, my personal vote was for the Viper Nisa Racing team because of the job they've done to, you know, bounce back from a fairly disastrous accident which involved them needing to get a new car prepared and run, and they've run that car very quickly, and they're currently sitting there in potentially in a podium position for AM, which is a really impressive job.
I know that we usually are the ones to decide the Spirit of Race Award, so it's a difficult one to award ourselves, but I do think Simon Hill should be given a mention for his return back to the commentary box and the commitment to getting to this commentary box after a 15-odd hour drive all the way from the UK. So I don't know if we're allowed to award the Spirit of Race Award to the commentary box, but that is definitely worth a mention. And if it can't be Simon Hill, from my opinion, then I think it's a good shout that the Viper Nisa guys they're equal to the New Zealanders, because it's travelled a long way. It's a team from Malaysia that comes over every weekend and does this, but they are going to get to the end, and I think that's the differentiator.
Yeah, and I think, you know, you look at the commitment both of the crew themselves to get the car prepped and ready. There was an awful lot of work that needed to be done in a very short period of time. They jumped in a car that although of course it's the same brand of car, it still was a completely unfamiliar car to them. So overall, for me, that's just shown a genuine spirit, you know, that they've absolutely got stuck in, and no doubt that they would have potentially been even stronger in terms of in their own car, performance-wise, but just to get the car out there or get themselves back out onto the grid, that's one hell of a performance in my mind.
And I think it should be shared with the Red Ant Racing team, and a special mention for them to supply the car and even be able to sort of, I know it's a business deal in there, but to say yes to a competitor and you can use our spare car, thanks Red Ant Racing for that too. So sort of a Viper Nisa, but special mention to Red Ant for helping. I think Luke de Broekers has just got out the Red Ant Racing machine, but we've lost Diana. She'll be back with us in a few seconds' time. Oh, she is back, right. You're going to chat to Luke?
I am, yes. Luke's standing right next to me. He's just jumped out of the car, obviously had to have some water, but Luke, that's a tough day today at the office.
Yes, it was. Especially the first stint we have had was very tough, I think, for everybody. Now just had the second stint. The sun has gone away and it's much cooler, and it's very enjoyable to drive now.
It's been quite an interesting race. It certainly challenged everyone as a driver and the team, sort of coping with all the elements that it's brought up. But how would you describe the race so far for you guys?
Yeah, with this heat, it's typically a race where you don't want to make any mistakes. That's the most important part. Especially my first stint, I was just driving laps. I was not looking at the times, because you can only lose time in such situation. So for now we did all right. Strategy-wise, we had some bad luck, good luck, and let's see where we end up.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, after qualifying, you ended up, because of that issue, you didn't have qualifying, but starting at the back of the grid. So you must be sort of proud of yourselves with the work that you've done.
Yes, especially, and also the team, they did a great job rebuilding the engine, putting in a new one. Everything works perfectly, so a big thumbs up to them.
Okay, so a well-deserved rest now, is it, Luke?
Yes, will do. Thank you so much.
Beer and rest. Where are they going to end up? Fabian Dance in the car.
Podium potentially. And again, that's another team you could quite easily say spirit of race for. You know, these guys as well done a great job, as they always do. Venture, super committed, very consistent. You know, strong pace. And obviously, you know, they've had some competition this weekend. Admittedly, the BMW
trounced them.
Yeah, the Hamo for Motorsport with the Verhoeven family and Onboard have done a solid job, but just not on the pace.
Oh dear, the gentleman trying to get the tear off the windscreen was having a nightmare there, and his compatriot simply just ripped it off. Much taller compatriot, I would say. But that was there's been a few comical moments in the pit lane. We saw a man, one of the engineers or one of the mechanics walking backwards, not a Venture, another team, tripping over the tyre and landing in it, which was good aim.
Well, fortunate, at least he landed in it fairly safely. Could have been quite unpleasant otherwise, you know. Motorsport is dangerous, as they say.
Motorsport is dangerous. So,
you know, clearly this young man has found a nice spot to enjoy the breeze. We can see, again, you just saw the shot of the Venture car in the pits, and it does suddenly look very gloomy and very dark. I don't think it was at all. I think it's just that we have got the sun has gone behind some clouds now, and potentially that's just eased that temperature down and taken a little bit of pressure as Redan starts to carve his way through. De Broeckers, rather, in the Redan car, carves his way through. So let's look at this now. What's going to be really interesting now is this going to be this final part of the race in terms of who stops. Are there any driver changes going to be required? Are these guys going to run to the end? So Vladikin is back in the Continental car. And he's relatively recently got back in again, so that will improve the pace of that car for sure. And then the other possible changes, you've got Campos, Ang and Hill all running relatively close to each other in terms of lap times.
They all need to give us a pit stop though. Every single one of those cars needs to pit again. The significant thing is the Simpson Motorsport guys did a 4:11 on that last pit stop, so that was a much stronger stop than the previous one.
Yeah. And
every pit stop from now on will be, in theory, slightly shorter than that, because they needed the most fuel. And as we get closer to the end, the cars will need less fuel, so they'll be able to do a faster pit stop as their last stop. Still confused by the 73 driver time thing. Nobody's given us any kind of clues or answers as to what on earth's going on.
Yeah, so De Broecker now lapping quickly, but still not quite at Laut's pace, which again goes back to the point that the theory that we have is that Laut must have been nominated as an AM driver, but the lap times he's doing are as far away from an AM driver as you can imagine. You know, they really are. So, you know, I'm quite a bit of a head scratcher on that one. But the lap times generally seem to sort of stabilise a little bit now.
Jesus, look at the state of the bonnet.
Are doing everything to get that car to the end without any more dramas. More tape. More tape. Go, go, go.
888, that is. Stéphane Perrin was in that car. Have they done a driver change? Not quite sure, but a full service for Seb Lejoux. They're fourth in AM. They're being beaten by the 910 partner car at the moment. And so that's, I think, potentially why there's so much So freneticness, if that's a word, down there. Stefan Perrin in the back of shot, so he is out of the car. There has been a driver change for the last stint. But I think there's a decent competition going on between those two for the last podium on the 992 and podium. I don't think they're under pressure from anybody else. But will it be Giovanni Scamardi or Paul Meyer on the last step?
So Holmgaard in for fuel at the moment, our leader in 992. Jonas Holmgaard is still in that car, so it'll be interesting to see if there is a driver change with just 53 minutes and 20-something seconds left.
Maybe the Spirit of a Race award should have gone to the duct tape on the front of the
Sticker of the Race award.
Sticker of the race. Duct tape is a marvellous thing.
It's a wonderful thing. What a great invention there. You know, many a household item is being held together by that at some point. We had, you know, in your fridge where you got the shelf at the bottom where you put your, bottles, your milk and all that kind of stuff. Got broken the other day. One of those silly accidents.
Duct tape.
Super glue and duct tape.
Yeah, boom.
36 quid for a replacement one. I mean, come on, what's the world coming to?
But now you can't see through it.
No, you can't. It's all right. There's not that much stuff in there. My fridge isn't that interesting, I can assure you. So anyway, sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Diversifying once
Leader
again.
in the pits.
He is indeed.
Leader in the fuel area at the moment. Then we'll come to the pits. Then what are they going to do about... I mean, Manuel Lauck can stay in the car, right? He'd already been in the pits for 2 minutes.
If our theory that he's now officially an AM driver, then yes, correct. He must do, because there's no way that that they can make the time up with the other two drivers. It's now only 52 minutes. By the time they make a driver change, there'll be less than 50 minutes left.
But
if that was the case.
I must be reading these rules wrong, because Oliver Campos is back in the E2P Aston Martin. And I thought we said that he's done all of his drive time. So we just need somebody more clever than me in this commentary box.
Well, glad to help, Ben. So.
Where's E2P Racing on my list? There. Right, so the driver stint times in E2P Racing. Oliver Campos is in that car and he's just gone over 4 hours. 4 hours in the 12-hour race is a third of the race, right?
Correct.
So he's gone over a third of the race. He is in an Aston Martin GT3 AM category car, Class AM, with a pro driver, with a semi-pro driver, because that's what Oliver Campos is, a maximum of a quarter of the duration. A quarter of the duration is 3 hours.
Yes.
So he's done 4. So again, unless I've suddenly got a load of different regulations out there, that doesn't work.
Well, we're all a little bit head-scratchy on this one, and we're sorry, folks, listening in that we can't be more decisive on this one, but we've read and reread and understood all of various things that we think, and at the moment, unfortunately, there's still a little bit of that uncertainty in there. What we are sure about at the moment is that Lauck or that car will be coming back out again. That's what we're absolutely certain of. And at the moment, it looks like De Bruyker, because of A, his pace, and B, where they are relative to Lauck in terms of after the fuel. So as De Bruyker goes past, Lauck is in the background. I think that will be a change potentially for the lead. So looking at that, 39.9 seconds is what it was shown as the gap as they crossed the line, but that was before. And Mark Vallenvine is back in the car. So that's an interesting change. That's going to play into Kobe De Bruyker's hands.
Absolutely.
Because he was nowhere near the pace of either Lauck or, of course, Bachler. And De Bruyker has been the quickest guy in the Red Ant car. Kaffer is the quickest guy in the Santalot car. Pack, I think, is probably, along with Bastien, is as quick as each other. Kral is in the pits as well now. So that may help the Continental Audi that stood behind it. And lap times now, yeah, so they definitely dropped off what we were seeing a little bit. We had that little golden hour a while ago where we suddenly saw a lot of personal bests for each team, and the fastest lap was set, which I think still stands, by the Into Africa car, and Azam was in the car at the time. So Valentine is on his outlap now, as we saw. Crowell is in the pits being fueled at the moment.
Can Crowell go to the end?
If that, yeah, that's his last fuel stop. That must be.
Yeah, but okay. I'm thinking of the
drive time.
Drive time. How long's he been in that car?
Remember, they've
already?
got 3 drivers in that car.
Yeah.
So, and I know Vibo did who's their proper AM, as it were, did quite a long stretch, as did Vasek. So I think they're probably okay on time there. Now this is an interesting battle here. We've got Ang and Campos running close to Ang and Campos running close to each other. Could that potentially be a change?
There's a 1 lap difference, I think. That's exactly a 1 lap difference. So Campos, on that timing screen, 2:07 ahead of Ang.
Yeah.
And then Jake Hill, half a lap behind them, closing both of them down, no doubt.
Yeah, pushing hard as the laps unfold. I think there's still another stop for the Era Motorsport Ferrari as he comes down to the first part of the chicane. Now, is that battle ahead? If it is, that would be quite interesting that he's got a bit of a carrot, as it were, to charge after.
Jake could potentially get to the end. He's got to do an hour and 15. It's a bit of a stretch, isn't it?
So the car's ahead. That's the Benjamin Pack car, the TFT Racing, which is quite a long way ahead of the Era Motorsport car. It's about 3 laps ahead. So although he may be quicker on track, he won't be as quick. In fact, Pack did a 2:05.6, Jake did a 2:05.4, so nothing really in it in terms of 0.2 of a second. But Pack is in a bit of traffic. Pack is in the pack,
Pack is in the pack.
Indeed, yeah.
I mean, a minute and a half behind Pierre Caffer. He's going to have to hope that pit stop is short for Benjamin Pack. He's 18 laps into a stint, so he's actually got real flexibility in when they do that last pit stop, because they've got at least another 12 laps in it. We are predicted to have another 20 laps of the race, so they do need to do a pit stop, but they don't need to do it until very, very late, and they can wait. They'll either wait for a code 60, and then they'll do it around that because they only need 25% fuel, or they'll just do it late and do a splash and dash. But Ben Pack can go really long here in his chase.
The other thought is obviously when a lot of the times where we've seen stops, especially with driver changes, they've also done tyres.
Yep.
Now, if you're just doing fuel and you just then drive straight through, the pit from the fuel stop to the pit out is about, I think, 40 seconds. Did we work that out? Something like that. So that will save you a good, almost a minute, I think, when you actually work that out, work that back, factor it in, as it were. So that could be a significant way. Now, Valentine hasn't done a flying lap yet since he came out of the pit, so it's going to be interesting. I think this is him. Is this him coming across the line now? Let's have a look.
15 seconds back
from 6.9.
50 seconds back
is quicker.
Yeah, well, yeah. But also 50 seconds back from Red Ant. Red Ant still owe us a pit stop. Proton Uber competition do not.
No.
So he can afford to lose about half a minute here and still retain the lead.
So the interesting scenario we've got is De Bryker and the Red Ant car are definitely quicker than Valentine in the Proton Huber car, as far as we can see. So that may change, obviously. If that is the case, then you've got to see as to whether there's going to be a significant enough change in terms of the gap for De Bryker to be able to come in and make another fuel stop.
He has to.
He has to make it, but how long a fuel stop? That's what I'm saying, is that would he be able to get to, say, like 20 minutes to go or 15 minutes to go, and maybe just do the equivalent of a code 60 style stop, a 2-minute fuel stop?
I think so. I think both Red Ant, Sansalok and TFT are in the position where they can come in within 5 to 7 laps of the end of the race. That's 15 minutes before the end of the race. Yeah. And that, therefore, is even a code 60 stop would be enough. What Valentine needs to do is not lose, what would we say, a drive through without stopping is 40 seconds. So he basically needs to not lose any more than 25 seconds over the next 45 minutes. So he needs to basically not lose 2 seconds a lap, which kind of is at the moment.
At the moment, he's losing almost exactly that. In fact, slightly over. Last time round, it was 2.2, and in fact, De Bruyker's just had a slower lap that lap. He must have had a bit of traffic, because he's only just under 1.8 seconds quicker than Valentine. But Valentine might be getting into his groove now. He hasn't driven for quite some time. Obviously, the track conditions have evolved significantly. It's cooler. There is a lot of rubber down. The lap times now look like they've stabilised. Like what was, you know, a 2:02 or a 2:03, that was a really, really good lap. In fact, Pack has just done a 2:03.6. As has Kaffer, but the rest of the guys at the front, the other, you know, the remaining GT3 cars in the top 10 are all like lapping at 2:05s, 2:06s for the quicker drivers, the pros and semi-pros that are in the cars at the moment. Crowell's just done a very, very fast first sector. So that would be
and those are the lights
tires
at the back of the shot of Joseph Crowell chasing down Oliver Campos for 6th position. Campos stuck behind Dominic Ang, who is actually a lap behind. Full beam lights on the Aston Martin. No lights yet on for the Mercedes ahead of him. Pretty sure the switch should be in the same place as their previous Mercedes, but Oliver needs to get a wiggle on, to get past Dominic Ang and get a wiggle on, because he's getting chased down by Joseph Crowell. He's also being chased down by Jake Hill, and 45 minutes to go. Could be losing a couple of positions, and at the moment they're second in AM, so they're in a really strong position. They might not care as much about the Pro-Am car of Joseph Crowell, but for sure they're going to be, well, actually Jake Hill's in Pro-Am as well, so maybe it doesn't matter too much to them, but overall it's a nice place to be. It is definitely the strongest run of things that this Aston Martin has had as well.
Yeah, so that sits there in second, the Oliver Campos car in AM class, and Ang in fact in third, with Vladikin still leading for the Continental race. Now his lap times are very similar to Campos's, 2:05.3 for Vladikin, 2:05.1 for Campos, 2:05.5 for Ang, and then Jake slightly slower on that last lap with in a bit of traffic. So yeah, going to be that little group of cars are all lapping at a very similar pace. So traffic, fuel stops, tyre life, driver performances.
It was so easy for Joseph Crowell down the inside of turn 1.
Just sent it, didn't he?
The door was fully open, and Oliver Campos is not happy in these conditions. He was much stronger at the start of the race than he is now in that Aston Martin, whereas Crowell is wringing the neck out of his Ferrari. Big gap of 2 minutes to Vladikin ahead, and in 45 minutes that's probably too much of an ask for Joseph Crowell. But Crowell doesn't owe us a pit stop. Vladikin doesn't owe us a pit stop. The top 4 do, and Kaffer is in the pits perhaps slightly earlier than he needed to be. He could have waited a couple of laps, but it's going to be a pretty significant stop, probably around the 3-minute mark. And that will drop him into this battle. I think this is going to drop him in to Crowell and Campos.
Yeah, it certainly will, I think. But the pace is there in that car. The Santalot car in Kaffer's hand has been super quick, 2:02.988, its fastest lap. Interestingly, Crowell has been lapping very close to the quickest lap that car, and he has done. He's only a couple of tenths off, less than a couple of tenths off. He's done a 2:03.139, and the best lap for him in the car is a 2:02.940. So relatively close to the ultimate lap pace, whereas quite a few other cars are maybe a second and a half off of the time that the driver or the car has done. And so I think De Bruyker, 2:04.8, that's a strong lap time. He's now pulled out the gap to just over 18 seconds from Valentine, but isn't absolutely dropping him. So you're going to look at see when that fuel stop comes. Will Valentine need to make a short stop as well? I think there is a possibility.
No, I don't think so. I think they're good now, because they pitted only 20 minutes ago. Yeah. So they pitted, no, even after that. They pitted with 45 minutes to go, so that car should be able to go to the end. Definitely.
So that will be, Ang is in for fuel as well, so that's potentially going to drop him back behind Jake, and out of the, he's still going to be in the top 3 in AMs, because quite a long way ahead of the 4th place car in AM is Nicolas Michelin in the Duty Racing Audi, just ahead of his teammate Tom Jackson in the other Duty car as well. So
another race meeting that I completely forgot was happening this weekend. It's the 25 hours of Spa in the Fun Cup, is it not?
And what's the fact about one of the drivers in that?
He's also done the 3 24-hour races.
Yeah, Matteo Drudi. Yeah, which is pretty impressive, isn't it?
Simon, come on. To cross that last weekend.
I know. But I just thought I'd tee you up for that. It was a nice easy one, wasn't it? But that's what a crazy thing is it? You think he's done three of the greatest races in the world, and with no disrespect to the Fun Cup, it's a great fun race, as the name suggests, but you wouldn't put it in the same class as the Le Mans, Spa and the Nürburgring. But he's still out there doing it, whether it's for a bit of fun or whether it's part of his contract, I don't know, I can't imagine. But I know Ian James from Heart of Racing speaks incredibly highly of him. When he got pole position at Le Mans, I texted Ian to say well done, and he said, yeah, this kid's a bit special. So I remember him in Porsche Super Cup, and he was blisteringly quick from the outset in that, just a really, really special young driver. And he
once rescued me from Frankfurt Airport, where my hire car hadn't been hired, and therefore was just a car, and it was not mine.
Oh, really?
And I needed to get from Frankfurt to the Nürburgring, and I saw him, and I said, I know you're going to the Nürburgring, you've got a race suit bag and a helmet bag. And I did know him, but not particularly well. And I said, can you give me a lift? And off we went 2.5 hours later. So also a lovely bloke, but not here this weekend.
Yeah, busy blasting around in the Fun Cup cars.
One day I will take that silly race off my list. I've done a lawnmower race, and I've done a Citroen C1 24 hours, and I've done a Smart 4.2 Cup.
Was the lawnmower the one in Sussex?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wisborough Green.
Wisborough Green, that's it, yeah. I've always liked the look of that. It looks pretty good. But as my wife Tina will attest, I am absolutely rubbish with a lawnmower. So I regularly get criticised for my lack of skill, and Jake usually criticises that as well when it comes to anything to do with. I mean, how can you mess up mowing the lawn? I manage that now.
Is that a problem for the Norma? The Nova, sorry?
Nova. Could be.
He went very wide out of L'École or Mistral corner, and I think he maybe just kicking up the sand, and therefore it looked like there was a problem. But he is going slowly. One final pit stop for Nisa Racing, and now trying to clean off their tyres. I think he's had a bit of a moment, hasn't he? In fact, he's been in the gravel.
There's been a little thing developing just as we're chatting. They obviously lost radio contact with the driver, so they've been on the wall trying to get him to come in and go for fuel first, come in, and they're also doing a driver change, and they've changed all tyres, and they did that pretty quickly, but it's been going on for the last few minutes where they clearly had no radio contact, and we're just gone back to basics of the board on the pit wall.
Yeah, you're talking about Viper Nisa Racing, I think, whereas we were talking about Nova, which was off
my apologies, I
in
thought
the
you heard
gravel
me say Viper.
On the exit of L'École, and that's what we saw, and then we saw the gravel kicking off out the back of the car. So a little moment for Sebastian Page. And some joyous and happy faces down in the Malaysian crew with their final pit stop out of the way. Dominic Ang, I think looks like he stayed aboard that car.
Yeah, I think so. Let's have a look. Where did he? Yes, he did. He stayed in the car. In comes Sebastian Page. I had a thought, actually. We were discussing the pronunciation in Page.
Oh, yeah.
Was it Page, Paye? I was thinking, like the yogurt, Faye, could have been a silent G.
Yeah, true.
Like a Y, Faye, Page, but obviously not. Anyway, I think we're getting a bit of hallucination. I didn't say halloumi then. It's because I'm hungry.
A bit of halloumi.
Yeah.
Diana, take us away from the halloumi.
Yeah.
I will do. So we're staying with There you go. What does that mean to you?
Ooh, this is really good because with hard work the guy do the yesterday and then we get this thing. Oh, no, it's right. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you guys, and thanks for all your hard work.
That absolutely the right choice when you see that reaction. That is such a lovely thing to see. You know, do you know what? It's interesting in all forms of motorsport, certainly in endurance racing, as we know. Of course, it's a team sport, but a team effort. But you know, the interesting thing is whether the car's fighting for a win or running around at the back. The level of effort and commitment that the crew put in is absolutely exceptional. There is no group of people like a race team in terms of pulling together and finding that extra bit, even when it's really against all odds. So you couldn't wish for a better reaction than that from those guys and girls that have worked absolutely tirelessly to give their driver and their team the best chance of getting a solid result. So, you know, it's possible, looking at where they are, that a podium in AM is on for them as well, and that would be, in my opinion, thoroughly deserved.
Seabuter on our chat, and Balash Toth say that team is a vibe. Been looking for the vibe, and the team's got that vibe.
Or a vibe, even.
We're getting close now to the nitty-gritty of this. We've just had Santalot Junior Team in the pits. Pierre Caffer handing over to Ella Earhart. There he is in the 18 machine, just 5 seconds off the back of the 69 Simpson Audi. They've both pitted. They've both done their final stops, and Earhart has halved the gap on that one-out lap. This is a big battle now. Third position, Benjamin Pack. Fourth position, Vladikin, directly behind him, but one lap back. Earhart with a big old lap, and he's closing in and could be taking that fourth position away from the Continental Racing by Simpson. It doesn't change their lead in AM, but it is going to be very, very close. And interestingly, TFT still owe us a pit stop as well. So they deciding move.
Yeah. 60 style stop with maybe you know, a couple of minutes in fuel, and then you would leave the set of tyres on that you've got, leave the driver in unless you have to change because of driver time. So just also looking at, there's been a change in the lead of the 992 class. Martin Rump in the Mula Motorsport got ahead of the Holmgard car because Marco Kesaja has got on board that Holmgard car, and that's going to be very close. So it's going to be interesting to see who owes us a stop.
Well, Rump is the last one to owe us a stop. So he needs to come in, and at the moment has an advantage of 2 minutes and 18 seconds. It's going to have to be a really short stop for Mulner Motorsport to come back out ahead of Holmgard for the win in 992. Bearing in mind, Holmgard is an AM car as well. We await to see how long that final stop is for Rump. He's kind of coming to the end of his stint as well, so doesn't have much flexibility and probably needs to come in within the next 10 minutes, I would say.
Yes, I think you're right. So there's the Ajith Kumar car in. Matthew Detroit on board at the moment. I think he's staying in the car by the looks of things. Don't think we've seen a driver change.
Down in second in the AM category, we're going to have Ajith Kumar on the podium, which is going to really give us a great atmosphere, although concern on the right front.
Look at Detroit is exasperated as oh my goodness, what's going on? There's something in the suspension assembly or possibly steering that they're looking at. I think they've
haven't actually done anything.
That was leaving the pits with,
They've
with some
decided
purpose.
to let that one go.
Sort of sounded a bit clutch slippy as well when he left, because there wasn't a lot of wheel spin, but there was a lot of revving.
There was an awful lot of revving, wasn't there? So, yeah, that's taken the last bit of life out of those clutch and drive shaft assemblies on those cars. That's the other thing that's amazing, isn't it? When you think a Porsche Carrera Cup car is designed for sprint races.
Yeah.
And you know, technically, there's very little difference between that and the cars we're running here that are running for 12 and obviously 24 hours.
Back. That's been a really good last Motorsport car. It's at a 2:04.6. So I think he was pacing himself, and now he's being told you need to get a move on. And so Ella Earhart only took 0.3 of a second out of him on that last lap. Problem is, Vladikin's being held up here by the TFT Mercedes, and there's the Sebnaju Porsche in the mix as well. Gets on the flashers, but we are expecting Benjamin Pack into the pits, but maybe not for another 3 or 4 laps, even 5 laps. So he actually, if he does feel like he's being slowed up here, he needs to clear the traffic and be aggressive with it. Gets past the 888, but look how much better the 888 is out the corner. And there's also traffic, and we've got a stationary car. This changes things massively. If that car does not move, we have a code 60, and it's the Lion Speed.
It's the Ajith Kumar
car.
Oh, what a disaster that. I wonder if that's linked with the whatever it was they were looking at under the front right wheel assembly as we look at it.
Or is it linked to the very, very aggressive lift leaving the pits?
Could he have popped a drive shaft? In which case he's shot himself a little bit in the foot, because whilst, yes, you want to get out of the pit lane quickly at this late stage where the cars are tired and they've done an awful lot of driving, you know, trying to look after them with avoiding things like that. Now, again, this is all an assumption. It could be something completely unrelated. It could be something just very unfortunate. But are we going to get, in fact, I'm sure we're going to get a code 60.
Only if the car cannot move, turns the lights off, opens the door, so that is saying I can't go any further. That is definitely going to be a code 60. Code 60 within 20 seconds. Teams now need to not come into the pits, or they can actually come into the pits. They're coming just past the pits, but this plays into the hands of those that still need to pit. That is Red Ant Racing, that is TFT Racing, and who else did we say?
Era.
E2P Racing. And Era need to pit, maybe. They're a bit on the edge of whether they need to or not. Code 60 is called free pit stop. And of course, Mulner Motorsport at the head of the 992 category, on cue into the pits. Nice cheap stop, and they are going to hold on to the lead comfortably of 992. What drama with half an hour remaining.
It's going to be interesting to see how long this takes as well. Now, if the marshals have been really good at getting the quad bikes out there and towing these cars away, now I would, and again, it's just an assumption there. Is there something under? Just looking where the front right. Who else is going to start? I mean,
spoke French.
Yeah, sorry. Je suis de l'or. Unfortunately, my French is more Del Boy French. It's like a la mode Rodney and things like that. And so, yeah.
Well, so Pack comes into the pits with a decent 2.5 minute advantage over Vladikin. I think he can get serviced and out before that. And so it might be close, but we're going to have a real battle on for third position between TFT. Do they need to change drivers? They might do. Vladikin and Earhart.
I don't think they do need to change drivers, but I'm again, without checking out, that's the Kumar car being
TFT. How long's he been in the car? Obviously, my data doesn't tell me. 29 laps is so was in the car at 9:30, so he's been in the car bang on 1 hour. So no, they can keep Ben in that car to the end of the race.
The other thought I've got here with this is obviously this is a big gamble for teams. Some of the teams that haven't stopped under code 60 may be working on the theory that by running, let's say, for example, 3 or 4 laps at code 60, you might be just saving enough fuel that you can eke out these final, what will probably be 20 minutes of this race and whatever fuel you've got left.
And I think the car closest to that option is possibly Era.
Yes, yeah, I think you're right. Now, if they get that right, then well, let's have a look at Jake's drive time. He's done
24 laps.
24 laps and 1 hour and 19. Now that to me sounds too long.
1 hour and 19. That's okay because he can get to the end of the race within a 2-hour limit.
Yeah, but on fuel. Oh no, he's been in the car because he's obviously, when I say 1 hour and 19, I'm thinking, when did he stop last for fuel?
They stopped last for fuel at 8:45, so they'd still got to do 1 hour and 15.
Yes. Which is marginal. So De Bruyker in for fuel.
And, yes, now De Bruyker comes in, so he was at the wrong part of the racetrack to take advantage of this. Everyone else coming back out. Now, back out onto circuit, Benjamin Pack already really hard with these lights to tell exactly where on circuit Benjamin Pack is and where in relation to Vladikin and Earhart is Benjamin Pack.
Campos in the E2P car.
Need the tracker up, don't we? Here we go. Let's find the 93 machine. 28 is at turn 2.
Pack. Yeah, that is.
Okay, so that, therefore, where is Vladikin in relation in sector 2? So there is a decent chunk of circuit between them.
There is Vladikin. He's coming through the chicane at the moment, and Pack is coming into turn 3.
So Pack holds on by half a lap.
Yeah.
Half a lap when it could have been, well, a loss of 3rd position. Thanks to the code 60, thanks to this last final dice. And Kobe De Bruyckers now comes out of out of the fuel area. And he is going to fall behind Mark Vallenvine, who is going to inherit the lead. Proton Uber competition, despite Red Ant Racing pitting under code 60, will still have the advantage.
And I also think, just going back to the Era car, just noticing the lap times, the last few laps, were very consistent, but off of what the car can do. And I know, speaking to the team earlier, they were trying to do some lift and coast. If you remember, they went very long in the first part of the race where they had Andreas in the car, and I think they were the last car to stop. They actually stopped from the lead because of that, and that was using that approach of lift and coast and trying to sort of eke out the fuel mileage in a Scott Dixon-esque way, dare I say it. So look at that, the light really has gone away, hasn't it now?
Look what's happening here. Classic situation here. Mark Vallenvine is on the 60 limit. He's absolutely not allowed to overtake other cars during code 60. But the problem is, yeah, he's doing 56, 57 kilometers an hour.
Could just see on the dash there was a couple of times it just clicked over 60 Ks. Now that's an interesting, because I don't know if they're allowed maybe like a percentage, you know, like...
Well, it depends on the team. I remember talking to a team at Le Mans, and then they were saying we're setting it at 57, 58 because we're not comfortable with setting it closer. And other, you know, Nürburgring, for instance, some cars don't even have a limiter. Maybe because this car doesn't usually do this, maybe the Nova doesn't have a limiter. It's the driver trying to find 60 Ks.
Yeah, could be. But it's
Mark Vallenvine's losing time here.
Vallenvine, what can he do? He's doing 60. As we saw from the onboard that he's doing 60 Ks or give or take.
He obviously feels like he can go a little bit faster consistently than the Nova is allowing him to. And on the flashes consistently go and get out the way.
So where are they relative to one another?
Well, it's 32-second gap.
Yeah, so Vallenvine is in the 73 car.
Back straight.
He's on the back straight. And we're looking at where the Bruyker in the 93 car is. Is that him there?
And look, it's bouncing between 60 and 55. So it's not staying consistently on 60. And we are going to go back to green now, and he can overtake now Oh, look at the acceleration of the Nova. Bye-bye. He's not going to be easy picking.
was a bit late, I think, coming off of the limiter, wasn't he? So this is going to be really interesting. We've got less than 20 minutes to go. Who has been the fuel whisperers? Who have managed to make that stop and make it work?
And already a change for 4th position. Earhart ahead of Vladikin as soon as they went back to green. Earhart himself had Vladikin completely lined up and made the move stick. So the 18 car up to 14th position. Vladikin drops, sorry, the 18 car up to 4th position. Vladikin drops to 5th. Kral in 6th. He would have wanted more laps to try and chase those guys down. And we will start to shake out the gaps with the rest of the field once we're back up to full racing speed again. Everyone has now done their final pit stops in 992. The 921 continues to lead for Mana Motorsport, a decent chunk ahead of Holmgaard, who pitted before the last Code 60, and then Red Camels Jordan in 3rd position, 1 minute back. That's going to close down, I think, when we get the next sector times registered through. So on the screen then, 69 ahead of 18. So I think they might have passed and repassed. Either they passed and repassed, or Earhart passed before we went to green and realised he had to give the place back. Meanwhile, down in the pits is Joe Bradley. Joe, what are you seeing?
Yeah, the 901, the Ajith Kumar racing car, has been brought back in on the end of a tow rope. And with only literally, I mean, what time is it? Oh my goodness, 18 minutes to go, and this car is looking like it's got a drivetrain issue. Whether it's a drive shaft, there's literally no time to repair this car. Now, dejected driving, not quite sure who the driver was.
Matthew
you guys
Dutrey.
Be able to tell me.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Matthew Dutrey. He was so dejected. His
Joe,
body
that's
language.
completely on him, I'm afraid. We saw in the pit stop, I'm not sure you were there, but they were checking the front right corner for an issue. They delayed it, they didn't do anything, and then when he left, he dropped the clutch and wheel spun out of the pits. But we didn't see any wheel spin. We heard it rev, but we didn't see any wheel spin.
Right, exactly. Let's see if I can get my head in there and see if I can...
Now, I think there's also, just looking at this, we've got 6.6 seconds between Valenvine and De Bruyker, according to our timing screens, with...
6.6, wow!
6.6 with how long left?
17 minutes.
Just on 17 minutes exactly. So on my maths, that's around about, what's that? Just over 7 and a bit laps, isn't it? 7 and something.
How have we been doing 12 hours of racing, 11 hours and 45 minutes, and we've got a gap of 6.6 at the end of the race between 1st and 2nd. We've got another battle for 4th position with only 1.2 seconds between those two drivers, and we think they've already swapped around twice already. This is phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it.
Oh, an engine failure. Oh, massive smoke for the 18. This is huge. That is a proper expiry of something in that Audi. He's still moving. He's still pushing on LAR, but he's leaving the circuit covered in steam and smoke. And that kills off the battle for 4th.
Well, let's see if he can get the car back to the pits. That's the key thing.
Parked off.
Is that him stopped? So surely that's going to be another Code 60, and that could potentially neutralise the race as we ride on board with Jake. Well, I think this car is being driven very much with fuel mileage in mind.
We won't need you now. Now we've got another Code 60 coming.
Well, exactly. But is that a good thing? I don't know.
Yeah. That's, I mean, GT3 cars just do not expire like that.
He's out with a fire extinguisher, obviously concerned that there's going to be fire at the Code 60 coming now. Oh, well, so tragedy for the Santalot car and tragedy for the Ajith Kumar car. You can see the whole body language of the Ajith Kumar guys in the pits. And I think he's trying to get the engine cover off of that Audi.
Remember, when you open and expose the engine to more oxygen, then sometimes that encourages a fire. But he obviously feels as though there is something there, or he's just trying to cool the engine down. It's got the extinguisher, sort of, I think he's ready to go if the car gets too hot, but it looks like it's just glowing from the exhaust. Like, rarely do you see a GT3 car expire like that. Rarely do you see any motorsport racing car expire like that. That's an engine failure from the 90s, that.
It isn't just. So what does this mean? Well, let's have a little think also about a championship situation at the moment. So we came into this with Scuderia Praha leading GT3 from... oh, my brain's gone. It's been a long day. Scuderia Praha leading from Duta Racing, Hofer Racing, Proton Huber and ERA. I think we're going to leave here with Scuderia Praha still leading from Proton Huber, from ERA. That's what I think we're going to get. Possibly, no, I think possibly Red Ant will overtake ERA. In fact, I'm sure they will.
Now, so Ella Earhart's now saying, do not spray this engine compartment unless we are on fire. I do not want to ruin this engine if I don't have to. I mean, it's kind of ruined anyway, isn't it? But the amount of damage you do with fire extinguisher,
yes,
please
absolutely.
do not touch the car. Look.
There's different sorts of extinguishant that can be used. Obviously, some are far more damaging to the car and the electrics, etc., than others. But, you know, you would think at this stage it looks like his reaction is that there's no real risk of it catching fire. Famous last words now. But let's have a look at what this is likely to do for the balance of the race. Now, I think that if they can tow that car out the way, we might get something like 7 or 8 minutes left.
He's done an incredible job. Not only has he parked it beside an unmanned fire area, so there's areas around the circuit where the fire extinguisher is placed, but there isn't actually any attendants or marshals there. On the halfway along the Mistral, it's open enough to be able to tow that car behind the wall. And he's jumped out. He's got the extinguisher. He knows exactly what to do. I mean, absolute pay rise for Ella Earhart.
Yeah, completely. Now, what's really interesting is just before that code 60 was thrown, the lead gap between Wallenwein in the Proton Huber car and De Bruyker in the Red Ant Mercedes had come down to under 6 seconds, 5.83 seconds. Now, obviously, looking at this is interesting. I think they could.
Yeah.
Look, he's getting dragged away. They could push this behind the wall.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really quickly.
Easy.
So that could be literally, let's get it behind the wall, let's go racing, let's see if we can get 10 minutes out of the remainder of this race. What a grandstand finish we could potentially have here at Paul Ricard in the darkness. I feel so sorry for Elia Earhart, Josef Kral and the rest of the crew. They are going to be absolutely devastated, as anybody would be, as of course are the Ajith Kumar guys. But please let's get this car moved so that we can see a grandstand finish. 5.8 seconds at the end of 12 hours. What a finish we've got.
And this is the Lion Speed Porsche with Josef Garcia aboard. Flames coming from the left rear. Is that brake or is that exhaust? Simon, going to need your eyes on that one. Looks like it's got the centre of the car.
That's something is on fire in the rear hub assembly, and I think that's in the final sector.
Yeah, I know where on the track is. I want to know what's on fire, because the engine is in the back of that car, don't forget. There's a lot of sparks, sort of metal.
I wonder if something like an exhaust, part of the exhaust system's collapsed, maybe. Could be dragging on the floor, and it's then caught fire to something in the rear suspension assembly, but it's sort of hopping and bouncing around, isn't it?
It's hot, and I mean, there's bits of molten something coming out of that car.
Back safely. I hope, first importantly, I hope the car and driver are going to be okay. But also, I hope it can be done. Let's see if we get a better angle of it as it comes through this final section.
It feels like it's sort of exhaust, actually.
Is he aware? I mean, have the team maybe said to him, just be careful, there's something they can't really see.
Just be careful, you're completely on fire.
Is he on the start-finish straight?
Yeah,
Did he not come in?
No, he didn't come in. And the car sounds all right.
Oh.
But something is going to go catastrophically stop. Boom, there's another massive chunk of something coming out.
That to me looked like something like an exhaust system that was got exceptionally hot and dropped away.
Look at that, there's bits of car on fire on the pit straight like candles.
But you know, you get the end of races and they have a firework display, don't they? Usually,
we are having a firework
actually
display.
Having an axe. Look at that! You literally couldn't make that up.
What is that? What possibly could be?
That could be the inside of the exhaust. You know, we're like the bits of the exhaust system that falls apart and catches fire, because that's lots of bits of something, isn't it? And the sparks suggesting that. Oh, no, we're not going to get this race finished under green, are we?
Now he's stopped, but he's not stopped in an easier. And he stopped, and the flames have gone out. He's turned the engine off, and it's cooled down.
Exhaust wadding is exactly what I think it is, as Joe's just offered his opinion on that.
Oh, it'd be nice to get this car away from harm's way and go racing.
Let's also see what's happening with the Elia Earhart car. Has that been able to be pushed behind the barriers we hoped?
I mean, that's no longer the concern, I would have thought. This is more pressing.
Oh, these guys. But that's interesting. The gap's gone up to 15 seconds.
Yeah, because they're going slower.
Yeah. My tiny little brain can't compute that.
That's a hard one after 11.5 hours. Because they're going slower, the time, distance and speed.
It'd be a hard one for me after 1 hour. With the way my brain is at the moment. But yeah, it's, my goodness me.
It takes longer to get to that point when you're going at a slower speed. That's why the gaps increase.
Right, so let's have a little look at what this potentially is going to do for. So the Detroit car means that.
There is the gap.
So there's your gap. Now with 8 minutes left, and I'd be surprised if we can go. Is that?
Yeah.
Is that the car?
Yeah, they're safe. That's behind the barrier. There's a completely safe for the Audi. The question mark is where the Porsche is. And if we can get that car in a safe enough position to go racing before the end. 7.5 minutes after a 12-hour straight through in 30+ degrees. And we had a gap of just 5 seconds for the lead of the race.
Right, let's go.
Okay, we can push this out.
Come on, let's go racing, folks. Let's get at least 5 or 6, at least a couple of laps to finish this superb event off, and
be full attack from Kobe De Bruyke in the Renault Racing Mercedes in second position. The gap was 5 seconds. He's chasing down Mark Vallenven, who is the AM in the Proton Uber competition. Porsche ahead of him. And okay, with only 5 minutes remaining, that's really hard work. But Code 60 procedure will end within 1 minute. We are going to have 2 or 3 laps left here. It's going to be some pretty stonking laps from Kobe De Bruyke to make this happen. Well, we're not wishing Proton competition any bad luck, but we want to see a race to the flag.
So there's our leader coming in, is in the final sector. So if this goes green before he crosses the line, I think we're going to get 3 laps of racing. Let's have a look and see. It's counting down. I think he might just get there before it goes, get to the line. And it goes green then. Let's have a little look.
Green, there we go.
Let's go, right. So he did get there in time.
Right, watch out for the Mercedes. How hard can he push? Is there going to be any mistakes? Watch those brakes glow. The floor skid across the tarmac, setting sparks flying. Mark Vallenvine just needs to keep a calm and cool head. No mistakes now from Proton Uber competition. We've been going 11 hours and 55 minutes. We started the program at 9:30 this morning. It's been a big, hot day, and we've got a sprint race to finish.
There is our second place car, the Red Ant car. De Bruyke's has been really strong throughout this race. He's got to give it everything he's got. Remember, they had a little bit of damage at the front of the car, but looking at the lap times previously, when we were last green, it certainly didn't seem to have significantly affected them. But with just 5 minutes to go, you just almost feel like there's going to be another twist. It's got that sort of vibe, hasn't it?
Just waiting for the sector to come through for that difference between the first and the second to be updated. It can't be 10 seconds because it was 5 seconds before the Code 60, unless Vallenvine has managed to take that much time cruising around at 60 kilometers an hour. Do you know what? I think it might be. I think Kobe De Bruyke might have lost that much time under the code 60. Look to the top of the screen. Where is the Porsche?
Can't see it.
It's not there.
It was in shot before, at the first part, the first code 60, when the Audi stopped. Just that camera angle, then it looked like the car had stopped, the Protonova car. It just looked the way it showed, but 10.4 seconds. Looking at the sectors, there's not enough difference between them.
The lights aren't great on that Porsche. They are
half.
There was daylights rather than night lights.
I think De Bruyke is going to be about a second quicker than Valentijn on this lap. And Valentijn, if he drives intelligently, doesn't need to take any risks. Obviously, there's been the Earhart car's now dropped out. That's moved the Era car up into 7th place and 4th in Pro-Am.
Don't know how he's done that. Valentijn also has potentially better tyres, worth noting. 2 seconds taken out of him, but God, if it had been 2 seconds from a 5-second gap, that would have been better. The Mercedes GT4 car in the way.
Redan having to go the Redan car rather having to go very, very wide there. Oh, you can feel the tension in the car. He's like giving it everything he's got with such a short amount of time. 8.4 seconds now with what I think is going to be 2 laps maybe. So unless there's a disaster for Valentijn, unless he has a huge mistake, gets caught in traffic or a mechanical, I can't see there's any way that De Bruyke can take that amount of time out of him with what remains of this race. Any other change is likely to happen?
No, not really.
Can't really see it because all the other cars are all too spaced out.
Amazingly, this is the closest battle on circuit, and they are on the same piece of track. I don't really think that Porsche has got night lights on. You would change the lights for day and night depending on the aero setup. It's because putting better night lights on affects the performance of the car, and I think they've gone with the daylights, and that is not a lot of light for Mark Valentijn to deal with when he's picking out apexes of corners, such as Senior and Busek. Lost 0.8 of a second in Sector 1.
But then he gained it back in Sector 2 where he had clear air. So I think they're going to be nip and tuck. This lap, I don't think the gap's really going to change.
And we are going to get 2 laps out of it, I think, because Valentijn has got lots of traffic ahead of him as well. He's going to get to the line before 2 minutes and 2 seconds is up, but he's got 3 cars to get past, and he gets on the flashes to try and get past what looks to be a Vortex for one.
One of the GT
and a GT3 Audi and another Vortex, and it's been kind to him so far. Just the GT3 Audi getting in the way just a little bit and pulling away even on the outs coming out of the corner. There's Patrick Niederhauser back in the pits, who missed out on the Spa 24-hour victory 1 week ago. He didn't start Nürburgring because they had a shunt in the super qualifying, the super pole lap, and he's still behind the Audi. Now cut through on the exit of turn 2, gap down to 5.5.
They've said this is the last lap of the race, so unless there's a disaster for Valentijn, there's no way that that's going to change.
Especially as there's vortexes in the way now for Kobe De Bruyke.
Valentijn has done a very solid last part of this race, really kept his cool, although not as experienced as some of his drivers, his co-drivers in that car. Certainly has got enough experience. Look at the tension and the stress on the Protonova guys. Yeah, Job Drysdale is very much involved in the commercial side of what's happening with this team. He's just sitting there with his fingers, toes and everything else crossed.
Of course, that was Klaus Bachler, not Niederhauser in the pits.
Yes, and
Niederhauser in a different car.
De Bruyke 5.5 behind. I think that's the gap, I think, is it? Oh no, it's not.
No, that's the Lamborghini ahead.
That's the Lamborghini ahead. No, I think, yes, that's Valentijn. And there, is that the Redan car? That's one of those 2 cars is the Redan car.
Yeah,
I think the second of them. Yeah, it's just too big a gap on the last lap. 40 seconds to go.
I'm surprised they've called this the last lap, because I'm sure that Valentijn is going to get to the flag before the end of 12 hours.
If I was Valentijn, I'd have just breathed out of it to keep it so you didn't have to do an extra lap.
And this is probably the way, this will be now where he could do it, because he has enough space. What a race for Proton Huber competition. They had to put their AM driver in for the final hour, and some dice thrown and some code 60s to really spice up the pressure in the final couple of laps. He lost time under the first code 60 in the last hour, being stuck behind another car, but he gained it back in the second code 60, and Mark Vallenvine comes over the line to take the checkered flag and to take victory here at Paul Ricard. The fireworks fly above the start, finishing straight. It's a spectacular performance from Proton Huber competition, who win by just 3.4 seconds over Red Ant Racing. And what an atmosphere. Let's go down to Joe Bradley.
Yeah, let's just join in with the fervour that's happening on the pit wall here. The Proton Huber team are absolutely delighted. Let's get in amongst this lot. Jörg, congratulations. How tense was that finish for you?
Too tense for me.
Yes.
Too tense for me. I don't know, a few seconds after 12 hours, so many emotions flowing through my body. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
It was a great team effort to get the car to victory. All of you guys behind the wheel, the crew, everyone. It was a great effort.
Yeah, it's such a win is always a big team event. Everybody, the mechanics, the driver, the tire man, everybody. It's emotion. It's very good art.
Everybody going to bed early tonight? Everyone going to bed early tonight?
No. No. Yeah, early tomorrow.
Maybe tomorrow. Yeah, well done. Great stuff.
Waiting on the 921 to take the victory in 992. This spectacular firework performance here at Paul Ricard. What a performance from the fireworks. What a performance from Proton Huber competition, and what a performance from Mana Motorsport. They're one of the last cars to take the checkered flag. The fireworks, unfortunately, look like they finished before Martin Rump gets to the line. The gap is going to be around a minute and a half. And already on the telephone being congratulated with that victory. Klaus Bachler didn't have the last lap, the fastest lap of the race in the end. It was taken off him, but he was one of the very fastest out there on track. And now Martin Rump comes over the line and wins in 992. The 921 of Mana Motorsport, a minute and a half ahead of Holmgard Motorsport, the best in the AM category. What an effort from Holmgard. Marco Gonzaga finishing in that car. Fabian Dance took half a minute out of them in the final couple of laps, some of which I think under code 60. But there is the 73. What a way to finish.
3.47 seconds in the end after 12 hours. That's a hell of a race, isn't it? Josef Kral started to close right down on Vladikin. I think without the code 60s, that would have been a change of position. They wouldn't have changed the class positions. It still would have been a win for Vladikin, Continental Racing. So just to quickly sum that up, then the AM class was Continental Racing winning that class from E2P Racing in second, and then a podium for Viper Nisa Racing, as well as the spirit of the race. They get a podium in class. The other podiums, of course, the Pro-Am for the overall winners, Proton Huber, TFT, a great performance by them to get second in Pro-Am, and Scuderia Praha third. And then, of course, let's not forget GTX, all of the cars bringing it home, with Sebastian Page and the Graf Racing Nova winning the class from Leona Amarouche and the Vortex car in second, and Solène Amarouche in third, and GT4 Venture winning from the Hannover Motorsport. So wonderful stuff.
Another massive slap on the back to Venture, because they have managed to take victory in GT4 with competition this time, and an absolutely faultless run. Their third victory of the season, and they're just missing out on that Spa victory where they had to retire. Let's go back down to Joe Bradley, who's got more celebrations.
Manuel Lauck and Klaus Bachler. Manuel, when did you think that you had actually won this race?
Honestly, we wait until the last minute, because it was so... let's say it was not even an opportunity that we can slow down or have any margin. So we pushed until the end and we won, yeah.
Yeah, you did indeed. I'll leave you to greet your teammate who's just brought the car home. The winning car is greeting us just underneath the podium, guys. And as you can see, the Portland Huber team absolutely delighted, and commiserations to the Red Ant team who chased them down. We'll get a chance to speak to their drivers as well. It was Kobe de Bruyker that finished the car. It's been pulled up into second place.
The relief is clear from Mark Vallenvine. There is no doubt about it. He's got an absolute racing race suit on, hasn't he? Very similar. But there is going to be a mixed emotions there, Simon, of absolute elation, but also relief, I think.
Yeah, completely. You know, you got to that late stage of the race where, you know, those code 60s were really throwing things up in the air. And actually, ironically, it worked in their favour in the sense that, obviously, the Red Ant car didn't have a chance to try and close that gap down, but the gap extended. It was, you know, what was it, 6 seconds before the last code 16, and then it went up to 10, which was, you know, obviously just one of those things that happens sometimes. But you got to give it to Vallenvine that he kept his cool, made no mistakes. As we saw, there was a point where he was stuck behind one of the GTX cars when the code 60 was on, and it looked like he was getting super stressed. But Joe has got our second place finish as Red Ant Racing.
Well, guys, I've got to say thank you so much for entertaining us, but it's commiserations because the win was so close, Ed.
Yeah, indeed. We were hoping for a code 60 because we needed a splash and dash, but fortunately it was one of our own, and it was on the wrong moment. We just passed the pit entry, so hit the pit. We were still in the race, and then the second code 60 came out, which we really didn't need. And of course, then somebody decided to keep on driving with a burning car, and then we are 2 more laps on the code 60, and now we missed the win by 3.5 seconds. Of course, still had to pass them, but yeah, disappointed now.
Yeah, I bet. Kobe de Bruyker, you chased that Porsche down all the way. So how much more time would you have needed to catch him and overtake him?
Yeah, I mean, if the Audi hadn't break down, I think we would have got him. We were around a second faster a lap, and my tires weren't even up to temperature, so maybe 1.5 seconds faster with 20 minutes to go would have been enough. So yeah, but thank you to the team, because they did everything they could. So we can't be disappointed. We have to be happy with second, especially in our first year in GT3. So big thank you to the team.
I want to ask you about the damage on the front of that car. Did it affect the car at any performance-wise?
Yeah, of course. We had less downforce on the front, so we had a massive understeer. Most noticeable in Senior. Senior was, yeah, I had to brake now, and before it was just a small lift. So yeah, we lost half a second to a second a lap because of the damage.
You guys must be looking forward to the final round of Barcelona, though, Ayrton. Kobe, you're going to come back to Barcelona stronger than ever, I would imagine, Ayrton. Let me...
Yeah, of course. Barcelona car will be brand new again. New engine, new gearbox. Everything will be redone, and we'll fight for the win there.
Congratulations and commiserations, because that was a great fight at the end. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Massive shout out for the third position car, because a new team to the championship, TFT Racing, having to get your head around so many of the Creventic special rules, and yet they find themselves on the overall podium, second in Pro-Am. Patrick Charlier, Jordan Boisson, Benjamin Pack and Nico Bastia, there and thereabouts, but I think really perhaps helped from that code 60 right at the end. Joe's heading away from the GT3 category and over to GT4, where he'll find his friends at Venture, who've taken another victory.
Yeah, they had another car to race in GT4 this weekend. But Neville, you guys once again, you pushed and pushed. He was never out of the car. Every time I looked, he was in the car. Great team effort as ever.
Yeah, no, it was really good. Matt did his fair share.
He did a bit, didn't he?
Yeah. Chris was struggling a bit. His balaclava was a bit thick, and it was making him a bit hot. But apart from that, it all went to plan.
Chris, your experience, enjoy it?
Yeah, really enjoyed it. I enjoyed the first stint, but yeah, for some reason my driving wasn't so good after, and then that last stint was kind of horrible. I was driving like grandma, basically, getting around the track.
I'm going to ask Matt, who's your driver coach. Matt, come in here. Fastest lap in GT4 came right at the end there when the car was tired, the drivers were tired, you should have been tired, but purple right at the end.
Yeah, I mean, I've been training not to be tired, so I'm quite glad. But no, I was lucky. I probably had the best stint out of all the guys with the sun setting, the cool track. And we had a good lead, so, you know, just gave it a go. Have a bit of a show for the boys.
Chris is beating himself up. What's your take on his stint?
To be fair, he's done a great job all weekend, but I'm kind of glad because I beat him up a bit as well. Yeah, it's been really difficult and a big experience for the guys. The heat, dealing with the traffic, which even though the track's so big, has actually been really difficult this weekend, especially being the people getting overtaken. But no, they did a great job, really. And yeah, another amazingly executed job by the team.
Yeah. Great stuff. Looking forward to Barcelona. Stay with me, guys, because I've got the 992 class winners. I want to talk to Martin Rump. I know you guys did your job, but this guy, you're a superstar, mate, in that car. Congratulations on the win. You guys, I think, the Muldner car just seemed to dominate the class all race, Martin.
First of all, thank you very much for the great words. I mean, this will take some time to sink in. For sure, Muldner has been great all season. We've had our share of bad luck. As much as you can have in this sport. We came here, we had basically zero prep. We had a broken wheel nut in the free practice, only one lap in, one set of brakes done, and then straight to qualifying. It was like we came here, we showed up, and then we conquered it. So I'm so proud of the team. I'm so proud of Julian and Walters. They've been waiting for it for long, and now we finally have the first win of the season.
Great team effort, because all of your teammates put in a sterling stint as well. I know I know I'm giving you all the glory, but they did a bit as well, didn't they? Well done, guys. Julian, let's talk to you. I've got time. Julian Hansis. Sure, I noticed some of your lap times as well in your stints, and you guys seem to be pushing from the off.
Yeah, this is what we always do. Yeah, it was great fun. Muldner gave us a fantastic car, even though we had not a lot of time in free practice, so no free practice at all, but still the car was mega. We had so much fun, and you know, it's also a little bit the competition between the teammates and getting the times against, but it was great fun. I enjoyed every lap of it.
Well, we enjoyed watching you guys. Congratulations, great class win. 992 class winners, Muldner Motorsport.
Yeah, super competitive category. You could argue in some respects almost more competitive than GT3, because obviously they're identical cars. Absolutely. In terms of the you know, you're going to see, as we've just seen, the GT3 class, such a difference in the different configurations of cars, but lap times were so similar with all the top drivers in those categories. But this always did look like you're going to get some twists and turns, and obviously we did feel desperately sorry for the guys at Ajith Kumar for losing out on the podium so late in the day, and similarly a fabulous job by the guys at Santalok for their first race for some time in this category, in this event rather, and yeah, to lose out on what looked like a solid top four finish. I think maybe even, correct me if I'm wrong, might have been for a chance of a podium in class.
Yeah, I think so. I think they were very much on course for chasing down that fourth position, and it should have been third had they not had a code 60. The code 60 then meant that the battle for third became the battle for fourth, because TFT Racing wouldn't lose as much time pitting on that last pit stop. So a little bit of luck their way, certainly nothing that was planned for. And in the end, the Santalok car finished in 12th position. Let's have a look at the provisional results then after 12 hours of Paul Ricard here, the 5th edition of the Michelin 12 Hours of Ricard, and it is Proton Huber competition who win by just 3.4 seconds over Red Ant Racing's Mercedes, with a new team, TFT Racing, on the podium in 3rd spot. 4th position for the best AM category GT3 car, which is Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi. And then Scuderia Praha in 5th spot. 2nd in AM, E2P Racing, a much stronger showing from the Aston Martin GT3 car than we've seen before. And then just missing out on a Pro-Am podium, the Era Motorsport Ferrari, 7th overall. An AM podium for Viper Nisa Racing and a Spirit of Race award in a rented Ant Mercedes that they built overnight before this race, with 9th position going to the best of the 992 category cars, the Mana Motorsport Porsche. Best AM 992 was Holmgard, and they were 2nd overall, 10th overall, 2nd in 992, just 37 seconds ahead of the 3rd in 992, which is Red Camel's Jordan. The rest of the GT3 and 992 category cars, all the way down to 23rd position, where we then pick up the GTX category car. And the winner in GTX, the Nova. At the end, Santalot Racing will be classified in 12th position there, even though it says they're missing. Don't need to take the checkered flag, if I remember the rules correctly. They just need to complete 70% of the distance. And likewise, Ajith Kumar Racing, with that problem with the drive in the end, finishing in 20th spot. That is 4th in 992 AM. In the last 15 minutes, we also lost a 3rd car, don't forget, with the Lion Speed Porsche setting on fire. They will classify in 21st position. And as I said, in GTX, the Nova takes GTX win ahead of the 3 Vortexes. GT4 won by Venture by 10 laps in the end over Hermofa BMW, and a couple of 992s and GT3 cars there with issues and retirement. The first time for Prime Speed Sport. At the head of the field, though, it was Proton Competition and Red Ant Racing. We thought we'd get to the end without a code 60, but we had 2 within the last 15 minutes, and it changed the face of the race and allowed Mark Vallenvine aboard the Proton Huber Competition Porsche to take the victory, just 3.4 seconds ahead of the Red Ant Racing Mercedes. Fireworks were absolutely stunning over the start and finishing straight. The relief, the celebrations, huge down in Parc Ferme. Mana Motorsport taking the victory in 992, and the GT4 category won by Venture Mercedes. Graf Racing's Nova taking victory in GTX. And now we await the podium ceremonies on top of the central part of the pit lane here at Paul Ricard. We've got a few different podiums to get to. Joe Bradley will be the man to conduct the ceremony. And we just await the thumbs up to collate. We've got to collate all the drivers up there. It's not far a walk, but it's amazing how many you lose from Parc Fermé to a podium.
I think there's some of them that forget they've actually got to do that part of the event, the important bit, in the sense that that's your reward for all the work that's gone on for yourself as a driver, for the team, and for all of your partners, sponsors, everybody else that's involved in the program. And it is the commitment to get these cars racing and for the teams and everybody that's involved to actually get themselves in that position is absolutely remarkable. So yeah, fair play to everybody who's got themselves a podium today.
A huge thank you to Diana Binks, who's been down in the very, very hot pit lane alongside Joe Bradley today. We are going to hear from Joe during the podium ceremonies in a few moments' time. And a massive thank you to Simon Hill for making his debut after 10 years or so in the commentary box.
Long enough.
And it's been a pleasure to do such a mammoth stint alongside you today, Simon. Thank you for your commitment. And I think we are nearly ready. I can just about spot the Bradley there getting ready to go. Give the drone a wave. Thanks for joining us, everybody. It's been a real pleasure to guide you through the Paul Ricard race. 24 Hours of Barcelona is the next one. End of September, usually well subscribed. If you are fancying a race, make sure you get your entry in as quickly as possible. And then don't forget, if you fancy a visit to the Sepang 12 Hours, Creventic have recently taken on the promotion of that event and will be running their first Sepang 12 Hours around the Kuala Lumpur circuit at the end of November, the start of December. Lots of teams out there who will be racing anyway, but I'm sure Creventic will be wanting to bring a decent chunk of European cars over there. And then the Middle Eastern season begins before Dubai in January and Abu Dhabi. Just awaiting the final drivers. I'm looking forward to stopping talking. It's been quite a challenge for everybody, whether it be mechanic, whether it be driver, whether it be cameraman out on circuit, whether it be the tech team who've had a few challenges today back in Cologne at 0221 or around the circuit here. It's been a mammoth adventure for everyone. No thanks to the sweltering heat, and we've still got adventures coming tomorrow because I don't think France are quite out of the woods yet when it comes to travel. Luckily, we've got some cars. Roll on the car, sack off the plane.
Well,
although Simon's got to get back from work on Monday.
I have got work on Monday, so looking forward to being back at Bespoke Handling on Monday. We look after a lot of the transport, so let's have a look at our thoroughly deserved podium finishes with our great friend Joe Bradley.
Welcome to the podium, everybody. We've got our overall winners about to be presented to you. And first, may I present in third place, it's the TFT Mercedes of Patrick Chalet, Jordan Boisson, Benjamin Pack and Nico Bastian. In second place, it's Red Ant Racing Mercedes. Please welcome Yannick Redon, Ayrton Redon, Kobe de Bruyker and Kenneth Heyer. And the winners of the 2025 Michelin 12 Hours of Paul Ricard in P1 Proton Huber Competition Porsche, please welcome Jörg Dressioff, Manuel Lauch, Klaus Bachler and Mark Wallenwein. And now the national anthem of the winning team. The winners, everybody, the Michelin 12 Hours of Paul Ricard for 2025. And please welcome to the podium our presenters for the trophies and the awards. Please welcome Anna Dudenko and Pierre-Alexis Tetats, who are from Michelin. Anna is a compound designer and Pierre-Alexis is a tyre designer. First trophy is going to P3. In third place, it's the TFT Racing Mercedes. Hold those trophies up, gentlemen. And our second place trophies to the Red Ant Racing Mercedes team. Next will be our winners' trophies, of course. The winners of the 12 Hours of Paul Ricard, the Michelin 12 Hours of Paul Ricard for 2025. Proton Huber competition, Jörg Dressiov, Manuel Lauk, Klaus Bachler, and Mark Vallenwein. We have our watch presentation, our winning watches to be presented now. We've got one more. So our Omologato watches to our winners. But please raise your trophies high in the air, gentlemen, for the photographers. Please raise your trophies high in the air for the photographs. There it is. Big round of applause, everybody. The Michelin 12 Hours of Paul Ricard. And now we better get rid of the watches, Peter, because we're about to go into the champagne. '25 Michelin 12 Hours of Paul Ricard. Our winning team, Proton Huber Competition Porsche. Well done, everybody. Well done. Our next trophy presentation will be for the GT3 Pro-Am class. So if you can just gather your trophies, please, and make your way. I'm sure we're going to see some of you again. Well done. Our next trophy presentation will be for the Pro-Am class of GT3. We'll just replenish the champagne. And once we've replenished the champagne, we'll get on with presenting some trophies. Quick work from our Creventic staff. Thank you, guys. Let's have a big warm welcome for our Pro-Am podium winners. It's in third place. That's Scuderia Praha Ferrari, Miroslav Weibo, Josef Kral, and Denis Vasek. Big round of applause. Third place. In second place, it's TFT Racing back to the podium. Patrick Charlet, Jordan Bossan, Benjamin Pack, and Nico Bastian. And our Pro-Am winners are our overall winners. Please welcome back the Proton Huber Competition Porsche team, Jörg Dressov, Manuel Lauk, Klaus Bachler, and Mark Vallenwein. Well done, guys. Please welcome back to the podium to present our trophies to our Pro-Am winners, Anna Dudenko and Pierre-Alexis Tetas from Michelin. Third place to Scuderia Praha. Miroslav Weibo, Josef Kral, and Denis Vasek. Our second place trophies to TFT Racing's Patrick Charlet, Jordan Boisson, Benjamin Pack, and Nico Bastian. And the Pro-Am class winners, our overall winners, of course, Proton Huber Competition, Jörg Dressov, Manuel Lau, Klaus Bachler, and Mark Wallenweid. Well done, everybody. Just raise your trophies high in the air for the mega photograph that's going to live with you forever. Raise your trophies high in the air, please. Well done. And now the champagne, the Pro-Am class for GT3. Well done. Congratulations, everybody. Our GT3 Pro-Am winners. Scuderia Praha in third, TFT Racing in second, and Proton Huber Competition are winners of Pro-Am, and, of course, the overall winners of the Michelin 12 Hours of Paul Ricard. We'll replenish our champagne. Our next trophy presentation will be for the GT3 AM class. Our podium for GT3 AM, please welcome in third place, it's the Viper Nisa Racing, the Mercedes of Douglas Koo, Dominic Ang and Melvin Moore. Big round of applause. And in second place in GT3 AM, it's E2P Racing, Pablo Boguera, Antonio Sierro and Oliver Campos. And the winners of GT3 AM, it's Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport. Please welcome Vasily Vladikin, Andrei Shulokotsev, and David Pagosian. Welcome back our trophy presenters, Anna Dudenko and Pierre-Alexis Tetas from Michelin. In third place, Viper Nisa Racing. Douglas Koo, Dominic Ang and Melvin Moore. Third place trophies being presented. Flag of Malaysia, this team all the way from Malaysia. Great result for the Viper Nisa team, who had to get another car after an accident, and what a result it is for them. E2P Racing, their Aston Martin in second place for Paulo Boguera, Antonio Siniero and Oliver Campos. And our winners, the winners of GT3 AM, Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport, Vasily Vladikin, Audrey Solukotsev and David Pagosian, our GT3 AM winners. And a Molgato watches to the winning drivers. And we've got a huge trophy coming next, the GT3 AM trophy. Nice photograph, please. Please raise your trophies high in the air. That's going to be a heavy ask for that massive trophy. Before the champagne, let's get the watches. And if we're happy, let's go for the champagne. Congratulations, our GT3 AM podium here. Big round of applause, everybody. Well done, GT3 AM winners. Well done, our winners of GT3 AM. Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport, the British team, with the Audi R8 having a great victory in that category. Next up is the GTX, our special GT cars. In third place is car 702. That's the Vortex V8 of Solène Amarouche, Philippe Borel and Frank Lefebvre. In second place, their teammates, car 701, the Vortex V8 of Lionel Amarouche, Philippe Bonnel and Cyril Camon. And the winners of GTX, please welcome car 709, Graf Racing's Nova, Eric Trullier, Louis San Juan and Sebastian Page. Our GTX podium, ladies and gentlemen. So first, our third place trophies, once again, Anna Dudenko and Pierre-Alexis Terras, with our third place trophies to the Vortex team, car 702. And second place trophies will be awarded to their teammates, the 701. It was a class of attrition, GTX. But the teams battled on, fixed their cars, and here we are about to celebrate the GTX class, the special GT car podium, with number 709. That's the Graf Racing Nova. Great to see this car being brought along to compete here this weekend. Eric Trullier, Louis San Juan and Sebastian Page. We've got watches to present to the winning drivers. Homologator watches, the partner watch of the 24H series. And another huge trophy about to come out. There it is. The Michelin 12 Hours of Paul Ricard trophy for GTX class. Please lift your trophies high in the air, please, ladies and gentlemen, for the photograph. And then Peter will dive in and get the watches. And then, when we've retrieved the watches, we don't want them getting splashed with champagne. Please, the champagne, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So we replenish the champagne, and our next class will be for the 992 class, the Porsche Cup class. And then I look forward. Well done. So please welcome onto the podium. Yep, we're about ready with the champagne. Well done. Our 992 winners in third place then. It's the Red Camel Jordan's Porsche. Please welcome Ivo Breukers, Luc Breukers, Rick Breukers and Fabian Dance. In second place is Holmgaard Motorsport, Magnus Holmgaard, Jonas Holmgaard, Patrick Steen Rasmussen and Marcus Gasaga. And the winners of the 992 Porsche Cup class for the 2025 Michelin 12 Hours Paul Ricard is Mulder Motorsport, Valters Vedres, Martin Rump and Julian Hanses. And once again, our trophy presenters, please welcome back Anna Dudenko and Pierre-Alexis Terras from Michelin. Third place trophies going to the Red Camel team, the Red Camel Jordan's team, Ivo, Luke and Rick Breukers and Fabian Dance. And our second place Porsche 992 class, Holmgaard Motorsport, Magnus Holmgaard, Jonas Holmgaard, Patrick Steen Rasmussen and Marco Gasaga. But the winners, everybody, it was quite a strong run for the Mulder Motorsport Porsche of Valdes Vedres, Martin Rump and Julian Hanses, the winners of 992. And we're about to present our watches. We'll be able to get a look at the watches. Let's have a look at the watches. Here we go. A beautiful Omologato watch being presented to all of our winning drivers as we present the class trophy for the 12 Hours of Paul Ricard. And the watches already presented. And Peter will retrieve the watches so we don't damage them with the champagne. Nice photograph, all the trophies in the air. And once again, Ivo, as ever, is the first with the champagne. Well done, our 992 Porsche class. And the winners, once again, special mention, Mulder Motorsport. Well done, guys. Well done, our 992. We've got our 992 AM class coming next. We'll just replenish the champagne for that. And a big round of applause from the crowd. Oh. Always. Slippery bottles of champagne thrown from a great height, very hard to catch. Nice try, Valtieras. The 992 AM category is coming next. Well done, guys. Just replenishing a very wet podium now. It's the 992 AM class. And there's been a little shuffle with the positions of the three cars. In third place, please welcome to the podium, it's car 888, Sebelju Racing's Porsche of Sebastian Lejeune, Stefan Perrin, Carlos Rivas, and Paul Meyer in third place. In second place is their team's sister car, the 910, Sebelju Racing's Jeremy Follegon, Jean-Laurent Navarro, Pierre Arnaud Navarro, and Giovanni Scamardi. And winners of the 992 AM class, that is Holmgaard Motorsport, car 902, Magnus Holmgaard, welcome back, Jonas Holmgaard, Patrick Steen Rasmussen, and Marco Gasaga. Congratulations to our 992 AM winners. And once again, please welcome back our trophy presenters, Anna Dudenko and Pierre-Alexis Terras from Michelin. Third place to the number 888 Sebelju Racing Porsche. And in second place, it's the number 910, the 910 of Sebelju. Sebelju, double podium for them in this category. And the winning team, of course, in the AM class, the subclass of 992. Very hard fought, the 992 AM class. Home Guard Motorsport, car 902. Trophies being presented. We'll next present our Omologato watches. Please hold back the champagne for now. And we've got our wait. Story of your life. Be premature, no. So the team trophy, and now the photographs. Peter dives in and gets the watches. And now the champagne! Well done, our 992 AM class. Well done and congratulations for the podium. It's our GT4 class podium next. We always leave the best till last. Well done. And we replenish the champagne for our final presentation of this year's 12 Hours of Paul Ricard. So please welcome to the podium for GT4 in second place, Hannover Motorsports BMW of Rob Verheuyen, Chris Verheuyen and Mark Verheuyen. Well done, guys. And the winners of the Michelin 12 Hours of Paul Ricard for GT4 is the Venture Mercedes of Neville Jones, Christopher Jones and Matthew George. Once again, and for the final time, a big round of applause, please, for our presenters, Anna Dudenko and Pierre-Alexis Tetas from Michelin, to present their final trophies of the evening. In second place, the Hannover Motorsport BMW team. Awarded their second place trophies, and now the winning trophies for GT4. It's the Venture team, the British team, with us all season since round one in Mugello. And it's the Venture team of Neville Jones, Christopher Jones and Matthew George on the podium with some team members, I think. We've got our Omologato watch presentation too. And of course the GT4 class trophy, which is going to be a bit tricky getting in the overhead on the plane home. Please, if you could just, that's it, raise your trophies high in the air for the photograph. Let's get the watches so they don't get damaged. And now the GT4 champagne! And that concludes our podium for the Michelin 12 Hours of Paul Ricard. It's been a hard one, as ever. And we'll see you next time for the Barcelona 24 Hours at the end of September for what will probably be equally as hot and equally as hard. We'll see you then. We hope you enjoyed the show. We know we have. See you next time.
QnQ Pharmacy, quality healthcare at affordable price.
Holidays nale, adu namma GT Holidays da. South India's #1 travel brand.
Archie Badam Drink.
Archie Badam Drink, ஒன்னு வாங்குனா ஒன்னு free.